No, we're good.
Good afternoon. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is now being called to order at 4:49 on January the 10th it is? It's the 10th or the 9th?
No, 9.
Oh, thank you. On January the 9th. Roll call. Uh, Excuse me, administration? Yeah, we're about to start. Oh, all right, thank you so much. And so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Erkenroder,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in, Mr. Pfeiffer is not in, Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. The reading of the disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meetings, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Do we have any public speakers?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. You do have a public speaker. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I lived at 3512 Milton Street until before they tore it down and kicked me out in the streets. But now I reside at 759 East Linden Avenue. And I'm gonna speak on this concerned pastors for the city of Flint before we get our settlement, because right now, since I was kicked out of my house and they my black mold, is they said I got my stimulus money. It was $13,000. They say if you earn over 15,000, you're not eligible to get your money. But my money was hooked on to my payee. My payee happened to bite the dust. My payee was my father, and it caused a problem with reading the will since they found out he mixed my stimulus money with the money he put on the will, and I got to go to court right now to settle it. And right now, like the gaslighting council lady, a gas ball coming from the east right now, and all these strange things happen. Nobody addresses them right as the sun's shining to the west. They up. Anyway, forget that stuff. But anyway, I want my stimulus money before y'all jump on the concerned pastors tonight, doing the best they can with the Antioch concerned pastors, Operation Push, Jesse Jackson, over there on Stewart Street, and nobody, you act like the preachers you ain't no put no cap in his head like y'all done Reverend King, and you, Madam Lewis, are you listening to me? Yeah, like I say, like on Martin Luther King Street, you already blew up the whole apartment village and made everybody homeless over there in front of Forest Park, and nobody doing nothing about it, and there he is over there, Murphy, talking that stuff in it. Murphy, are you listening? To Murphy, do you know about that apartment blew up over there on Detroit's Martin Luther King Street? Did you catch that convict who blew up, said he gonna do it like Bin Laden, and he did it just like he was. Anyway, like I say, and Tim, welcome back to work. Jingle bells, and don't panic when you get yours. Will come to you tonight. I'll keep coming back.
Next public speaker.
Hi, my name is Roy Fields Sr., and I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm here today to see if there are any updates on the resolution to have the water tested in the 3600 block of Brownell Boulevard. as well as I do have some updates that I would like to share with this council as to what I'm seeing right now. Will I have an opportunity to do this now, or do I have to wait?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, anyway, that's what I came to do, and I'll wait for the time to where I can share what I need to for you guys to see. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Hi, my name is, excuse me, Jerry Clark, and I live in Ward 1. I'm here to be a representative of the House of Esther, and I would love to see you all, Eric Mays, and all the council, reconsider what, selling the building at auction, because we do have residents that would love to see that building come back to life. When I moved over there over 25 years ago, that was one of the places that we had and we used for our meetings in the community. And it is still a viable building. It still has a lot of potential. So please, please, I'm asking you to reconsider. It's a gem in our community. We just hate to see all of these other buildings just get torn down. And so just please reconsider your decision for the House of Esther. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Penton. I'm here on the House, on behalf of the House of Esther. I come to just explain to you or share with you that I did get the approval from the city, the other administration, Karen's administration, to occupy. So I do have a right to be there and have had that right since 2019. It was shared with me that the council was not aware that I have a legal right to be at the House of Esther and in that building. But I'm here to ask you to please consider not going to auction for selling that property. I have an assignment. And that assignment is not to be afraid or to be wringing my hands because I do not know or do not like ideological or perspectives of whoever. I have a message to bring to our single first-time pregnant mothers based on my own experience and by my own brokenness to bring the power of God and restoration to the renewal of these families, both men and women, on that site. I'm not angry, nor am I belligerent or unforgiving. It's not helpful. I'm here to ask you to use your power given to you by God and the people of the city of Flint. If you have, that I just wanted to say that you have a life decision to make. So I'm asking for you to execute your policy for the 18 properties in the resolution of 190281 that includes the House of Esther. I'm asking you to use your wisdom of God to save the House of Esther and the other residents included in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Arthur Woodson, let's start off by speaking about the concerned pastor settlement. Man, keep on seeing this on here because can't fix the service lines and road restoration. Should have been done. That's sad. The council should reach out to the Neelys. I say the Neelys, meaning Mayor Neely and State Rep Neely. We have the legislator, House, we have the Senate, and we have governor, we have judicial, we have all the branches. Why do we have to sit here and beg for water? They still changing service lines. They beating on the water mains. those filters are not 100% guaranteed. So until those service lines are fully complete, we should still be getting bottled water. And the state should be paying for it because the state is the one that poisoned us. And the people should not have to pay. So I think the council should write a letter to the mayor and the legislator, Council Rep. Neely and John Cherry, and tell them we need the state to bring water in here until it's done. Councilwoman Herkenroder, I know about Section 3 and I know that it's HUD and federal, but can you call Ms. Wilcox up? Because for the pilot program, you all can pass an ordinance to mimic Section 3. I can't explain it like she did, but if you call her up here, she says that she's willing to work with you. This is 2023, and low income and minority businesses should be getting part of that money that's coming in here. It's sad that all these years, we've been watching these people put up these apartments, and nobody from Flint has been getting any money off of it. Because I've been videotaping and going out there, and nobody from Flint has been on these sites. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
I have to say, please forgive me because I really don't understand this process. I have some information I would like to share with the city council here. And I know you said 2 minutes, but I think I'm gonna need a little longer than 2 minutes. So now, will I have another opportunity at this meeting, tonight, to share and discuss some of the things that I brought forth here to the council, or do I have to come back?
How much time do you need?
Point of order.
About 5 minutes is
One
all.
second.
In
Mr.
all due
Quincy.
respect, based on our rules,
Mhm.
he have spoke the first time. We
Mhm.
could have extended that time. You will have an opportunity to speak again during the city council meeting. Once the speakers speak, that's it for that time, unless we voted. But we are going into a city council meeting. You will be allowed to speak again during the regular city council meeting, and we will respond to you after all of the speakers spoke. But
Today?
Yes, but we don't allow speakers to speak and then come back and speak again in the same meeting.
And the only reason I didn't finish is she said 2 minutes, and
Yeah,
I shared with you briefly.
it's always been 2 minutes, and
Okay.
we try to be fair across the board. No
Okay, so my
disrespect.
question now to this council is, will I have an opportunity today to share what I
Point of
brought
order.
forth?
Yes,
I will?
Point of order,
All right, thank you.
point of order.
Mr. Mays.
We'll try to hook it up in just a minute.
Thank you.
Any more public speakers?
Dave Peachy, Flint, Michigan, 4th Ward. I'm here concerned about all the fires that's going on in our ward. We've had 7 fires, shake your head, 7 fires in the last week or two. Burnt right down. Had one over the weekend with a lumberyard. All these vacant properties aren't getting taken care of. In my neighborhood alone, there's streets, quarter-mile long, it's got 1 or 2 houses left. Burned out houses laying there, nobody's cleaning them up. All this money that's going to the land bank and everything else, I don't see us getting any of it. And I'm there every day to see it. We run out there, I'm a runner and stuff. And it's just, we shouldn't have to live in an area like that. And I'm not going too much longer. Because these houses haven't been touched. How many houses in your ward are burnt down? Do you have any idea? I'm upset about it. And you should just find out from Robert T. Longway, Dort Highway, down to Utah Street, over to Old Lewis Street. Count the houses that are down, that are just burnt, and nobody's cleaning them up. That's all I have to say. I'd like to find out how many are in that neighborhood like that.
Any other public speakers? Any other public speakers? Public speaking is now closed. Now it's time for council response.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna try to do something to solve his problem when we get out of here. I understand you didn't understand what was happening, and I'll try to correct that and get it straightened out one way or the other pretty quick. Ms. Penton, I requested the legal department for, it might be getting close to a year. And that's under this council. Previous councils, I've asked them to bring resolutions for not just House of Esther, but for all property. That's how we can get it out of the way. What's holding them up on bringing resolutions for House of Esther, Jefferson School, property on Home Street, Holbrook, you know, I've asked for all of them. And so I'm gonna have confidence that they will honor my request just as the charter say they should do. And these resolutions will come before us. If not, then I'll raise a little heck and we'll get it done. We'll see what happens when the resolutions get here. And that should be prior to any auction on any property. I've requested that, and I'm not a pushover for letting my request go ignored. So we'll see what happens.
Any other council members would like to respond to the public?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy?
thank you. To the gentleman that spoke on Brownell, I know we did a referral. I asked that we have 8 or 9 houses tested in all of the wards. I remember that. But they decided, and I think this council voted to just have the street on Brownell tested. So hopefully, from the time that we voted or approved that, the houses on Brownell Street has been tested. So if it's not, one of my questions is why is it being tested? Why haven't it been tested if it have not? I'm not sure. I don't know the update on it. And then as far as the concerned pastors lawsuit settlement that we will be hopefully approving tonight, it's my understanding that when the concerned pastors went into negotiation of the settlement originally, in that settlement, it allowed them to be able to shut down water pods. So when we talking about water pods, remember when the concerned pastors did their settlement, the settlement required them to be able to eliminate water pods. That's where it started from. It didn't start because we didn't approve keeping the water pods open. So when we come and we talk about water pods, make sure we bring in the concerned pastors and have them hit the podium and ask them what they go do about the water pods being shut down. On R.L. Mitchell, your request, you talked about and I'm wrapping up. I am aware of the building that caught on fire across from Max Brandon Park. I did go over there and talk, and it was an individual who did that, and it's unfortunate that situation happened. But they did relocate the residents.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
I don't know how many houses are burned on that area, but I will tell you that in our ward, I had 316 houses that I have slated for demolition. Of those, 204 were not on the list of the land bank. And I submitted those houses to the land bank. I find what is happening awful. We had just November, December, I can't remember the exact date, I'm sorry, rezoned James Lumber. And now it's burnt to the ground. The foundation is what's left, and a couple of bent poles or supports that were inside the building. That's awful. If we could find this arsonist or whoever's doing this, I would love to throw the book at them. If they live in the 4th Ward, They're just making the fourth ward worse by making residents like you live next to them or in the neighborhood. So this is a situation that I have actually spoken to the mayor about and how we're going to handle it, trying to get this done. We don't see any movement on these homes yet, but we need to do something. We need to do it fast. And the land bank has not received any money because they haven't spent any money yet. That's my understanding. So, you know, and every time I hear about another building being burnt in our ward, it's going to sit there because the land bank did get money for that property. They got money for properties that they held on to as of a certain date. So I don't know. I'm just trying hard to get these taken care of so that our residents can live in a better community. Thank you.
Any more council members want to speak during council response?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. To Ms. Penton with the House of Esther, House of Esther should have been taken care of even before we were actually in office, because it's been on since 2019, I believe. And I don't think, I know everyone isn't getting all the complete information because we don't even have the same attorney here. And there is a timeline. And so it is on our committee for a special order to be discussed. And I know there were some things that I was emailed and will put in my box that we need to actually discuss and go over because it puts the city potentially to be sued. And I don't think we need another lawsuit at this point. To the gentleman, I was not in here. I don't remember your last name, sir, but I remember your face. And I came to your home and I sent a referral, and I also requested to have your water tested. I knocked on your door. And I know they were trying to get in touch with you to get your water tested because you had the black mold. You'd been here before and you had given us the pictures. And I will follow up, also on that because they were getting some homes tested. And I believe they got a little bit over 100 homes, and I did submit yours to be done independently. And I believe they tested for 70 different types of bacteria and different things that was in the water. So I will get your information again and see if I can resubmit that. But I even personally knocked your door because I remember you coming here and you gave us those pictures. For the water pods, that's a problem. We still have water service lines being repaired. Residents should still be getting water. For those who depend on that water, whose water lines they're still waiting. And so it's not something that, we talk and say, we need to have it, certain of the concerned pastors. We have responsibility, and so does this administration. Clean water is what everyone needs. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know my time is up.
Any more council members who would like to respond to public speakers? Any more would like to respond? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and respond. Thank all the speakers for speaking. Mr. Fields, I knew nothing about any other council person working on your behalf. So knowing that I'm your council person, not sure about any of that, but we would definitely dig deeper to see if the order from the council went into effect, because you came here a few months ago and I was waiting to hear the results of the test that council ordered. And so again, as your council person, I'll make sure that I do some more due diligence to see. And Councilwoman Burns, and also this hopefully this will go for the entire council. I am totally for all of us working together, but if we're going to work, correction, let me say it again. I'm totally for everyone working for the betterment of the city of Flint, but we must make sure that we keep our wards first. And so,
Point of information, I did speak to you. I think I text you. I did speak to you. He was here probably 6 months ago. It was a very long time ago. And it was before the issue I texted you about the other person, Tony Dillard, that was on your ward, that's in your ward.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't receive that correspondence. If I would have known, we would have had a discussion about it. So we're just moving forward. If colleagues, if we're going to work together, let's make sure that we are working in tandem. So no need for everyone to separately order to separately get his water tested, including council. Let's make sure that we're working in tandem. So with that being said, Council.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, before we go to resolutions, could I ask for a special order to give him 3 or 4 minutes to present what he was trying to present?
Well, wait, please hold. I just want to close council response.
Beg your pardon?
Please hold. I just want to close council response.
Oh, I thought you had.
No.
I'm sorry.
All right, so with that being said, council response is officially closed. And now it's time to make any changes to the agenda. So,
Yeah,
Mr.
Madam Chair, I would like to give him 3, 4 minutes to present them packets, what he had and what he said he was confused about as far as his ability to present them. If there's no objections, they could be ordered without objections.
Okay, so 5 minutes for Mr. Mays to, for Mr. Fields to update council on his water, on this block's water. 5 minutes, and that's ordered without objection. Any more changes, and that'll be before resolution. Any more changes to the agenda? Madam Clerk?
First of all, I'd want to note an administrative oversight on my part. When you had your committee council meeting on December 19th, I'm sorry, not the committee council meeting. Yes, on December 19th. Wait a minute. Now, you lost your quorum before you got to the legislative agenda that had the city administrator ordinance on it, and that was in the last council meeting. And so it was supposed to be postponed to this council meeting. And nope, that's not right. You lost your quorum before legislative, before you called it to order, and this ordinance was on there. So this should have been on special affairs today, the ordinance for the city administrative qualifications. That's oversight on my part, so it should be on there, so I want to add that on, because it's, normally that's what we do, we just postpone it to special affairs. You never call that meeting to order, so that's why I didn't have it on there.
Point of information.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
I think I know what you're talking about when you say we lost the quorum. That's when the president got up and left and Miss Priestley got up and left, if that's the right meeting. But what was the business that they left out there? I couldn't quite hear you.
The city administrator job description.
Oh, I remember that. That was on and they left and got frustrated because I was talking about them land bank properties. I thought that was very unprofessional. So you say it will be on what?
It should have been on your special affairs committee.
It should have been on special affairs.
Yep, because that's what we would normally do, it's just move it to special affairs when you lose your quorum. And then I also have 3 add-on appointment resolutions from the administration that were just presented right before the meeting started. An appointment for Enrique Rodriguez to the Ethics and Accountability Board, and a reappointment for Ms. Geraldine Redmond to the Flint Housing Commission, and a resolution appointing Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia to the Bishop International Airport Authority.
Point of information, through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker, if I may. Do you have copies of those add-ons to pass out?
I do, and I'm about to do that right now.
And Madam Chair, if we could reserve whether there's any objections until I could see the add-ons. I do have objections to the one that folk got up and left. I'm not gonna ask that be added on. I'm gonna try to keep that in committee. That was that resolution that Mr. Edwards wanted that raised. So I'm gonna have objections to that one. Once I look at these, I'll see if I got any objections. Madam Chair, do you remember the resolution she talking about the city administrator? You remember that? Geraldine Redmond, Flint Housing. I thought it was 3. What is it, 4? These are 4 add-ons. Oh, no, this is the city administrator.
All right. So as we're ordering these, we're going to have the resolution recommending the appointment of Enrique Rodriguez. That's add-on number 1. Add-on number 2 is the appointment of Dr. Beverly Walker Griffin. And add-on number 3 is the appointment of Geraldine Redmond.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have no objections to those 3 add-ons as it relates to being in special affairs. The only objection I would have would be the one with the city administrator at this time.
Okay, so add-on 1, 2, and 3 are ordered without objection. And
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I have objection to the add-ons for the appointments. Do you want me to state my objection?
To all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
My objection is that these appointments should have been in the office by Thursday. That's our rule. We have a rule that all resolutions should be in the office by Thursday at noon. And I mean, obviously, this was not the case. So I have objection. So I don't know what you want to do. You want to call the vote, but I'll be voting no.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing.
I move that we accept add-on number 1, 2, and 3.
All right, it is a motion on the floor to accept add-on 1, 2, and 3. Is there a second?
Point of information. For clarity, do you mean accept to the agenda? Okay, just wanted to make sure. I'll second that.
Okay. It has been properly supported by Councilwoman Herkenroder. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
like I said before, all resolutions should be in the office by noon on Thursday, and that's in our rules. So I'll be voting no.
Anyone else would like to speak about add-on 1, 2, and 3 in the?
Yeah,
current
Madam
law?
Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to support my colleague in the 5th Ward as it relates to that. And the motion is to accept them on the agenda, whether they get on the agenda or not. I'm going to move to postpone them back to committee. If in fact folk need more time to look at them and in fact they come in as add-ons, there's nothing wrong with moving them back. When you look at the time sensitivity of them, one of them, the term don't expire. It says until August of 2027, whose term expired on 8/31/22. regardless of that, until we appoint somebody, that person is still there on the Housing Commission. Geraldine Redmond, I support her. Rodriguez, the Ethics and Accountability Board. Pastor Hawkins been missing in action for months. Everybody knows that pretty much, or at least if everybody don't, I did. And now finally, we get a recommendation for his replacement. I want to get the Ethics and Accountability Board chair or somebody to come forward. Joe King is usually here, but I want to hear an update of what's happening because of the ombudsperson and so forth and so on. And so I have no problem with that being in committee. Beverly Walker Grippy, that's the president of Mott College. This is an appointment for the Bishop Airport Authority by way of background. She, I guess, would replace Winters Hall. Authority, that term expired January 2nd, 2023. And so I'm gonna support Ms. Winfrey Carter. And I hope that we all do, because none of them is time sensitive. And then we'll be on the right track and folk will start sending these recommendations for appointment to these important boards to committee first. And we can vet them in committee. We had appointments in committee and we went over them, but I don't really like them as an add-on as well. So if they come up on the agenda, I'm gonna move to postpone them back to committee. And if this motion don't pass, they'll go back to committee anyway. I don't know if we oppose the appointments, but we oppose in the process. And if one council person or two want it to happen, we all need to look at that. Thank you so much.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round? Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
This one appointment for the Bishop Airport, it says that it expired January the 2nd, 2023. From what I, be it resolved for Winters Hall, that appointment ends January the 2nd. Oh. Who term expires, Winters Hall, who terms expired January the 2nd, 2023. So that one does need immediate attention.
Information.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, in all appointments, you do understand that the person stays in place till we reappoint.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do understand that. Thanks for that. Also, I'm not opposed to the Bishop Airport one, approving that one. I'm not opposed to approving the Jeff Hawkins one, because if he has not been showing up at the Ethics and Accountability Board, they do need to add someone on. They in the process of hiring an ombudsman for that office. And for the Housing Commission, Geraldine Hall, she was here at the last meeting. I'm not sure if she's here tonight. Oh, she is here tonight. So she has, Oh, listen to me, Geraldine Hall. Rest in peace. Y'all know. So thanks for that. Geraldine Redmond is here. I'm not against approving that one tonight. She did come to the committee meeting, ready to answer any kind of questions. I believe she did speak at the meeting. So I will be voting no to postpone these and move these to committee. And I will be voting yes to move this along to council to be voted on. The other one with the job qualifications and the ordinance, this is just the ordinance, right? For the city administrator?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm ready to vote.
All right, any other speakers in the first round? All right, so seeing none, I'll go ahead and speak. So as we do see that add-on number 2 for the airport board, the term has expired. And so we definitely need to get on that, just like you said, Councilman Murphy. And then going to add-on number 3, in terms of the reappointment of Geraldine Redmond. As we see, it says that the reappointment of Geraldine Redmond, whose term expires 8/31/2022. This is very time sensitive, and time is of the essence. And so what I would like to do, I would like to call up Ms. Redmond, so Ms. Redmond can tell us why we need to appoint her.
Point of information.
Mr. Mays?
You do understand that Ms. Redmond continues to serve until we make a appointment or reappointment. You do understand that as it relates to what you said, time sensitive.
I do understand. So however, I need for you all to hear what she has to say because it's pertaining to her dollars. Go ahead.
Point of order. Are we just, I know you want to speak to Mrs. Redmond, but this is only the vote to add this on the agenda, if I'm not mistaken. This is not to get into discussion. I think once we vote to add it onto the agenda, then we can go back when we get to it, and then we can have a discussion with Ms. Redmond, but just the sake of time. But if you want to, it's okay. But this is only just to add it to the agenda, not to get into the whether we voting it up or down.
So this is about adding to the agenda.
Just to add it.
Yeah, while we can't wait.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you for coming to the lectern. No, we're gonna just get this done, Miss, if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. So seeing that your term expired on August the 31st, 2022, is this appointment time sensitive?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could you please state why?
I want to put this down for you. They can hear you, lady. You got to speak into the mic.
Thank you.
Okay.
It is time sensitive because HUD looks at the terms as to when they're in. If you do not reappoint on time, they're looking at and wondering why. During this time, we had 2 other vacancies and we needed those filled right away. The one for my reappointment is for the resident commissioner only. And the resident commissioner is the one that talks to the residents, that makes sure that their needs are met per site, and I would like to remain as the resident commissioner.
Okay. So per HUD, we need to get this done right away.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Redmond.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. So now it's time for the second round. Anyone else like to speak in the
Yeah,
second
Madam
round?
Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, in all due respect to you and everybody else, and even Ms. Redmond, who says it's time sensitive, really is not. If the term expires, for example, January 2nd, we had a committee meeting on January 4th. It didn't come then, and if it don't come now, she's still on that board. The way appointments work in the city of Flint is she's on that board, and until we reappoint or appoint somebody in that spot, she can serve. Whether it's the Ethics and Accountability Board, whether it's the Flint Housing Commission, you can come forward, Ms. Redmond, if it's something you want to say through you to Madam Chair. I want to hear what you have to say, because if you're telling me that you're not on the board because your term is expired, let me know.
Madam Chair, to all the council people, yes, it has expired, but 1 year it had expired and HUD waited for the council to reappoint and they didn't do it right away. So they sent an email to the executive director to not send out our packets. And that year I did not get a packet until I was reappointed.
Let me say this, Ms. Redmond. The mayor recommends these appointments.
Correct.
I know it's correct. And then they come to council for approval.
Yes.
And that's where we're at now. And once they come to council for approval, I'm thinking that you're going to say you ain't able to operate. in my opinion, you're still able to operate. You was able to operate after January 2nd. We had a meeting on the 4th. We got one now. I support you in the reappointment. But what we're talking about, and Ms. Winfrey Carter is talking about now, is the process.
Yes.
We want the mayor to bring these appointments and bring resolutions to committee, not just yours, so we can properly vet them and don't take shortcuts.
Okay.
In other words, that's the issue. Now, you might have the majority of votes from certain council people. Don't you worry, don't you fret. I know some of them like a book. But what's gonna happen is me and folk like Councilperson Winfrey Carter, we gonna continue to bang on the process because we have a special affairs meeting at 4:30 before council meeting.
Okay.
And really what it is the purpose of it is an hour meeting to tighten up business and loose ends, most of them came through committee that we might have questions on. Some of the new council people who want to kiss the mayor's butt and try to look a certain way, maybe. I don't know what their goal is. I said maybe. They gonna do whatever the administration want them to do, when they want them to do it, today, tomorrow, and whatever. I'm not like that. I'm gonna do what I think is the right process, the right way, and whatever. They mumbling and rumbling now. That's just me. And I'm gonna support a colleague who wants them to come through the process the right way. Now, the mayor used to be on the council. He done sit on the council and discussed add-ons and stuff coming of this nature. They might not know it because they wasn't here. I done sat on the council with the mayor. So I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. If Ms. Winfrey Carter want more time, I want more time. If a certain council person or two want more time, I want more time. If we wanna bang the process and say, look, Mr. Mayor, and anybody else, bring this stuff to committee so we can properly do our homework. I heard you the other day say it's a 5-member board.
Correct.
And only 3 been there.
Yes.
Ms. Nadine Roberts walked in. Her stuff come through committee, you were here. And we ready to vote on it, I think. Your stuff coming through special affairs. It should have been here for committee. Don't you worry, don't you fret, you're gonna be successful, but relax. You got 2 council people saying to the mayor and the people involved, we want it to come through the proper process at the right time.
Okay.
And that's what we're gonna stand for. What other folk do, that's their business. Anything else you wanna say, Ms. Redmond?
Well, I'm hoping tonight that we do get the 2 through Ms. Young and Ms. Roberts. And as you would like to do with mine, just let me know.
Yeah, Ms. Roberts, I think, is ready to go. We talked on the phone today. I think you and I talked. And the other appointment ain't in the city, correct?
Do you have the resumes? That would be at the pleasure of the council.
Is it in the, is she a city resident?
To my knowledge,
She is.
yes.
Okay, who called me today? Was that you?
Yes.
Excuse me? Yeah, so time is up.
Okay, well, can I finish up? If not, I can do it
Go ahead.
later. This is just to add on the agenda. I can call her back up later. If they want to play hardball, I'll call you back later. I predict it'll be ample time because they're going to vote to put it on the agenda.
Madam Chair.
I got a
Ms.
crystal ball.
Ms. Priestley, thank you. Ms. Gomez.
Thank you.
I'm going to agree with my with the councilwoman in the 5th ward. If these had been on the agenda for the government ops, I would have said, go ahead and add them, but they weren't. And we do have a deadline. And so I'm going to support the councilwoman in the Fifth Ward.
Anyone else would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. I will be supporting Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. One reason, residents and people have to understand, we have gotten all this stuff right before council. There's no way that, and I'm a pretty fluent reader, that we can go through all, there's just no way. And I know we have some things we're short on, and that's with the council office. We're missing Janelle. So this is too much. And Ms. Redmond, I support you in the work that you do. And when we look at our rules, and we can't be picky or choosy when council rules and also charter rules and apply them when it's convenient. Rule number in our council rule 6.3, the deadline for contacting staff for the purpose of adding matters to an agenda shall be by 12 p.m. noon on Thursdays. That's a rule. So I will be supporting Councilwoman Winfrey Carter in this because I think it's only fair. And I'm going over all this stuff now, highlighting, and it's difficult because I'm concerned. And then we have these we didn't know about. We know about you, Ms. Redmond, and the great work that you do with the Housing Commission. But there's other things that we would like to look at, and we haven't had a chance just to get them on as a walk-on. And like I say, Rule 6.3 states, it should be in by then. And we didn't get just one, we got several. And we're still playing catch-up. So I will be voting to support Councilwoman Winfrey Carter with this, because we're short-staffed right now, and us getting everything at the last minute. I want to make sure we're handling the things that are on our agenda first. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes. This the second round?
Yes, go ahead.
So,
Don't go.
through you
Don't
to
worry about it.
Davina,
Stay where you at.
with us being short-staffed, does that make your load more to do to get the agenda items to us in a timely fashion, being that we are short-staffed? And I'm not sure Janelle's status. I know she was leaving to go to another job. Did that already take place? I'm not sure.
Janelle is no longer in the office as of today. However, anytime that I know I won't get the agenda done, I do send the new agenda items. So I sent the new items to you on Friday or Saturday when I knew I wouldn't get the agenda done. So you should have had everything on this agenda already. The only things you haven't seen are these new items that were just handed to me right before the meeting started. So I will send an email saying new agenda items. It's not in the agenda. I just tell you this is going to be on the agenda. So everything else was postponed from a different agenda. You've seen it before. The new items you should have already gotten. I just didn't have this put together. I said, give me a couple of weeks just to get transition. I knew I wouldn't have anybody in place for a while. But yeah, Janelle's no longer with us, but you should have already gotten the items, the new items on the weekend when I knew I wasn't going to have this done. And these other three, I just got right when I sat here, and the ordinance is an oversight on my part. That should have been on your special affairs agenda. So whenever I know I'm going to be late, and Janelle's done the same thing. If we don't have the agenda done by Friday evening, we will send you the new agenda items so that you have the new items you can look over before you get a completed agenda. The only people who didn't see anything at all or didn't know anything about it at all would be anybody in the administration that didn't know it was coming, or the public. But you guys would have had the only two new items, which are on special affairs. You got those Friday or Saturday. I can't remember when I sent them.
Okay, thank you. Because when I'm looking at my email, I did receive it. So I was one of them that did get the agenda, the add-on. So thank you. No, not, all right.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak in the second round? All right, so seeing none, that moves us to the vote to move add-on 1, 2, and 3 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Yes.
It's to the agenda, not to council.
Oh, thank you so
Yep.
much. Yep, to add resolutions, add-ons 1, 2, and 3 to the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no. So we will not, council will not add one resolution, add-on 1, 2, and 3 to the agenda.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
just to make it right, I'm gonna make a motion to send add-on 1, 2, and 3 to the proper next coming up committee meeting, and I so move.
So there had been a motion to, and what committee meeting is that?
Yeah, whatever's proper, governmental, legislative, whichever proper committee, I'm making a motion to send them there, and I so move.
So it's a motion on the floor to add add-ons 1, 2, and 3, to send them to government ops. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'll support that motion.
Okay, so it has been moved and properly second to send these 3 add-ons to government ops. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. May?
you could order it without objections.
Okay. Well, it has been ordered without objection to send add-ons 1, 2, and 3 to government ops. So now for resolution 220546, the chair will entertain a motion to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
Is there any support?
Second.
It has been supported. And do we have any conversation, any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
you say this is a motion to move 220546. What is this, to put it on the agenda?
Yes, to put it on the agenda.
Okay, because it was in what, governmental ops or legislative?
Legislative.
Yeah, and I think that's where it needs to stay. So they pulled it from legislative and they bringing it what? As an add-on resolution to go to special affairs, or you shaking your head, Davina, you not called, oh, it was the one where Miss Priestley and Miss Herkenroder left and broke the quorum. And I keep saying their name on purpose because I thought that was a little ridiculous and it was not professional. I know when I was the president, people held me to high standards. Oh, you gotta be professional. Oh, we gotta get the business done. Oh, and I looked, and because Miss Herkenroder couldn't win an appeal because she kept, you gotta be germane. I say, whenever I'm discussing my vote, I'm germane. They wanted some type of amendment to a contract, and I wanted to get to the truth on some of this stuff that's in my mailbox now dealing with the Genesee County Treasurer. She wanted to rule me out of order and try to throw me out and didn't have the votes. Frustrated seemed like the hell out of her, Ms. Worthing, you wasn't here. And she got up and left abruptly in the middle of the meeting. I say not the person who chastised me about being a certain kind of president, leadership, getting the business done. So she left. Miss Priestley, because Miss Liddell Lewis, you wasn't here, left Miss Priestley as the next ranking officer, finance chair. She gets to the chair. She want to say the same thing on telling me how to talk. And she get frustrated and leave and break the quorum. I say, now, here they talk about me left and right. Can't win a vote, how you act, how you get frustrated, be professional in a leadership role. And here they couldn't finish the business, both of them. Herkenroder and Priestley. Yeah, you. Got up, couldn't finish the business, and just left the city business hanging out there because of your personal feelings, because you couldn't win a bogus appeal. That's what I see. That's what it was. And Miss Priestley followed your lead because y'all can't tell me how to talk. And because your brain don't allow you to connect the dots on what I feel is proper and germane on discussion of emotion. And I see y'all communicating, Miss Priestley, with Miss Lewis now without saying a word.
Oh, so Mr. Mays, please stay germane to this ordinance that we're trying to
I'm
add to the
staying
agenda.
germane. And I did see her communicate with you, eye contact, demeanor, all that's admissible in a court of law.
Mr. Mays, please stay germane.
I am being germane. I'm looking at people listening and not listening to me when I'm talking on emotion. Right now, y'all the ones who, point of information, point of order, why do he do that? Y'all do it. Right now, you interrupted. The clock could go off, I could be done. We all get the same 5 minutes on emotion. I might not like what you say, you might not like what I say, but it's the same 5 minutes. And that's what y'all ain't learned yet. You're going into your second year. You're gonna learn that 5 minutes.
Mr. Mays, this is your last
Say
warning.
what?
This is your last warning. Please stay germane to
You
the
say this is
adding
my
the-
last warning, discussing emotion and how you interrupted me and acting. What is I'm getting warned for?
For not being germane.
I don't think that you proper interrupted me. I just ain't appealed you, but I can talk about your interruption in my first 5 minutes. And in my second 5 minutes, if you continue to not understand that, I'll talk about it in the second. Like I say, we all get the same 5 minutes to discuss something. And that's what I'm doing now. This discussion shouldn't be happening because Herkenroder and Priestley shouldn't have broke the quorum. That's what shouldn't have happened. That's what is germane. And me and Miss Winfrey Carter and Miss Burns was sitting here. I don't think you was here. Miss Worthing wasn't here. Piper ain't here now. This council has a problem with absenteeism and breaking quorumisms. It's a lot of isms and taking care of the city business ism. And when you ain't here ism, Ms. Liddell Lewis, don't come chastising me in a public arena because I'm talking about the isms. The isms are germane. If them your colleagues who voted for you to sit up in that chair, don't protect them because of the isms. Absenteeism is punishable under the council rules. It's Jermaine, Tito, Jackie, and Marlon. Now, it might be 30 seconds left before that bell go off. You can have them 30 seconds, but I come out of Michigan State. I don't know where you went to school at. Don't tell me what's germane and not, because that was an easy definition for me to look up. Germane means relevant. You can laugh and joke with Attorney Kim if you want, but that's what germane means, relevant.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mays. That's your time. Any other speakers in the first round? Any other speakers in the first round? All right, any other speakers in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
you could have the same speaker because I know how this go. Germane mean relevant. That's all I'm gonna tell you for right now, and I'm gonna let the other 4 minutes go. But don't play games with me in this podcast, YouTube transmission. I don't care what chair you sit in. Don't try to belittle me using words like germane, that means relevant, tied to the discussion. So don't try it with me. Try it with some mopo, but I'm not the one. Thank you so much.
More than welcome. Any other speakers in the second round? Well, seeing none, we're going to call for the vote, and the vote will be to add on Resolution 220546 to the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Hergenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna abstain because this is a resolution to get a city administrator a raise up until 150,000, and I don't think it's deserving of conversation. So when we get there, I'll talk about it more. For those reasons, I abstain.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. So Resolution 220546 will be added to the agenda.
Point of order.
Mr. May, what's your
Where
point?
will it be added in the agenda?
It will be added to the agenda after Resolution 23007.
So it will be added in the resolution part of the agenda.
Yeah, pardon me, it'll be added to the ordinance part.
It'll be added in the ordinance section.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays,
yeah, I would move Resolution 22230, if it's proper. I would move Resolution 230006, 230007, 230006 was a settlement concern pastors for social action at all. 230007, establishment of guidelines for hardship exemptions. Those two resolutions, I would move to council with any separations. Not so moved.
so do I hear support? Okay, so it has been moved and probably supported by Ms. Priestley. to
Point of
move-
order.
Yes.
I do believe that we voted as a council to entertain Mr. Fields for a 5-minute special order prior to resolutions.
You are correct, so.
Point of
we
order,
did-
Madam Chair.
1 second. So we didn't say where it was going to go.
Okay,
Yeah, so I was going to put it as a discussion item.
okay.
Yeah, for the 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. And what is your point, Mr. May?
Oh, that was my point. You just took care of it. So if we finish the motion, then we could get to that.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion to move resolutions 230006 and 23007 to council with any separations and any discussion? No discussion? All right, so Madam Clerk, roll call. Roll call, please.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolutions 230006 and 230007 have been sent to council. Now it's time for appointments. The chair will entertain a motion to send Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, this appointment for the Flint Housing Board of Commissioners, Ashani Young, I would make a motion to move this back to governmental ops.
All right, so you're making a motion to move this to government ops?
Support.
Okay, so it has been moved and properly supported. To move appointment 220540 back to government ops. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
The reason I did that is still in the narrative of the resolution says no address is listed. I'm not going to call the person up. I'll see how this motion go. But
Point of information.
yeah,
What is your point?
Council, through you to Councilman Mays, if you look down in the
is it a resume attached?
there is, and there is a address at 3328. There's a-
3328
that's at
where?
Mary Walton, Walton Avenue,
What is the address?
3328.
And what's the name of the street?
Walton, Walton.
That's in the city of Flint?
No.
Okay, so I want
It
to,
says Flint, but it's it's right over there like Ballinger, Flushing Road, where it's Flint Township.
yeah, I
So
want
it's
to
just-
check some stuff out. Wanted to go back to governmental ops, check the voter registration, check some stuff out, because I had a call and some questions about that. So I'm gonna vote to move it to governmental ops and then try to get the clerk and others to help me vet this a little more, rather than move it and pass it and it's outside the city. So, thank you. I'm answering your point of information. I do understand some of those things, and I'm ready to send it back to governmental ops till we can straighten it out. Thank you so much.
Do we have anyone else that would like to respond in the first round? All right, now time for the second round. Any discussion in the second round? All right, so seeing none, there have been a motion made to send appointment 220540 to government ops. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Appointment 220540 has been sent back to government operations. Now we're on to our ordinance. The chair will entertain a motion to send ordinance 220546 to council.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to move 220546 to council.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Priestley, you making a motion to send it to council for first reading?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
So it has been moved and properly seconded to send ordinance 220546 to council for first reading. Any discussion?
Yes, I got some discussion. This is, if I may,
Mr. Mays?
thank you. Yeah, this is a ordinance changing, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. This is the ordinance changing the job description for the city administrator, and it's primarily changing the pay scale from 90-some thousand. Miss Lewis, somebody's trying to get your attention. This is the change in the pay scale primarily of a range of 90,000 to 150,000. When we had discussion, Mr. Edwards, is he here now or he done left? Looked like he done left. But he said the average salary for a city administrator was 90 to 150,000, if I'm mistaken. I Googled it sitting in my seat, and the average salary was 60 to 90-some thousand. When I Googled it, it didn't say 90 to 150,000. It said the average salary was 60 to 90-some thousand. Now, Mr. Edwards is making 99,000 right now. Is it something that Attorney Kim wants us to know through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim? This is a public open meeting. I'm trying to talk to my colleagues. Is it something you want all of us to know? Go ahead.
I believe you're factually wrong about that.
Beg your pardon?
You're factually wrong about the information that you just said. Based on information provided by the Michigan Municipal League, the salary for a city administrator or city manager is significantly, in terms of multiples, higher than the number that you're saying.
Let me say this, Attorney Kim, and you can answer back. Do you think I'm factually wrong about what I Googled on my phone? Is that what you're saying?
You may have Googled on your phone, but the answer, the information that you have is factually wrong based on the information provided to us by the Michigan Municipal League.
Okay, I can assure you by Google, Councilman May's phone, and my Google ain't no different than nobody else's. People sitting in the audience, I'm sitting here now. If we Google the average salary for a city administrator, it's gonna show up between 60 and 90. Now that ain't factual wrong from what my eyes seen. Now I know I'm getting old. I'll be 65 in September, but I just want to set the record straight. What my eyes seen, and probably what I'll Google now, is going to show me 60 to 99. Now, if you say, this is the right way to say it, Attorney Kim, if I may. We've got information from the Michigan Municipal League that conflicts with Google. So I don't appreciate you or nobody else trying to portray that I'm factually wrong, and I've been reading and writing since elementary school. So the best way to say it probably would be Google might say those facts, but the Michigan Municipal League conflicts with that. That's why I say, what is it you got to say? I see you talking to my colleague while I'm talking. And that's how I would have said it. But you try to make my information seem a little different than it is. I'm factually right based on what I Googled and what it says nationwide about the average salary of a city administrator. I'm a member of the Michigan Municipal League. That's all the elected officials in the state of Michigan, been on it for years. And if you can provide me that information, I'd be glad to take a look at it. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Do you have it available for this meeting?
It was emailed to all the council members last week with a request that it be placed in your mailbox.
How well do you know me? I don't use email. I say put a hard copy in my box. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns. Did you get the email?
Yes, Council Mays, I do have the email of the salaries, and the salary range, when you look at the different communities, when you're talking about from Michigan Municipal League, it varies. So it is, it goes a little higher for maybe 4 other counties, but I don't think Flint can be compared to Grand Rapids and Kent County. That's, we look at what they're paying, but I'll get into that when it's my turn to speak.
Let me ask you this question, Madam Chair, through you to the city clerk. Ms. Donahue, I believe factually what Attorney Kim is saying. And I know 100% factually what I can read when I Google. So unlike how he communicates about my facts, I want to see if you'll get me a copy of that email printed off and to me, and I'll compare it between first and second reading. I'm not opposed to giving people raises, but I am opposed to people giving me bad information about average salaries. And Ms. Burns, I'll wait to hear what you say. And I know some of my colleagues is ready to rubber stamp a $150,000 raise. I asked Mr. Edwards, how much are you trying to make? You're making $99,000. He ain't answered me yet. He didn't say 110. He didn't say 120. They want us to approve 150,000. That's more than the mayor made. It's more than a lot of people make. And I'm not getting the quality of service from Mr. Edwards that I want. He can't compel the finance director to come to meetings. We got requests hung up in legal department and can't get it done, House of Esther and others. I ain't getting $150,000 worth of service. You asking the wrong person for a raise. Did the bell go off? Oh, I was just getting started. Thank you so much.
Anyone else would like to speak in the? Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. Just for clarity, I did run off a copy, Councilman Mays. Normally, this is when I say we miss having someone assist our clerk. So there's a check on the copy of the machine. You should have it should be one there. So when we talk about, so when we talk about salaries, Councilman Mays, Grand Rapids has a population of 198,917, and I believe their person was to get, so Grand Rapids has a population of 190, this says 198,000, and then their range is 189,837. Royal Oaks is 128,000. Then we have, as we go down, we have Walker, Michigan, which is in Kent County, at 110. We have Auburn Hills at 134. We have Mount Pleasant at 95,000. We have Adrian, Michigan at 108, and we have Wixom at 97,000. And we have Alma at 87,000. Howell at 95. We have Grand Ledge at 92. So when we look at these, well, those are on the other side of the state. We don't have all of the other ones. And when we're looking at population, I don't know how they arrived at the salary. I really don't, because we don't even have a population of almost 200,000. So their population for Grand Rapids is double. So when we look at that, I mean, that is something when you look at, you talk about the amount of work that needs to be done. And then if we look at anything in Kent County, I mean, that's DeVos money over there. I mean, they have a different standard. You go in a parking garage, that's the first parking garage I've seen that actually had a drop ceiling put in the DeVos Center. So it's a whole different thing over on that side of the county. So I don't think we're comparing municipalities. I don't know how this came up, because when you Google Councilman, and not just Google One, you can do an average
Point of
of,
information.
What's your point?
Did you know that you were reading from the minimum and not the actual salary column?
there was a minimum and then a maximum.
And then the next column is actual?
I did know that there's a minimum and a maximum, but I wanted to use my time. Yeah, so that was the minimum, that it does go up to it's higher, not for all of them. So you have 87,000 to 111,000, 95,000, and then they go up. So all of them are not the same. We don't, some of them are blank, like Escanaba, Fenton, Cadillac, E-Course, a lot of them are blank. So when we talk about a comparison at 99,000, and I hope I don't get another call that someone says I'm bullying someone, because this seems to be something this administration is frequently doing. I mean, we have questions. We can't get a question answered. No one even showed up for our budget adoption hearing. Not one person from the administration. And you want to raise? I mean, we don't get questions answered here at all. We just simply don't. So I don't know. When we look at this and you look at the Google content, and if you Google and take 5 Google ones from salary.com, you can take any 5 random ones, and there's actual another, I don't have it this week, and they give you a different range. So there are ranges. These seem to be the highest ranges that are on this spreadsheet, because on this spreadsheet, you probably got 50 of them don't even have a salary. They're not filled out, or there's nothing by. So some are completely blank that are on here. You know, we don't have one for Allen Park, Madison Heights, Garden City. I mean, we don't have a lot of them on here. Grosse Pointe, Mount Clemens, Harper Woods, Owasso, Coldwater, Sault Ste. Marie, Escanaba. We don't even have most of those on this list. Don't even have a salary range. So out of 50, there may be, maybe 10 or 12 that have one. So it's not a very complete list when you're looking at a comparison. And then also population matters. Population definitely matters. So when we talk about that, we really, in Flint, they claim just barely at 81,000. I don't agree with that. I think we have an undocumented population that may be higher. But the census will count, we are at 81,000. So we're under that. So I have questions when it comes to this. And that is my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round? Ms. Priestley.
So, I just filtered this and it didn't get what I gave her. Excuse me. We have to do the filter.
Ms. Priestley, are you there yet?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, I was noticed Sault Ste. Marie. Sorry, Paul. Sault Ste. Marie I saw in here. And didn't have an actual lower or estimate or a wage range, but Sault Ste. Marie, a population of 13,000, is paying its city administrator $137,000. Owasso, 14,000 residents, pays their administrator $119,000. So when you're looking at this data, you've got to be complete. They might not have a date range, but they do, or a salary range, but they do have a dollar amount there. Sturgis, 11,000. They get paid $119,000.
A point of information, what did you do to get your, because I don't see one for all of these. Do you see like for Escanaba?
I sure do. It's line 33 of this. Escanaba has a population of 12,450, and they're paying $137,000. Chippewa, 104,000. Branch, 125,000. We have a population of over 80,000 residents. And these have 25% of that, thereabouts. Don't quote my math. And they're making more than our city administrator. So I think that when you're looking at this data, you have to look at it in its entirety, and that's per year. Leelanau, 125,000. Lenawee, hello. Marquette, 120,000. So when we're looking and making evaluations, we have to look at the full data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. But the same thing my colleague in the fourth ward was looking at is what I'm looking at right now. I did look at it, and I reviewed it. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? Anyone else? Well, seeing that no one else, I'll take my time. So looking at the spreadsheet from the Michigan Municipal League, it shows that the city of Flint is definitely behind the rest of the state in terms of compensating our city administrator. But when you look at the rest of the salaries here in the city of Flint, we're behind in those too. In terms of police, firefighting, police officers I'll start with firefighters. Firefighters in the city, in Flint, we're starting off at $10.10 an hour. However, we have firefighters in the state of Michigan making $44,000 to $97,000 a year. So I definitely understand being paid what you're worth and being in tandem with the rest of our peers, but this must be a collective lift. And at this point, I don't think that that's fair. So it's definitely clear that our city administrator is not getting what everyone else is getting. But just as my colleague stated, we don't have the population of everyone else. The city of Kalamazoo, they pay their city administrator $200,000. $200,000. But they also pay their public safety workers, which are their fire and their police officers. They pay them a comparable wage as well. So if we're going to get pay scales together, I would like to get everyone pay scale together. And so if the rest of the city have to take a L, I don't mind adjusting this to what it should be, but in terms of the actual salary, I don't think that we're there. If we all gonna be on the struggle bus, we need to struggle together. So our city administrator should be fine making $99,000 if our fire department is fine making $10.10 an hour. Round two.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Barnes.
Thank you. And I agree with Councilwoman Priestley. We should be complete when we're looking at it, but we have an incomplete list. We do not have every city on the city of Flint on this list. Detroit's not on here. Many other cities are not on this list. And this list that we have is not every city to give you a comparison. So we can't say with population, well, population is a factor, but I don't know what the criteria for this list is. Population is important when we talk about servicing the people. So no, we do not have a complete list with every city. So when we talk about, if you Google, and Google is, maybe not, you can go to the US Census to get the actual, how many people live in a city. We look at Detroit has got, what, 700,000 almost, I believe. And I think their city administrator may be getting only 80,000, no more than 85. So what did you just look at? What was it? Was it 80,000? 86? 86? Detroit is 87? Yeah, 80,000. So, I mean, that's.
Point of
that's-
information.
Yes.
So is that for 2022?
Mhm. So, I mean, but that's a Google search. So we do not have a complete list that shows,
Point of information, it's on the Michigan Municipal League website. Did you know that?
I'm going on what they sent us. Yeah, I'm going on the report that they sent us to consolidate for the information that we were to look at. So that the list that was sent to council is the list that I'm going off of, Councilwoman Priestley. That's the one I'm going off of. So when we talk about it, the entire list of every city, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilwoman Priestley, she's on her computer. Do you see every city on there? Are you individually looking up a city?
Point of information. Just for clarity, not every city would necessarily be represented because it was a voluntary survey, and not every community is a member of the league.
So does it even have all the cities on there? Detroit is a city that is a part of the league, but they're not on our report. So our report is incomplete. So I agree we should have everything on it, but our report doesn't have everything on there. Now we can go back to pull all the other ones to take a look from the municipal league or do additional, but the list that we were given, which Attorney Kemp said that he emailed, we would have to go back to get a full one. I know you'll probably shoot a full one while you're there. You're pretty quick with that. So we look at, I think we need to really compare, and Detroit's population is what? 7 times ours? I mean, more than that. So, I mean, we have to look at that. I'm done, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to
Madam
speak?
Chair,
Oh, hold on, pardon me?
I want to speak, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you. Well, you know what? I've looked at the list. I see average salaries of city administrators. The fact still remains the same for me. I will not be entertaining this. I'm going to be voting no, because we have other departments, department directors and heads and everything that need raises. Our own department is struggling. I don't know if we're going to be able to replace Janelle, because, I mean, we need raises in our department. You can look all funny if you want to. I'm saying what I got to say. So I will not be voting on this ordinance. I'm not interested in giving raises right now. We need to save departments. We need to increase our police department. We need to be paying our police officers more money. We need to be paying our firefighters more money. So until all of that happens, I'm sorry. I think a salary right now at $99,000, $100,000, I think that's sufficient. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Any other speakers in the second round? Any other speakers second round? All right, so since there's no one else, I will be the last one to speak. So again, when I looked up the city that Ms. Burns spoke about, which was Allen Park, in 2016, the city did a wage study, and they were making $106,000. So again, it definitely is clear that the majority of the cities in the Michigan Municipal League, as well as others that are not listed, that they have significant salary ranges for their city administrators. That is true. However, like as stated before, we must keep in mind that we are deficient in all areas as far as salary. So this should be a collective lift. Now, are we making this motion just to amend this to be in tandem with what other people are doing? Or can the administration, if we were to pass this, well, this is for you, Attorney Kim. So if we were to pass this ordinance 220546 for the city administrator's salary, so does that mean that administration can raise the salary without council approval?
No.
It would allow the salary to be placed within that range, but it would still have to be budgeted as part of the normal budget process. So the budget process makes certain assumptions as well when those budgets are created. And so but that's kind of the question for how that all works is really more of a finance question than it would be for me.
Okay, thank you. All right, so.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
did I speak in the second round?
No, but I'm the last speaker,
Mayor, no, you don't have to be.
according to the rules.
No, the
Okay.
rules don't say
No.
nothing like that.
No, very well. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Why you believe Attorney Kim and don't believe me? Hell, I've been here over 10 years, close to it. I ain't gonna lie to you, tell you nothing wrong. And I ain't gonna create no unnecessary argument, but I'll argue till the cows come home on what I know or think I know until somebody prove me wrong. I'll be the first to admit it. Let me say this. As a council person for 10 years, I done made 19,000, 21,000, 22, whatever. That's what I choose to do. This city administrator then came in here. Soon as they win a second term, he want to jump up to 150,000. Miss Winfrey Carter don't talk as long as I do, but she said a mouthful. You got police salaries. You got our department and other salaries. This is the first council, this new council, 6 new members, the first time in over 30 years I've seen a council adopt a budget with no amendments. And you know what one of the biggest increases was? In the mayor's office. This council seemed to want to just approve dollars. When you add them up, millions of dollars to the mayor's office. Appointees, even though the charter limits it to 5, they be having 6, 7, and 8, Mr. Murphy. Do you believe me? Department heads, they call them division heads. They put every little trick in the book to take care of their folk. And guess what a buck stop at? Right here with us. We control the purse strings. But you got 6 new council people. They smiling, scanning, grinning, want to be presidents, vice, finance chairs. Y'all getting used and abused. You might not see it now. You might not see it on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but you'll see it if you keep looking. You'll see it on a Thursday or Friday. And it'll be too late because y'all done gave salaries of 150,000, 120, 150. You working for 21 and 19,000. The police, they working for less than people make at rallies. Your priorities are screwed up. I'll wait. I was waiting because see, when you sit up in that chair, I call it the crow's nest. You're gonna have department heads pulling on you, distracting you. You think you're so important when your colleagues.
Mr. Mays, please proceed.
Beg your pardon?
Please proceed.
Say what? Proceed. I am proceed.
And state your name.
You don't have to tell me when to proceed. It's germane for me to wait to get your attention. You one of the 9 votes. You might not like the way I do it, but Attorney Kim will try to get your attention from now to the cows come home. He'll tell you you can deliberate outside of a council meeting, and the state law say you can't. I know where I'm at, Ms. Lewis. One thing you don't have to tell me to interrupt me to tell me to proceed. Remember, I'm the one told you you don't have to speak last. You didn't believe it till you talked to him. You're finna create an unnecessary argument. So you don't have to direct me. Remember, I'm the veteran. You just coming out your rookie year. And my image means something to me. That's how I get reelected, not by letting you sit up there and try to act like I'm a child and you tell me when to proceed. I'm a veteran. Oh, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. People can reject knowledge and bump their head and learn the hard way. The residents is looking. The minute y'all vote to give this man $150,000 opportunity when he making $100,000 now, and that don't even include fringe benefits. That don't include P cards.
All right. Thank you, Ms. May. That's your
I
time.
told y'all my 5 minutes go way faster than everybody else's. Can I talk about the free gas and
All right,
cars folks drive?
Mr. Mays, that's your time.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so looking at sending ordinance 220546 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Ordinance 220546 will be sent to council.
Madam Chair.
All right,
Madam Chair.
we are on to our discussion item.
Madam Chair.
We're on to our discussion item. Is this
Madam Chair.
Is this about the discussion item?
Madam Chair, you would recognize me or you don't. I said, Madam Chair. How polite can you get?
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. We gonna hear from that gentleman right now who we voted on the agenda change.
So now we're on to the discussion item for a 5-minute discussion by Mr. Roy Fields. Mr. Fields, please approach the lectern.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to share with you some of the photos that I took. And first of all, and at the last time I was here, I shared the fact that I was a bit
Point of
emotional, but
information.
They said the city council or
Mr. Fields,
yes.
please hold. What's your point?
Point of information through you to the speaker. Do you have copies of that for all council people?
Yes, I do, and I was going to pass them out, but I know I got 5 minutes here.
No, can you do that? And
Oh,
then they can go along with you.
Okay, like I was starting to say, they said the health department needed to come out to my house, but I got emotional and I had that fact with me in a file, but let me say it now. His name was Mr. Bruce, and the health department did come out to my house, and like I said at that meeting then, I was using his words to describe what was happening in my house with the water. He called it black mold. He showed me where to look for it. We found it, and I shared that with this council. Now, a short time ago, well, actually some months ago, there was I guess a movement here. Some young lady was going to test 100 houses in the city of Flint. And I didn't want to be a part of that because when I Googled her company, it said that she was based in the city of Flint. I didn't want to be a part of that. But anyway, coming down Brownell Boulevard, I saw they were flushing the system, you know, and this was one of the things that they used to do to us during the height of the water crisis and basically you don't get the right kind of results. It was to my understanding that high lead levels in the water would affect the way bacteria or chlorine would kill or avert bacteria. So and that's the question that I pose to each of you to know. I mean, let's find this out. Now here we go. I shared with Mr. Brown. I said, Mr. Brown, you know what you're saying to me don't make sense because I'm seeing this mold growing out of the pipes and stuff, and places where it shouldn't be. And you know, after they flushed the system, the mold on my faucets died, just like I tried to describe with I asked him. I said, well, why is it there? If you say the chlorine is strong enough to kill black mold, why is it there? Well, here, look. This is that same faucet, and where the black mold is dead. It's turned white, and okay, that suggests something to me. Let me say this: I grew up in Flint. Here, there was a place called OK Plumbing and Heating, and those guys trained me. My father owned a bunch of houses here in Flint, so plumbing was part of what I used to do, and I should have shared that, but I didn't. And a lot of the pushback that I heard from some of the officials here, including the EPA, was you need to have a plumber come out and check your plumbing. But you know, after I thought about some of the things there, through the water meters, they can tell this. The water department can tell whether I've got leaky plumbing or not. But moreover, I'm a retired plumber. And I told them that, and I shared that with them, a young lady by the name of Miss Eunice, and she was talking to the EPA and some city officials, and she called me. She said, well, we've hit a roadblock, and you need to get a plumber out to the house to inspect your plumbing. And I told her at that time, I said, Miss Eunice, I am a retired plumber. And well, why didn't you tell us that in the beginning? I said, well, because I wanted them to keep lying about this situation, because that's what they're doing, you know? Well, anyway, here is a picture of the date and time that I saw them inspecting or with the fire hydrants open, flushing the system. And there's a blowed up picture of that in there too. Now listen, I have to say this. To God be the glory, because I'm telling the truth here. Listen, my wife scrubs that bathtub so hard. There's a picture here. This is today's picture where you can see where the paint's beginning to come off the side of the bathtub. But more importantly, look at the drain pipe there. There's a buildup. It looks like rust. I don't know what it is, but it's coming out of the pipes. And not only that, this is the 13th brush that I've hung over the shower stall. Look at it. You see the I don't know what it is, but it's brown color. This is what's happening here. So when I heard on the State of the City address about Mr. Brown saying about safe and water quality, it don't fit here with me. You know, I have a question here for the city council. I don't know, Madam Chair.
Mr. Field, yeah, so we're going to need for you to wrap up. That was your 5 minutes, but go ahead and wrap up.
Okay. Well, anyway, here is, are my 5 minutes up?
Yes, but you can go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, the question that I want to pose to the city council, am I in the wrong place here? Am I somewhere I shouldn't be? I want to ask each one of you, is the water in the city of Flint safe for you to drink? All I want you to do is just say yes or no. So that way I know what to do then. Or is it acceptable to ask that kind of a question of the city council? Well, please, I'm asking that question right now. So I will know what to do to either stay or go. But I want you to tell me, each of you, just say yes or no. Is the water here in the city of Flint, would you drink it? Filtered, would you drink it?
Thank you, Mr. Fields.
Yeah, Madam
And so-
Chair.
Thank you.
And in response to your question, I would like to call Mr. Mike Brown to the lectern.
Madam Chair, I told you, Madam Chair, if I may. You say I may not? Oh, okay, well, I'll do it this way. Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, I told you the chair didn't always have to go last. Right now, you're going first, correct?
Correct. Thank you for the
Right.
knowledge.
And then ask Attorney Kim.
Okay, Mr. Brown, could you please answer Mr. Fields' question about the safety of drinking Flint's water?
The water is safe to drink in the city of Flint. It's coming out of the water plant at a safe enough level. It is safe in many areas of the plant unless you have a lead line coming into your house. That can be a problem. And that's why we have the lead line replacements going on and to have your water checked. We also have free checks. You can go down to the front desk at City Hall, pick up a 2-bottle kit, follow the directions, bring the water back. It'll go out and get tested, not by the city, but by the state. And then you'll get a reply to you, as I've stated many times up here. Once I had my water tested and I showed that there was no lead in my water, and I live in the southwest corner of the city, which is about as far from the water plant as you can be, I found that my lead is at 0, and I test it again once a year just to make sure there's no changes. And I do drink the water right out of my tap.
And
So, and if it's filtered water, if you're talking about filtered water, that should be fine. That's why we have the filters, to make people safer. But I keep telling people they need to go and get their water tested. So if your water's tested, then you know exactly what's there. And if you have high lead, then we need to take a look at it. Is it because you still have lead pipes? We need to get them those replaced. That's what we have a company in doing right now.
Okay, so you stated that you drink tap water. So do you drink the tap water filtered or unfiltered?
Unfiltered. I don't have a filter in my house because I know that my water has been tested many times and is always below the lead levels.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Brown.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna respond to the gentleman who spoke.
Chair.
No, I'm gonna respond to him. They can call you back, Mr. Brown. You asked a question, you say you want an answer from each council person. Let me say this, and I'll say it publicly. I've been here since 2014, when the water crisis began, when folk did not put corrosion control in water coming from the Flint River. Residents came to me. Some of the positions I took was unpopular with the majority of my colleagues at the time. Some of the positions I took was unpopular with Mayor Walling at the time. They was unpopular with the state and so forth and so on. People want to keep focusing on lead. We know, didn't we, Mr. Woodson? It was more than lead. I had never heard the word trihaloethylamines or whatever in my life. We just say germs, bacteria, and other things. I remember sitting in Howard Croft's office when he told me that V8 engine, I think it was going to get off of Flint water because it was rusting their pipes. Now, it don't take a rocket scientist to look at what's happening with these pictures to figure out something is wrong. You ask me a yes or no question whether or not the water is safe to drink. I'm not going to tell you yes. When I see rust and mold looking stuff on these pictures at your house, I don't want to drink it. I wouldn't want you to drink it. They talk about water at the plant. They talk about water at the plant end. The problem was when water traveled through them pipes. Not only the pipes underground and in the street, but the pipes in your house. When they settled and litigated for lead service line replacement, that was from the street to your house. They didn't look at the pipes inside of your house. You might have more lead inside of your house and pipes, I don't know, than from the street to the sidewalk. The lack of corrosion control didn't just damage pipes and plumbing from the street to the sidewalk. One of the biggest myths folk will try to get you to believe that correct the problem. It don't. Some people will try to get you to believe that if you put a filter on your kitchen or bathroom faucet, they ain't passed out no bathtub filters, so to speak. So the answer for me is no. It ain't safe to drink. Not when you look at stuff happening like this and it ain't just your property. It was never fair for Mr. Neely, who wasn't intimately involved in the water crisis like I was. It wasn't fair for Gretchen Whitmer. It wasn't fair for the majority of the members of the past council to settle for $600 million, where lawyers take $200 million or more, where adults with no medical documentation is capped off at $1,000. It wasn't fair. You had politicians come in here.
Mr. Mays, please.
It ain't no
wrap it up.
time limit on the discussion item, Madam Chair. What is your point?
Go ahead.
Ask Attorney Kim. You don't believe me. I mean, I'm responding on a discussion item. And I don't think you can look nowhere in the rules and find a 5-minute limit on a discussion item. You think you can find it? I'll wait.
Point of order.
Mr. Murphy.
So during public speaking, he wanted additional time. We did not allow that, so we gave him 5 minutes without objection. I'm not sure, had I known that we were going to be able to speak without no limitation, without objection, I would have objected to the 5 minutes. So therefore, now we finna be locked in to Councilman Mays being able to speak for however long he wants to on a special order without objection that we agreed to allow. So now we're here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Murphy can mischaracterize that if he wants, but you ain't locked in to Mr. Mays. You locked in to Mr. Murphy, Ms. Winfrey Carter, anybody else who want to have discussion. See, You didn't know we were gonna be in court Thursday, and I'm gonna be asking you questions under oath unless you don't show up and get found in contempt and the bench ward. There's a lot you don't know that you get locked into. You, Ms. Herkenroder, Ms. Lewis, y'all knew. Ain't changing and fixing the rules. You ain't locked into nothing. This man asked a serious question. And I'm a serious elected official, sat here since 2014 until now. And I'm talking about settlements. My phone ringing 2-3 times a week or more, asking when we gonna get money. And the money you get based upon the settlement that's been made is inadequate. The water crisis was man-made. It was avoidable. It was national and international news. And here you talking about you locked in to something I'm talking about. Now you locked in on a man-made disaster. And you got a resident, one a minute, and come forward with some pictures of some after effects. I'm glad to be locked in, representing folks, asking serious questions, and my answer is no. Your answer might be yes. Mine is no. He said, I'm asking each and every one of you. So I'm gonna see what you locked into when it comes to communicating with these residents. I think you interrupted me, y'all. You and Ms. Lewis interrupted me when I was talking about the inadequacy of a settlement that some politicians agreed to who hadn't been involved intimately. And I named them: Neely, Gretchen Whitmer, and others on this council. We shouldn't have never settled, sir, for the settlement that folk waiting on. People covering up and agreeing to stuff that they shouldn't agree to, and folks have died and is dying. I'm gonna close by saying this. If General Motors knew that it was rusting their pipes, what you think is doing or did to my stomach? If you had people die of Legionnaires, and if they were 30 years or less, their family get 1.5 million. But if they 60 or 70, their life was only worth 300,000. What type of stupid settlement and parameters is that? If it take you more than $700 to repipe the inside of your house, or to get whole house filters to keep this from corroding and making your stuff look like this in these pictures, that settlement and the checks people waiting on capped off for adults at $1,000 is poppycock. Folk ought to be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Murphy. Some of the folks that you run behind, some of the folks.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, I don't run behind nobody but my mother, Deborah Murphy. That's who you would catch me running behind.
I think politically you run behind Mr. Neely.
Please,
No, that's what I know.
excuse me, colleagues, let's make sure that we have decorum and stay on the water, Mr. Mayor.
He did an illegal point of information. I had to float. I say he run behind him because when him and Pfeiffer was called in when he first won, he said in front of Pfeiffer, his job is to make the mayor shine.
Point of information.
Mr. Go ahead.
Through you to the speaker, we are on a special order for 5 minutes to talk about this man situation on Brownell, who I met with in the mayor's office. Stick to the point.
We gave him 5 minutes. We didn't put a cap on us. And I'm gonna talk about everybody who supports somebody politically who reached a bogus agreement. You can be embarrassed. You can be upset if you want to. You can tell the public that I'm wrong. You can say, I don't support him.
Mr. Mays, let's stay germane to the issue.
I am germane.
Mr. Fields asked our opinion about the water safety. You answered that.
He also
So
stated that he heard the mayor's State of the City address. You forget that part. Now you can run the tape back. See, I'm a little smart. He said, I heard the mayor's State of the City address. Was you at the State of the City address? Was Mr. Murphy there? I wasn't. I
Mr.
can
Mays,
speak
let's
on
stay
who-
germane.
I
to
am
the
relevant.
question.
I'm gonna help you with a better word. Relevant. Stay relevant to the water quality and who supports it. Mr. Brown is one of the mayor's administrators. He came up here and said in his house that has been tested, in his house, he said the water is safe. I don't think he know about this man's house. He advised this man to get some tests, but he said in his house. Now you and Mr. Murphy can hit the ceiling and bump your head because you're mad because I'm talking about it. I don't support misinformation from the mayor and Mr. Brown neither. I'm talking to him and every resident listening from my elected podium. And y'all can get mad. I know who supports who around here. And I'm gonna wait eagerly to hear the yes or no answer from you and Mr. Murphy. Since y'all wanna interfere, I might would be done. But when y'all shake, rattle, I'm gonna roll, because you got the wrong one. Anybody who agreed on that bogus settlement for 600 million, which might should have been 1,600,000,000, so folks can repair the inside pipes and outside pipes, get clean, good, fresh water flowing. I didn't agree with Neely, Whitmer, and the majority of the council who voted for that settlement. Check the record. And I'm answering him based upon the pictures and my knowledge of it. Wasn't just lead. It was all kind of germs and bacteria in pipes that had been disturbed for a lack of corrosion control. And believe me, sir, I never have to be in the majority to be right. And I'm the type person who would tell on folks politically, because I call them enablers. And you got some enablers sitting up here. Some of them want to get administration 150,000 and don't even know how to look out for themselves in their own office because they figure they smart and we dumb. I wasn't born dumb. I gained knowledge as I lived. The Lord blessed me, and I'm going to continue to deal with it. Now, Ms. Liddell Lewis and Mr. Murphy, if I hit a nerve, then you straighten it out when you answer his question. Thank you so much.
All right, so seeing that the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I actually had, he asked all of the council, are you going to ask the rest of the council before you close? Because it looks like Council Murphy was about to hit his button. I don't know if he was. He had approached his mic. The only person that's spoken was Councilman Mays so far, and Mr. Fields did ask for all the council members.
Well, before we proceed, will it be 1 second? I want to see if we can put a limit on this discussion because it just went too long.
I'm not going to, you allow, I'm not going to respond. I responded during the 2 minute when they did public speaking. My colleague done already said everything. I don't need to add nothing else. We got a city council meeting. I'm concerned about this situation, and my colleague in the 6th Ward, she said she went over there to try to work with the young man to get his water tested. The best we could do at this present time is to go back and try to get his water tested and see what's going on. I'm not going to do a long speech, and I'm not going to go back and forth with my colleague in the 1st Ward on what he thinks about Councilman Murphy, because this ain't the platform to do that. If we were somewhere else where I didn't have to keep myself in order and I could go back and forth and no one could stop us, then I'll address them. But at this point in time, I'm ready to, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I had actually.
Support.
Madam Chair, point of order. Because I had actually before Councilman Murphy and you allowed him to speak and I did not finish. So you allowed Councilman Murphy to speak.
Point of order. A motion to adjourn is in order. Let's see if it's voted up or down, Ms. Burns.
I'll withdraw my motion, in all due respect of my colleagues.
Because
will-
I said to entertain the motion to adjourn initially, and then I didn't want to see where that went, because there was a lot of discussion. So I need to, I guess, withdraw my, entertain the motion to adjourn.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
I would like to know from this point forward, because we spent a lot of time discussing this through Mr. Mays. I would like to, Chair will entertain a motion to limit response to 5 minutes. Okay, so seeing that that's going to fail, we'll go ahead and go to Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Ms. Fields, and I want to say that the name of the place was the National Clean Water. And I did make a point of contacting you to get it, because it was more than just for lead in the water, and it's more than just lead in the water. So your question to the council was, do we drink the water? Or do we think the water is safe? I do not use the tap water, not to drink, brush my teeth. I limit showers as much as possible, because I'm not far from where you're at. And when we talk about, and let me further say, I don't even use it to wash off vegetables, anything. And I don't trust with the filter. I just simply don't. Because that water, sometimes you can smell it when it's strong. You can smell different things, from it. And we have people who don't even give it to their pets, to their dogs. And the dogs have developed, issues with pets. So, and you asked, what's been going on. I even contacted you in regards, because we were all in council meeting when you were here, and you gave everyone the information. My dad's best friend lives on Brownell Street, and he had cancer. So I'm not going to avoid anybody when I know of some information or an opportunity, because that's what we're supposed to do, is share and give information. So when we talk about hydrants running, they were running hydrants all summer long. I don't know if you're on social media, but I posted them. The automatic flushers were off. They began to run those hydrants to flush the system, because there was a case of Legionella on Concord Street. The next door neighbor was told to not ingest her water, but they did not inform her neighbors. So when I talk about transparency, that to me, we need to be transparent. People knock doors to let everyone know. If my neighbor next to me has got a case of Legionella, I want her to tell me, or that household, to share. And I believe the city has a responsibility to let people know, because the people had gotten sick. They had gotten sick in that area. And so what they count on is that many times we won't follow up or follow through, or someone won't say anything. Them hydrants ran all summer long. They was at the end of every street of Clement, Concord, Begoe, Copeman, Helber, Mallory, Barth, and it went across Welch. And it was on Winona. If you went down all of those streets, you would see those hydrants running, and they had the orange and white barricade over them. And they ran, and they almost the full day. They would come out sometimes to cut them off, but they would generally start like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then they would go until 4:30, 5 o'clock, and then sometimes they would just continue to run. So when we're flushing the hydrants, and that's at the furthest most, I believe, northwest point of the system, which is over there behind Northern, that there were issues and residents didn't know. So when we talk about that, you know, you got some concerns. I remember you bringing your pictures. I didn't know your face. I didn't remember your name. I remembered your face because when you were telling us about this, and I guess to submit, they will test again when they say, you know, put the test in, it's for lead, it's not for everything, which you have TTHMs, you have other issues, nickel, cyanide, and other things which are in our water. And when you look at your faucet coming out, you'll see many over in that area whose faucets look like yours. They look like yours, and people think that it's, you know, this person didn't keep it clean, or this person got a cheap faucet, or that faucet was there from the house was built. That's not always, it's not true. It's not true. Like that water is eating up stuff. And I don't know what they put in it sometimes. We don't know. You know, that once it comes through there, but I do know I looked at results from people and looking at when they came back and that there was no detection of chloride. There's no, it has, I believe it is the safe level if they have any detection, like a 1 or a 2. But I know a resident on Concord, she had like a 1 or 2, but it took them several times to get her to even register to 1 or 2. I think it's 5 is supposed to be safe. And let me ask, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Brown, because he can give us, I want to make sure I'm giving you the good information, so we understand it. Well, we're going to get them on record.
So Mr. Fields, so yeah, wait until, yeah, you're caught up.
Point of information through you to the speaker. Ms. Burns, if you got the floor and want to give him courtesy after Mr. Brown, you can, according to our rules.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, can you please tell me, because we talked about, and you were up here, we talked about this summer, what is the guidelines for safe water in regards to chlorine, and that when the test that, let's do that first. What are the safe levels?
Pardon me, I didn't hear you, the question.
What are the safe levels for our drinking? Or we talk about chlorine. So if they test at a 1 or 2, a 5, above a 15, I mean, what are for lead, and then chlorine residuals?
Okay, lead is anything above 15 parts per billion is the action limit, is what is called the action limit. So when we see that, we try to get with people, our health navigators go out and talk with them, try to get them put the filters on, et cetera, and help them to try to figure out, and if they have old pipes, try to get them to allow us to dig them up and check and replace them if necessary.
Okay, and then what is the chlorine residual?
Well, the chlorine residual, we'd like to see at least 0.1, 0.2. When we talk to the state about that, the state says as long as there is any detectable chlorine, and they're saying that that's safe because they have places in the state that put water out at lower than 0.1 in their system. And that was said to me over in a meeting that I had and asked that question.
So what do municipalities normally, as a DPW director, that you like to see? Because I was told it's at least 0.5.
I like to see 0.5, okay, is what I said. After talking to the state, I didn't know what the limit is. I thought it was 0.2 or 0.1. We'd like to see at least that much. That shows that there's chlorine still there. That means that it's killing any microorganisms, and that's what chlorine does. So almost every time, I don't have all that data in front of me, but The ones that I've been involved with, where we've gone and sent somebody there to take samples, and we showed low chlorine, we haven't found any microorganisms yet in their water. So but if we do have a low chlorine, we do open up and flush that area, trying to get the chlorine level up just a bit so that we have detectable chlorine at the hole.
And what do the tests that you want residents to go get, what are they testing for? What do those tests test for?
Well, the first test that I always state, if you're worried about lead, is to go take the 2-bottle lead test, 2-bottle kit that is down in, as I stated, in our front, when you come into City Hall, on the right-hand side, as soon as you walk in, our help desk there, we have those kits to hand out, and you take it, read the directions, do as it says, bring it back, and it gets sent in. The state comes and picks them up twice a week to get tested. And then, as I said, if you're worried about your water, the first thing I tell everybody to do is to get it tested so you know what your water is. If it is showing lead in it, then we need to have that taken care of.
But if he's got a mold issue, the test downstairs will not do anything for that.
That test only looks for, as I said, is looking for specifically one compound.
So that will not help is it Franklin? Fields, I'm sorry. It will not help Mr. Fields to go pick up a lead test because he has a mold issue. So if they have a mold issue, what does the city do?
We ask them to clean that area, to get rid of the mold that happens to be there currently, and to get it to be dry. Because mold needs water to survive. It needs a food source. So the air is a food source, the dust in the air, et cetera. If you have a wet wall, or as a couple people have even said here, they left clothes wet sitting in a corner for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and when they moved them, there's mold growing in it because mold is everywhere. It doesn't come out of the water. Could it be there? There's a possibility, but with the chlorine and such in there, it's not going to live. But if you have it out where you have unchlorinated water, a drinking source, the water that has no chlorine in it, and a food source, it will grow. And I stated this to the gentleman behind me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Fields,
My question was to Mr. Brown. When you see after the pipes have been flushed with the fire hydrants open, and then you see the mold die, what does that say to you? What does it say? And I'm showing you proof of it right there. The white stuff on the faucet, that was mold and it's dead. So what does that say?
Thank you.
Oh, and let me say this too. In regards to my plumbing, I just told you, I am a retired plumber. All of my plumbing is either copper or PVC, and I can take it apart and show it to you. So am I in the right place here? Am I in the right place here?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Whitson.
Yes.
You were in that area, Brownell Street.
Right.
And even that area, that was things that was in the water, there was a high cancer rate in that area.
Correct.
With the water.
Mr. Brown isn't, you were at the meeting when we got the regional administrator, Ms. Shores, and her whole team here. And you saw the question that I posed to her. Will the EPA say that our water is safe? They will not answer that question. Back in 2016, I'm gonna say it again. Back in 2016, Genesee County Medical Society stated that pregnant women, kids, and people with immune deficiencies should not drink that water. Ask Mr. Brown, when they start beating on those pipes change the service lines, particles start jumping off the water main and going into those houses up from where they're beating at. Will those filters protect you from those particles? And the answer will be no. Mr. Brown can drink the water if he wants to, but what if a kid inside the house drink that? And then also he's standing up here giving false security. If a baby or a pregnant woman drink that water, and he's saying as a DPW director, just because his house is safe, you have houses, he say, get the lines changed. Well, then I know for a fact that a lead assessment was done, and Councilman Murphy know the person, Monica, that lives over on, I think, Gillespie. She had a lead assessment done. She has new pipes, copper service lines, new faucet, and her lead test is still reading 141 parts per billion. And EPA and everybody else, Eagle and everybody else has been to that house to find out what's wrong, and they can't. I can leave my house over on Brownell, right down the street from Mr. Fields. I can leave for 3 days, and I come back and turn the water on, I have brown water. We don't have technicians here who knows what to do. Mr. Brown them will send somebody out, and they'll flush the hydrants, and it helps for a second. When this water crisis first started, when they put 4 milligrams per liter of orthophosphates, you get 1 milligram per liter from Detroit, and once it got here to Flint, they put 3 milligrams per liter of orthophosphates in the water. We took pictures of orange fungus that started growing out of people's faucet. I think Councilman Murphy, I don't know if he remember that. Do you remember that, Councilman Murphy? That orange fungi? I have a picture of it. Our water is not safe. And then if you ask Mr. Brown about Lockhart Chemicals, you had barium, you had PFAS, you have nickel, you have all these different chemicals that was coming out of Lockhart, that was out of Outfall 1, that was 100 feet away from the water intake. And then our water plant, the weirs, the SCADA system, the ozone was put on the wrong side. So if the violation letter that was given to Lockhart that states that the lining or either the sewer drain system should be changed because of the chemicals that was coming out of Lockhart, if they feel that that should be changed, why shouldn't our water mains and everything else be changed? We have PFAS. What my part, which is Michigan part, they test for PFAS. And I asked them, would they test for PFAS at our tap water, at our taps? They said we have to pay $600 to get that test. PFAS is a forever chemical causing cancer. We had trihalomethanes. So our water is not safe. Can we take the filters off and drink that water? No. Can we stop adding chemicals once it comes from Detroit? Can we stop adding chemicals, extra chlorine, extra orthophosphate, extra sulfur? Can we stop adding all that? No, because our system is not built to run correctly right now. So no, our water is not safe. And Mr. Brown, with all due respect, he needs to stop telling people that our water is safe. Just because his house is safe doesn't mean everybody else's house is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Fields, I hope that, that you will be able to get tested. The lead test that you were instructed to get, it's for lead. You need to have, I wish you had taken advantage of that test through the Michigan Clean Water Collective, because they did test for, I believe, 70 other issues in that. But what I can do is see when they come back to put you back on the list. They did it free of charge, but because we're not testing for that. They're stating lead, and if there's a chance of mold, it sounds, he stated to make sure the area was dry and et cetera. So we can follow back, but
Point of information.
What's your point?
I want to see what he got. Can you see what he got? What he holding up?
First, let me ask you about that young lady, the company you just referenced there. When she approached me about testing my water, at first I agreed to it. And then I thought about it and I called her back and I asked her, I said, ma'am, is your company connected with the city of Flint in any way? She said, no. And then she got mad. And so I Googled it and saw that her company is based in the city of Flint. So I called her. I said, listen, please, I don't want you to test my water. I've already got a resolution through city council for it to have it tested by an outside source, and I'm satisfied with that. And she got mad and she argued with me to the point to where I had to say, please stop. I don't want you to test my water. So, and I'm at that position right now. I don't want her to test my water. I really don't. Now listen, I had an occasion to be invited to a meeting with the EPA, and the lady's name was Deborah Shore. She's the director of the EPA Region 5. I gave her the file that I gave to city council the first time, and I was shocked by some of the things she told me. And I'm going to tell you, because you know I had no way of knowing these facts. She said that in the Flint River, there were 50 different chemicals by the companies that worked around the city of Flint, that the EPA, no scientist knew what the effects of those chemicals would be together or to the infrastructure or to the human body. She compared Flint, Michigan with Jackson, Mississippi. She said, this is how they do communities of color. And then she said that they had $60 billion to help a situation. And I was excited about that, to help out a city like Flint here, thinking, okay, well, maybe they're going to help us out and replace the infrastructure so we will have safe water. Didn't happen. And then you know what really, really upset me about this? Miss Eunice invited me to this meeting. I called her. I said, Miss Eunice, I need the minutes of that meeting because I was going to bring in and present that to city council because you know what? My wife is the only witness I got to as to what they told me, you know? And then the gentleman from the, what's that, honey? The Flint Water, the president of that organization was there. He heard what I heard. Why ain't he here telling you that? What's wrong? There's a disconnect here in the city of Flint about this water. And you know what?
That is correct.
I'm tired of it. I am just sick of it now. Just like I said, all I can do here is believe what I see. I can believe the things that I test for now. Just like I said on that pipe, you see the white residue left up there? That was black, whatever it is, It's dead. It fell off. And he's saying, no, the water parameters are fine, the water is safe to drink, and it's not.
Point of
But that happened.
information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, you say you was a plumber and you say you got copper and PVC all through your house.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done.
thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn after I say that. I think you're on to something, Mr. Woodson, and this man too. It's still something happening with them water mains and other stuff. I'll wait till we get in council to deal with any other discussion items. I'll move that we adjourn special affairs.
Second that.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we adjourn. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Reverend Roder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is not in. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. Special Affairs has now been adjourned at 7:29.
8:05 on Monday, January 9th. I hereby call this meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Harkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing? You have 7 members present?
There are 7 members present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Ms. Winfrey Carter, do you care to lead us in the pledge, please? Before we do the blessing, are there any members of our community who we wish to honor who have lost their lives?
Yes. I would like to do a moment of silence for Carl Pauley. That's Attorney Linda Pauley's dad who passed away. And also, I would like to do a moment of silence for fashion designer Tyrone Kirkland that passed away.
You said Tyrone Kirkland. Mr. Murphy? You said Tyrone Kirkland?
Tyrone Kirkland.
Okay. Are there any others? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request a moment of silence for Miss Latanya Foster, in addition to Miss Vanessa Williams Bedford. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to have a moment of silence for Miss Candace Jones, who passed on Christmas Eve.
Okay. Are there any others? Okay. Seeing none, we'll have Dr. Lewis lead us in the blessing, and then we'll stand for a moment of silence to honor those who have lost their lives. Dr. Lewis?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to come and gather one more time in your presence so we can handle the business of the city of Flint, definitely moving us forward and not backwards. We ask that you be with our meeting and that you will be with every single decision that is made with a sound mind, and with that we're operating in the best interest of the city of Flint. And also, God, we ask that you send your spirit of healing and comfort and peace to the bereaved families. In your name we pray. Amen.
Let's stand for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. All right, that brings us down to any requests for changes or additions to the agenda. For clerical reasons, we do need to add ordinance 220546 for first reading, as it did move out of special affairs. Are there any objections to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
220546 was moved from special affairs to the council, and it would fall under ordinances already, correct?
Yeah, it's just to make sure because it didn't make it on the agenda. So just to clarify that that's going to be on there.
I would request an agenda change while Amanda is here. I don't see Mr. Edwards, he was here. But I got a letter from the office of the city administrator with Mr. Edwards and Amanda Trujillo's signature on it. Re-2022 tax reverted property disposition. I want a special order as it relates to that. and I would like to have that. I don't know what time she'll leave, but I want to have that probably before public hearing or after council response.
Okay, let's do after council response, if that works for you, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, we will have to vote on that and all the agenda changes as well, but I'll note that. Are there any other agenda changes? Okay, hearing none, we do have to vote on the two additions, the first one being for the tax reverted properties. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Cynthia Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Bergerode,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Okay, 8 yes, 0 no. And then for the ordinance for 220546, just to make sure that it's duly noted on the record, roll call, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
may I be excused for
Yes.
a minute?
Yes. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
This is for, sorry, for clarity, this is just to make sure that we're all on the same page that 220546 made it out of special affairs, but it wasn't on the agenda because of the clerical issue. So we're just clarifying for the
Yes.
record. Okay.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Cynthia Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Bergerode,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Okay, 7 yes, 0 no. That agenda has been adopted. Let me scroll back up here. Okay, that brings us down to presentation of the minutes. I do not see any unless that needs to be corrected.
No,
Not right now? Okay. That brings us down to our first and only public hearing of the night. This is regarding ordinance number 220519, a pilot authorization for HWD Harrison located at 503 South Saginaw Street. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on this public hearing?
Hello, Council. I'm Mario Mitchell, and I'm going to speak on the tax reverted back to property.
Mr. Mitchell, this is the public hearing, not the public speaking, just for clarity.
Yeah, on Saginaw Street.
Okay.
Well, situation on Saginaw Street, we don't want another cash situation like over there by Thread Lake, just pocketing the money. Well, Suzanne Wilcox can get the money and Madam Priestley start with her stuff, talk about money, cash. I mean, and all you, and Madam Burns over there talking about the golf. We don't want another situation about the golf Tiger Woods situation in Flint, and that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on the public hearing?
Yes, again, I want to speak about section 3, minority businesses and low-income workers. Can you please, I said please, call Ms. Wilcox up and ask her, how do you pass an ordinance that will fit with the pilot program, money that's coming in from the state, because section 3 is federal? She can explain it to you. She explained it to me in the back, but I don't want to speak on it because I won't get it right. She can tell you how you can write an ordinance to make sure that the people here in the city of Flint is also getting the opportunity. You have all these apartments being put up, and none of the minority businesses, they say, oh, we reached out to a minority business. We couldn't find any, or we reached out to all of them. I know 3 of them. Mr. Hatter, 1. And they haven't never reached out to him. He's here in Flint. He told me they never reached out to him. Can you all call Ms. Wilcox up and ask her, how can you all write an ordinance for these pilot programs and miss the money or whatever money is coming in here so that the people here, the residents here in the city of Flint, can have the same opportunity as all these other construction companies coming in from out of town, getting all the money and taking it back up north, Bad Axe, all these different places. They live in swell, have a school district because they can pay taxes without money. They're taking money, our resources. Can you all ask Ms. Wilcox to come up and explain to you? I know it's not interesting. It's not a conversation. Everybody else is looking or listening, except for the people that don't care. Can you call Ms. Wilcox up and ask her, how can y'all write an ordinance to fit the pilot programs also like it fits HUD? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wishes to speak on this public hearing? We're not on, public speaking's next. Okay, second call for the public hearing. Okay, seeing no movement, we will go ahead and close out this public hearing. That brings us down to public speaking. Hang on, Ms. Donahue is in the back, so I do just want to make sure. If you've not filled out a speaker slip, please don't forget to do that as well. Sorry, Danielle, I got that completed. You got it? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, our first public speaker.
First speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Arthur Woodson. Councilman Murphy, you are absolutely correct. What you said earlier about the water pods, but guess what? That's gone. And now the water pod's gone since you've been in office. The difference here is that you're a councilman now, and you can do something about it. You can do something about it. You're not standing over here with me over on this side of the podium. You're over on the other side now, who we used to complain to and ask them to do something about it. Ms. Priestley, you are a conservative Republican. You have been voting to spend money like crazy. And as a conservative Republican, I never in my life would have thought that a Republican, a conservative Republican, would vote to spend like you have. It's upsetting. And I always thought that you would get on here and at least cut the spending. But you've been spending just as much as everybody else. Yes. The water crisis, it's not over with. It's not. You see everybody coming up here complaining about the water. Councilwoman Lewis, you wasn't interested in when we were talking about the water, chlorine residuals and brown water. Everything was brought to your attention because you were my council person at that time. And I did bring it to your attention. But, you know, we take personal and politics and don't know the difference between the two. You know, politically, I will say something to you, but personally, I haven't. But politically, it was low chlorine residuals. The hydrants was open. And all summer long, we was coming in here telling people that it was brown water. So you were aware of everything that was going on, but you didn't pay attention because I guess you didn't accept the message because of the messenger. So it's okay, and I truly understand, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention that we did come up here and speak on it. You know, it's highly upsetting that our water is still like it is. If they'd have put deadlines and came in, Mayor Neely would have came in and corrected the water crisis, we wouldn't be standing up here right now. Councilman Neely, Mayor Neely, called me back from New York and asked me to come back and help him get samples. Lied to me and never got the samples. Councilwoman Burns was working in the office at the time. The water is not his priority. And Mr. Brown, in his official capacity, should not have told the people in the city of Flint that the water was safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Flint. I'm Mario Mitchell. To you, Madam Chair, to Madam Priestley, you a Republican, but Sam Kildee and what's his name, Sam Ananek is in charge of the House in Lansing, Democrats, and it is up to them now to take care of Flint, like you be taking care of Flint by messing with our money. They can just say one word and straighten this whole system. Hey, Davina, what you done to my voice? Anyway, Don Kildee and Ananek gonna, cause the woman retired, and Ananek born with a silver spoon in his mouth, 47 years old, and Mays don't have to turn 65 years old to be retired and get his retirement money, because Ananek can change that just like that. Him and Kildee up there in Lansing, just like Governor Whitmer got them country bunkers, was trying to kidnap her and is still working on the rest of them. And you people's like Dr. Lewis making up, and city attorney making up them goofy laws and having Fifth Ward slow to speak up to the second. Now wait a minute, Fifth Ward. You're looking at me like you and your project supposed to have been off the ground. You built them new houses over there, and the plumbing still ain't working right. And you closed 9th Street stove. You act like you done something. Closed 9th Street stove, and they got to go down to Dadadoo stove, 2 miles down the road, and messing with we the people. But we the people want you to know for the record, and look, the Detroit Lions beat Green Bay last night, and now they're gonna deal with the whole, like Michigan State beat Michigan. Man, anyway, Davina, what you put on me, go. Anyway, whatever you put on me, I like it. Cause you making me talk like Bird. I see why you don't talk right, Madam Bird. Cause the city clerk, congratulations to your new job. And the girl done walked out to a better job. Janelle, we gonna do what we gotta do, like Internet gonna do to Michigan, him and Kildee. Just because you gone, the city gonna still be dealt with by city clerk Davina Donahue. Take that, Michigan.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ms. Yvonne Penton.
Ms. Penton.
Good evening. My name is Minister Lutellis Penton, and I'm the board president of the House of Esther. To the distinguished Flint City Council members and the City of Flint employees, I truly wish that you understood that this is not about the House of Esther exclusively. It's much more than that. This is about young women who want to keep their living babies and parent them to become happy, productive citizens. Men who need help to develop fathering and relationship skills, and a community of people dedicated to help them do that. This is about over 30 human service agencies throughout Flint and Genesee County that have signed letters of support to help this vision come to full development. This is about the church community coming together with that focus in mind, as well as the Flint neighborhood associations, young people, old people, rich people, and poor people united in an effort to make the parcel on the north side of Flint something productive and good and beautiful in the middle of despair and blight. This is about the Flint community coming together to do something great and good and just. The people of Flint and Genesee County want this to come about. We want it known that Flint is on the rebound from poverty and crime. We, the people, are making a difference in our community, one block at a time. For years now, we, the staff and community, have put in hundreds of hours of blood, sweat, and tears, getting up 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to secure buildings from break-ins, cutting the grass, shoveling the snow, sponsoring neighborhood concerts, organizing neighborhood cleanups, people from Flint and all over Genesee County, and reaching out as far as Oakland County, coming to lend a hand in this noble effort to help adopt the rooms that will house the most innocent and precious in our dying society. I beg you to keep this in mind as you deliberate on all this. Keep your eyes on what is important. Now is your chance to make an impact that has eternal implications. Pray that you open your heart to what is important in the eyes of God, and that you do the right thing for the city and the residents of the people of Flint, and that you vote and make decisions favorable to the House of Esther. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Jerry Clark.
Good evening, Jerry Clark. I live in North Flint, Ward 1. The House of Esther has been quite a gem for our neighborhood. It is a huge facility, and some of you may know that it used to be a convent. And so the residents of the city of Flint, or of North Flint, would love to be able to keep that. It is going to be a bright star in a dark community. And a lot of the residents, what we have been doing is keeping our area up. We're not getting any accolades. We're not doing it for any accolades. What we're doing it for is because we love our community and we want to keep what we have in our community. We want to have the House of Esther as one of our meeting places, so we won't have to go outside of our community. Yvonne has been working on this endeavor for over 7 years. And I would hate to see someone do something for a city that people are leaving in leaps and bounds for it to go to naught. So, council, I ask you, can you just consider what you're going to do or your plans to do for the House of Esther? Think about it if it was you working on a project for 7+ years. This is her heart. This is her soul. This is what she has been working on. So, and hopefully I'll be able to get to read this letter from one of the volunteers, from Alicia Matthews. I've been volunteering with the House of Esther for the past few years and have personally seen the love and dedication that Yvonne Penton, the board, the volunteers, and the donors have poured into this much needed program. So many work hours and money has went into transforming and renovating the house at 500 Pearson Road, and seeing the completed rooms waiting for mothers and babies that donors have poured their finances and hearts into. It's beautiful and heartwarming. The layout of the house is perfect for the program and service that will be provided by the House of Esther. It is a program with further future plans, classes and support for fathers, educational institutions, etc., that the North Flint can be very proud of. Yvonne has stayed dedicated and focused on getting the program up and running for these unsupported young pregnant mothers through uncountable setbacks and roadblocks. She has the program well thought out and the experience to work with these vulnerable mothers. This program is so badly needed for the future of our community. It is an enormous undertaking, and I feel we owe Mrs. Penton great gratitude for taking this on. Not many, if any, would be willing to take this on. I believe the city of Flint should support this amazing project alongside the many local donors and organizations that support it and see its great need in our community. The city of Flint is very lucky to have a group willing to put this program in place in our city. And we should be doing all we can to support the great efforts and financial contributions that have been given by many people and businesses who want to see this program up and running. Please,
Ms. Clark?
is it done?
Yes.
Please consider supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Next speaker is Lee Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen. Right, Lee Sorensen? Lee Sorensen? Nope.
Next speaker is Greg Roman. Greg
Rowan?
Rowan.
Rowan? Greg Rowan?
Good evening. Let me start by saying thank you for honoring God by opening this meeting in prayer. You may do it regularly, but I had not experienced that. Maybe I was late, but I'm telling you, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm here to speak in benefit of the House of Esther. And I want to make it clear that there are people that are passionate about this endeavor. A lot of people I don't even know, but I'm one of them. I work with lots of different kinds of people. Many of them are in poverty. We just fed bunch of folks last night that were homeless. We put them on a bus and brought them over and fed them a nice hot meal. And the reason I'm saying that is because it is real that people are in crisis in our city. And they're cold and they're hungry. And some of them, I don't know how else to put this, but some of those ladies end up pregnant and in need of services from a group like the House of Esther. I said that I work with a lot of different kinds of people in a lot of different situations, and some of the folks that I've had the privilege of serving have secured temporary housing in some of our hotels that are near here downtown. I don't know if you've ever been to those, but I really wish you'd go, because it's heartbreaking to see how there are certain ones in their poverty and pain are living. And to think that a young mother would have to live in, or a pregnant woman would have to live in those kinds of environments when the opportunity before us is to, as a community, support something like the House of Esther. I guess I just need to say out loud, having known Yvonne Penton and her husband Lou Penton, there's no financial payday for them by doing this. Quite the contrary, this is a sacrificial effort on the part of a lot of people to see this come to pass. It's not like there's this windfall that's, I don't know, maybe there is. I know that there are donors to help with things, but what I'm saying is it's not a financial opportunity for them to all of a sudden somehow get rich. So if there are folks on the council that are predisposed against the House of Esther, I would like to understand why. I truly would. If this is something that you don't support, and I think that that exists in this body, I really would like to understand that. I'd like to speak to that. And if there's a problem, I'd like to help see correct it, because I think this is a needed service.
Mr. Rowan, your time is up.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
The last,
Yeah. Ms. Yvonne, you and your husband both put one in, but he got up when your name was called. Did you still also want to speak? No? Okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
and the final speaker is Mr. Paul Herring.
Good evening, Council. Paul Herring, 525 Mason Street, and I rise from my seat with bad news. Public access is dead. Comcast has totally abandoned our channel. For the last, well, let me back up. About 3 months ago, the young man that they had assigned to take care of Channel 17 got another job with the Pistons. They replaced him with Ali, who was a wonderful resource and helped me numerous times getting things straightened out. Ali left in December, the 1st of December. I've had no communications with public access since then. I have been running the channel out of my studio on University Avenue at my own expense. I need you guys to know that I need some help. I can't sustain this forever. I can't. The cable bill is $400 a month out of my pocket. I need to get the mayor to give me a management contract for Channel 17. But once I convince him to do that, I need to know that when I come up here, you guys will approve it. The only reason your meetings are on Channel 17 is because I'm volunteering. The only reason that anything is playing on Channel 17 is because I'm volunteering. I don't want this resource to go away. As a matter of fact, I want to grow it. Public access should be where the citizens of Flint can look for not only these meetings, but the ethics and accountability meetings, the planning board meetings. Any meeting that's taking place in the city of Flint, let's make it available. We talk about transparency. How more transparent can we get than that? I need you guys to know that I'm going to approach Sheldon tomorrow, the next day, as soon as I can get a meeting with him, to ask him to send up a contract to allow me to do what I'm doing right now. And I hope you guys will support it. Remember, in all things purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, guys, but one as the hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress.
Thank you. Davina, am I correct? And that was the last public speaker? Okay. All right. With that, public speaking is now closed. And that brings us down to council response. Is there any member of the council who wishes to respond to the public?
Yeah, Madam.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to see if I can put a special order on government ops. Who chairs governmental operations?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Who?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Okay, I want to see if I can get a special order on governmental operations to discuss this Channel 17 thing and get brought up to speed on what Paul is talking about. I want that on the next governmental operation and or finance committee meeting. Ms. Priestley, between you and Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm requesting publicly a special order to discuss what Mr. Herring just talked about in committee meeting. The House of Esther in the First Ward, the lady who spoke is the block club president over in that area. Her and her constituents and residents in that area have a vested interest as it relates to that property and the conditions in that area. I want to reiterate through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. I've requested in writing. I've done what's been asked. I've requested resolutions for all of that tax reverted property, and yet have they come forward. I'm requesting again to reiterate my written requests and verbal requests for resolutions on those properties. You got people living in houses, you got Jefferson School, you got House of Esther, and I want to try the resolutions before this council and see what we can do. We've adopted a policy. The policy is in place. This is the second or third council, and it shouldn't take that much of an effort to get a resolution before us. So I'll see Chairperson Penton, I'm gonna call him, and Ms. Penton will, in the next 30 to 60 days, we have resolutions before us, not just for House Esther, but for Jefferson School, as well as the other properties that people are living in and that we carry liability for. This has been an easy proposed pilot project. I know the details of each property. I've seen councils mess it up. Hopefully this council won't mess it up and we'll have some before us. If not, pretty quick, I'll give it 2 more rounds, committee meeting and council meeting. Then maybe I'll raise a little more hell, trying to get what should be an easy request. Any council person can request resolutions be drawn up and brought before them. I'm requesting it once again, reiterating my earlier request.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mays.
you so much.
All right,
One more thing, if I may.
Mr. Mays, your time is up, so we are going to go on to the next council member. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To all the speakers, thank you for taking your time to come in here. I did take notes. Paul, I know you're listening. If you could put that in an email to all of us, that would be greatly appreciated, because you said a lot in that small amount of time. To the House of Esther. This council wants us to get along, but they will dig their feet in the sand and just won't. What happens to blighted properties in the city of Flint? And specifically, let's even say the 4th Ward. They keep burning everything down over there. They keep burning it down. I don't know who's walking around here with a can of gasoline and matches, but they're lighting the city up. They just set James Lumber on fire. We talk about Washington School, which needs to be torn down. They set that on fire. They said we had Sunset Village in the 6th Ward. That was set on fire while they were renovating it. They set that on fire. So we sit on these properties and we have a donor, a buyer that keeps extending that out with the House of Esther who wants it. They're ripping the doors off. Someone pulled their pickup truck up, tied a chain and ripped the doors off. And it just keeps getting further and further and further dilapidated, because some people on this council want to make a point. You're not making a point when you hurt the community. It's a benefit to the community. Infant mortality rate in the city of Flint is, I think, 4 times higher than most places, most cities. We can't seem to come together. If you extend an olive branch and vote for someone else's project, this council just sees some of them seem to be nasty. Councilman, is your mic on?
Everybody just do a quick favor and make sure that all of the cords are plugged in all the way. Okay, all right. Thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So when we talk about what's important, House of Esther is a benefit, not only to the north side, but countywide, citywide, statewide, and there would be a waiting list for young teens, mothers to get the life skills that they need to change their lives along with their babies' lives. There could be no better investment. There was a video on social media about young teens fighting at Walmart. Where were their parents? And I don't just say where was their mama, where was their daddy? You come into the world with two parents. So we want to do better. We need to make sure we're giving these young people, especially teen mothers and the fathers too, which this program helps to assist them, give them a head start to where they have some life skills. Buildings in Flint that sit empty, they set them on fire and they scrap them. Ronnie Dahl on ABC 12 caught a scrapper just walking by, driving by. She pulled up, he ended up getting caught. They completely dismantle these buildings. They completely do. So when we talk about this in House of Esther, we are going to have projects. Let's quit making this so hard for us to get along and find a reason why we can do something. You know, I try to be fair to my colleagues. If you got a project, I'm going to support it. And that's what I do. If it's worthwhile, the benefit to the community, I support it. And I take the motion and the feeling out of it. Was that?
Yeah.
Did she stop my time when he was here?
Yeah.
For the mic?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna wrap it up. I want us to do better with work on each other projects.
Okay.
We just have to learn how to get along and bring this council together.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other member of council? Davina is checking the microphones in the back. Well, everybody just real quick, just check the cord in the back and make sure it's in all the way. Okay, thank you, Paul. Is there any other member of council
Yes.
Uh,
who wishes to respond? Go
Yes.
ahead.
Let me first briefly respond to Art Wilson's comment about me supporting the water pots. I supported the whole situation dealing with the water crisis. When I was on that side of the podium, if you go back in the archives and look at the tape, I always said that the concerned pastors was at the heel of the water pots being taken away. Matter of fact, I remember it when we was at New Jerusalem Church and they had a meeting and they told us about the settlement. That's where it started at. So whether I was on that side or this side, I say the same thing on that side that I'm saying on this side. Go to the concerned pastors and ask them why did they, in that settlement, why did they say that they wanted to end the water pots when the service lines wasn't replaced? That was a deal that they brokered. You do your research. So go and research and read the settlement agreement and see in that settlement agreement, didn't they say that they wanted to get rid of the water pots? Not only that, this council voted for $450,000 for the food pantries that gives out water. We approved that in the ARPA dollars. Take some of that money and buy cases of water. That's what I was assuming when we approved $450,000. So I don't want you to think that I don't support continuing to give cases of water out. But the concerned pastors, again, do your research because you always do. And once you read it, put it up, post it. Let everybody know that they said we will discontinue the water pots. That's what happened. And I'm thankful and grateful that the ones that's still giving it out has been giving it out. We gave $450,000 to help them continue to do what they do. On
Point of information. Through you to the speaker, do you realize that the state of Michigan was paying for water and they discontinued it?
Proceed.
Thank you. For the House of Esther, a pastor, when originally the House of Esther came up, the pastor came to y'all, and I don't want to have to bring him up here and go back and forth with y'all. He told y'all he would give y'all the money to pay for that building when y'all originally first wanted to get that building. Your husband, allegedly, I don't know because I wasn't in the conversation, but he said your husband said he was interested in keeping the sanctuary because he wanted the sanctuary because he was going to open up his own church. The pastor said only thing he wanted on that building was the church. Y'all can have all the rest of it. Y'all did not want that. So y'all, if y'all didn't want it, then y'all agreed that y'all was gonna come up with the money however y'all wanted to. In Jesus' name, because I realize when you talk about the house of Esther, you want to bring up God's name, but this man of God too wanted to come and work with y'all in Jesus' name when the 30 days came up, and he wanted to help y'all give y'all the money for House of Esther. My mother and her group came in and helped do a room. So when you say we was against the House of Esther, that's not true. What it was at the beginning, it was certain people coming to them that they didn't want to work with as far as getting the money to get the building within the 30 days that Suzanne Wilcox and them gave them, that they agreed to, and they missed the deadline. Now y'all coming up here and bringing other people and saying the same thing the original people who wanted
Point
to
of
help y'all
information.
came and told.
Okay.
So y'all been had the opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, your time is up, but I did hear a point of information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, Council Murphy, do you realize the city of Flint did not own the House of Esther within those 30 days?
Okay, is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. Just want to clear a few things up. On December the 29th, I put in a referral for Spectacle Productions to be able to do all things necessary to continue to air our meetings on public access. And I have not heard anything from the mayor's office or anyone. So the referral just went dormant. And so I just want to put it out there that I've been trying to work with Mr. Herring regarding that. So hopefully by him coming up to the lectern and the colleagues hearing it again, hopefully we can get some traction, because no one should have to pay additional money out of their pockets for our meeting when, again, we are advocating for our administration to receive hefty salary increases. We need to make sure that we're taking care of our bills. All right, so that's first. Secondly, Mr. Woodson, I don't know what you're talking about when you refer to me not answering any information, any calls, whatever from you, Tech. I don't know. I don't receive anything from you. I have not received anything on my 810-407-2877 number. I just wanted to be really clear that I respond to all constituents. And thank all public speakers for speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council response? All right, seeing none and hearing none, that brings us down to our first agenda change regarding the special order for the tax reverted properties.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to one round of 5 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to limit debate in the special order to one round of 5 minutes. Is that what I heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a second? I believe that was Dr. Lewis. Okay, there is no discussion on that debate. Roll call, please.
Point of order. You say there's no discussion on the motion to limit debate?
Correct. That is not a debatable motion. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Circoloda?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
Okay. 5 yes, 3 no. So we will have one round of 5 minutes each in this special order. Is there a council member who wishes to have the floor first? Is there a council member who wishes to have the floor first in this special order?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
My colleague, Ms. Priestley, she was so quick to jump out there and put a 5-minute limit. And my other colleagues were so eager to deal with that. I wouldn't care if it took 2, 3, 4 times or 5. I'm gonna deal with this issue. And I'm gonna dance all around y'all rules one way or another. You can take that to the bank. Through you, Madam Chair, to Amanda and to Mr. Edwards, can y'all both approach in less than 2 minutes to take the walk, that long walk? Can you stop the clock, Davina? I want the record to reflect that that's showing about 6 minutes to 9. And that clock ain't running when they speaking, or is it?
No, it's not running at all right now. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
And Davina, I hope you can do this right. Stop and start the clock. I got a letter in front of me dated December 16th. Mr. Edwards and Miss Amanda, you need to see it to know what I'm talking about. If so, approach for the sake of time. No, that's my copy, but you can look at it and give it back and show it to Mr. Edwards. I want to see who authorized it, whose idea was it. It was your idea, Mr. Edwards. Who authorized who to write and send this letter to the county?
Sending the letter was based on a staff recommendation coming from the same situation that had arisen before. We were back in the same circumstance. If you remember last year, we talked about we were going to put money and possibly a structure to be able to more effectively and efficiently address that situation. Well, that never happened. We were back at the same point we were at last year. And so the recommendation was to move forward in the same manner that we moved forward last year.
Mr. Edwards, Amanda, could you approach? And I want to show you another letter dated November 17th, and I want you to show it to Mr. Edwards, if you will. And Mr. Edwards, once you read the underlined sentence, you and Amanda, I want to ask you a couple questions. You're stopping the clock, Davina. Did you ever see that letter that came to us on November 17th from the county? Have you ever seen this before?
I believe so. I'm not absolutely 100%
In the-
certain, but it does look familiar, yeah.
In the city of Flint, where do resolutions come from?
Resolutions are brought by the administration to the council.
And this line in this document dated November 17th say a resolution directing an individual to write the objections with the same authority as the board, referring to the city council. Did we or did you bring to the council a request for a resolution giving you authority to write this letter of objection?
I would ask you, is that the only letter that was sent over here from the county?
It's the cover letter that was on our document, yes.
Okay. As I said, vague recollection about that, but I do recall another, I thought there was another letter that
No.
referenced a deadline and so forth.
I don't know if we can do this in 5 minutes. I'll try to do it in another committee meeting. My colleagues, I'm gonna call them the blockers. We talking about $1 million worth of property lost in the city of Flint, and they want to block it to 5 minutes because I requested it, I guess, or they don't want it talked about publicly. Did you talk to anybody on the council about this before you sent that letter?
No.
So you had no conversation with the people who do resolutions, this council?
That is correct. I had no conversation with council members.
And you wasn't familiar with this letter from the county that said it takes a resolution for the council to object, or a resolution of somebody, the council giving somebody authority to object?
Only from what I read last year, but not from that copy that you're talking
Last
about.
year, they didn't have that language in there. Can you research why they would send us a letter saying you need a resolution authorizing somebody to object? Can you check on that in the next few days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you need a copy of this letter?
No, I have that one.
Okay, because I don't want them sending us bogus information. Once I read it, I want to take action one way or another, but you and Amanda had signed this. You directed Amanda to sign it. Why did you need 2 signatures?
The letter was formed that legally, I guess that's the way the letter was formed.
Who, the legal department attorney, Kim?
I believe if he's the one that composed, is there any markings on that letter that suggest that it was from the legal department?
No, it just says sincerely Clyde Edwards, City Administrator, and Amanda Trujillo.
Well,
The legal department was involved in this with you as well?
that part, I'm not sure. The letter arrived as a part of a DocuSign document, so.
Well, somebody better be sure. If we send in legal documents across the street objecting to property, and then we got the county accepting them, but the county is saying you need a resolution authorizing somebody to do that. Can you understand why I want to get to the bottom of it? This is 2 years in a row.
Yeah, as I said, when I started this conversation with you, that it was a recommendation as to handling or the method to handle this situation. Same as last year, since we did not have funding, finance funding, or a program structured to be able to accommodate.
We got close to 30 million in ARPA funds, don't we? To left.
That, while that may be true.
It is kind of true, ain't it?
I'm saying, if I may finish, while that may be true, those funds had not been allocated for this particular purpose.
And the authority to send this letter hadn't been allocated by resolution, had it?
If in fact what you're saying about the second letter, receipt of the second letter, and that's the only letter that was received, is true.
It would be true that nobody authorized y'all to do this by resolution.
If as I restate again, if that's the only letter we received by the time that letter that was coming from the city was issued, if that's the only one, that would be true.
Let me do it this way. Mr. Edwards, I'm hoping that you'll get back with me when you research these 2 documents. Through you to the city attorney, I'm asking the city attorney to research the statute. I think it's MCL 211.78M6 and every surrounding aspect of it to see if the local governing body is the one who authorizes the acceptance and or the rejection of these particular properties. This is the 2nd year in a row, and I want to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to ask that this be placed on governmental operations, a special order, and I want to get to the bottom of it so we won't have these problems in the future. And if there is a problem with this incident, I'm going to try to ask that legal to initiate a lawsuit involving the city, the county, and everybody involved to straighten this out. I'll wait to hear from you. Will I hear from you on this matter?
Yes, you will.
And when I hear from you, based upon the relationship you got with legal, I'm gonna try to get you to help speed up any language in that statute that deals with the local governing body, which would be this council, and the authorization thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in this special order?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. I don't recall voting on objecting the properties. So could one of my colleagues refresh my memory? Maybe I was left to go to work or something, I'm not sure. But did the mayor and administration draft a resolution to bring before council for us to object to properties through you to Mr. Edwards?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that's a big problem, because last year we went through this, and I'm not, is that not the protocol for you guys to bring it before council for us to vote rather to accept object? Because I know sometimes we could take some out.
last year, I mean, if we're, going back to last year, the conditions, and that's why Mr. Mays has asked me to go and research it. The conditions were that someone in city government respond in a timely fashion as to disposition of those properties. And that is why the letter is drafted. Mr. Mays is pointing out that at this particular instance, that the wording in this particular letter varied from the previous letter. And so I'm not fully aware of it. And that's what I shared with Councilman Mays, that I'm not necessarily fully aware that there was a deviation in the letter. I was given a recommendation that suggested we follow the same pattern because we did not. Last year, this body talked, Councilman Pfeiffer was the one that really pointed it out, about allocating monies and programming efforts to address or properly address these properties and he said we had a whole year to do that, to look forward to doing that. Of course, that did not happen. So the recommendation, as it was given to me, was about following the same protocol or the same scenario that we used in the previous year, because we had no program, we had no finances, we had no methodology for handling these properties.
So y'all just basically kind of bypassed the city council and y'all just signed off the letter to sign off on the properties without coming before city council to be approved.
We took action as I understood it as appropriate.
So you taking action as you feel appropriate by bypassing city council, by not creating a resolution once the administration received the properties. You guys did not draft a resolution to bring before city council for us to even vote on in order to even object or pull any properties out, but instead you guys just signed off on the letter and sent it back across the street.
I'll reiterate again and say that I did not have that understanding that Mr. Mays just shared in the letter. So that's why he was asking me to go back and research it so that I can have that clear understanding, because I did not have that clear understanding that it took, because it did not take that the first time. So I did not have that. I thought the letter was exactly the same letter that was sent to us the first time. So
But you usually, not to be cutting you off, usually the properties come before city council and the mayor has the opportunity to pull an administration. But usually, I believe, even before me getting on city council has always voted to object or keep the properties. So for the last 2 years, it's not been that. And then this year, I don't recall seeing a resolution that came before city council. Maybe through you two, Davina, was there a resolution ever drafted and put on the agenda for us to approve within December or November to object or to approve the land bank owned properties?
No.
No? Okay. So what it appears to me is that when the properties came to city hall, to the administration, for us to approve or eject the properties or to look and see if it was something that we wanted to do, even if we wanted to create a program, we probably could have pulled some properties and created that program, even though we had the properties in our coffers. But we did not do that because a resolution was not brought to city council. So somebody dropped the ball, in my opinion, with the administration that did not even bring it for us to even approve, vote it up or vote it down. So it's just completely in the hands of the mayor and administration. So we basically is out of the loop when it comes down to if we want to keep or turn over the properties to the land bank. And we having issues in the community with complaints with land bank owned properties. So if we have to bring them back in-house and try to create our own program, that may be some, or even if they wanted to do, I know Councilman Mays and Councilman Pfeiffer talked about doing a pilot project. I was kind of against it last year because I didn't think we had the capacity. But with us having the ARPA dollars, I thought that maybe we could have created that capacity, being that we had the funding where we could have did a pilot project, but we didn't even get the opportunity because you guys signed off on ejecting some properties without even bringing it to us, and you guys didn't give us the opportunity to even vote on the properties, and that's a problem for me. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else would like to discuss in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yeah, I'm sitting here and I agree with Councilman Murphy, as well as Councilman Mays. I'm sitting here and I'm reading the letter. And it says here that if you wish to object to the transfer of one or more properties, please obtain board authority in the form of, one, a specific resolution rejecting the listed property, or two, a resolution directing an individual to write the objection with the same authority as the board. Now, I think that the board, in my opinion, the board is talking about the council. We didn't have that opportunity. We didn't get a resolution. So why would someone write a letter and send it over to the county, over to, I guess her name is, thinking Callie. I'm sure you guys sent it over to Callie, right? Why would someone write that letter without even getting approval of the council? And I'm like my colleagues. That was totally wrong, and we did not have the opportunity to do what we need to do as a board, as a council. So I'll be interested to find out what you find out, Mr. Edwards, as far as what Councilman Mays has asked you to do in regards to these properties and the two letters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the special order? Anyone else? All righty.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays?
Mr. Edwards, so we got a deal. We'll be talking in the next few days on this.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Thank you.
All righty. With that, we will go.
Madam Chair.
You want to talk in the special order?
Yes,
Go ahead.
please. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, there seems to be the comfort zone with bypassing the council, and that is a problem. I think that we have to, because we speak for our wards collectively, and we are to work simultaneously together. This shouldn't just be just doing business. I'll forget the council, because that's what's being done. And then when we ask certain questions and there's there's tension, this is one of the reasons why. And my colleagues are stating, they would like to have their, the input of the council. You took away our rights, our opinions, you took away our jobs. It was just X'd out. It was X'd out. I hope, and I look forward to hearing, from you along with my colleagues, and I support what they say. We can't keep doing this. We can't. I mean, we got another 4 years to work together, and this is not a good start. I mean, when we started off, it was, we're going to extend an olive branch. And I went down and extended, I did my part. I had a phone conversation and I went down there and I talked. Because for me, it was important. It's not about me, it's to be fair, but to move the city forward. And we need this administration to work with us. I had a pretty good conversation with the deputy chief, Mr. Taylor, and with Mayor Neely. And Mayor Neely knows how to, I sit in his seat. He used to sit in this seat. So I know he knows from both ends how it works, from council to the mayor, and in between he was a state rep. So he knows how all of it works. So I don't know where the ball was dropped, but I hope we figure it out. Because when we're looking at, and my colleagues are supporting a pay raise, you want up to $50,000 raise, we're getting way too many things dropped. And this is something that's important. You know, we're elected to do a job just like you're hired and appointed to do a job. Allow us to do our job or in our debate and then to talk, about it. Everyone may not want to, but don't take away our choice and our options to speak for our wards. And that to me is important. So when I look at, certain decisions and certain things, how they're done, this administration is not being fair. You're running right over the council. And we have to stop that. If it's a new year, 2023, let's show some new patterns showing that you're really working for it, working for it to move Flint together. But this seems like the same old stuff, and I don't like hearing that. I don't. So I agree with my colleagues, and I support them on this. And I hope that the administration, we can reconcile this, and we got to start working together to respect each other. The administration and then the council has to respect each other. And it has to be fair, across the board. But I'm gonna tell you something, whenever we ask questions, part of your administration, what you need to get a handle on, they need to quit saying, we ask you tough questions, that people are being called bullies. They need to stop that. That's just ridiculous. I mean, no one's yelling, screaming. I don't yell and scream. I went back to look at some tapes and I'm like, really? You put in a report for this, for bullying? Because I asked you a question. Basically, I said, I really don't have any real questions for you at the time because you weren't really working for the city. And someone put in a bully report, complaint. They need to stop that mess. You need to stop it. It's almost, to me, I compare that to filing false police reports. You want us to work together, you want us to show respect, then we have to show respect to each other. Some questions are tough. It's our job to ask questions. That's our job, to ask questions so that we can have an agreement to debate it. And then we move on. It's not personal, it's business. And I know you understand business. I even know your work ethic. And I know some things that I think that you may not waver on for who I've worked with you. But I think we can do better. We got 4 years, and it's gonna be a long 4 years if we start. And if this is the olive branch that's being extended, it's more like a fig. I want something else. We got to learn how to get along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this special order? All right. We will go ahead and close out that special order.
Right. You need
That
to-
brings us down to our only appointment of the evening. The chair will entertain a motion to approve appointment 220541, the appointment of Ms. Nadine Roberts to the Flint Housing Commission Board.
Yes. Madam President, I so move the appointment to approval of 220541.
All right, is there a second?
Madam Chair,
That
I
is-
second that.
Okay, it has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. It's Nadine Roberts. Is she here?
She is.
Okay, could you approach? Thank you. One of my concerns with the Flint Housing Commission is I represent I think probably 2 or 3 complexes that the Housing Commission, River Park is one of them. When we were protesting and fighting and appealing the Ajax plant, I really didn't see a housing representative from the Flint Housing Commission out supporting and fighting with us.
Point of information. That was me.
Oh, was it?
Yes, at that
Okay.
time I was employed for the Flint
Good.
Housing Commission.
Well,
That was
let
me
me
for that.
continue then. So here we got a planning grant for $500,000 for River Park. And from what I'm hearing, and I'm gonna put in a request to actually look at the proposal, that the Ajax plant was part of the reason why they applied for, it was in there. I'm hearing that they have possibly found a location over there by Cloverline Street and Pearson Road to possibly build some townhouses or whatever for the relocating the residents. That's a problem for me because I thought the planning grant was for the residents to decide what they want to do, not someone to write a proposal and be like, we go involve the residents and feed them and give them false hopes. So I'm watching, I'll be involved in what goes on at River Park Apartments. Quite frankly, some of the apartments are nice. They might just need to be upgraded. And maybe they need to build an educational center or something and build around there versus trying to relocate. Because I'm into gentrification and making sure that people ain't trying to move people out of the north end of Flint and move them and concentrate it downtown Flint area or other places in the city of Flint. I'm not sure, but that's what the trend is looking like. So when we appoint you, I am hoping that me and you can work together and the board at the Flint Housing Commission to be able to create a plan that the residents in River Park Apartments want, and not no hidden agenda of somebody that done already found some spots where they think they could build some housing and ain't even talk to the residents.
Well, it'll be a pleasure serving as a commissioner on the Housing Authority Board. I do know housing. However, HUD requires that the residents participate. And I do want to see that the residents participate. And even if there's a problem with the residents not being motivated to participate, I think it's our duty to help, to guide them, to motivate them, because it's for their interest. So that's something I plan to basically look at, that particular piece. They need to be involved. They do, on their destiny. So, anything else?
Yep, and I'm wrapping up. You and Geraldine
Yes.
Redmond,
Yes.
y'all my go-to people.
Okay.
And I believe in you. I've seen you around. I believe we worked together on some community stuff a long time ago.
Years
I'm not
ago.
sure.
Years ago.
Yeah, many moons ago.
Yep.
So I look forward to working with you guys to do what's in the best interest of the residents at River Park and not what the best interest of someone who have already found a location on Cloverline Street and ain't got with the residents yet. Because I believe in hidden agendas too. And I do believe people, okay, we go apply for this grant just because we want to try to do something and we're going to bring y'all together. I don't think that before. I think that movie before. But it's a different council in the 3rd Ward. And I look forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
is it a motion on the floor?
Yes, sir.
It is.
Yes.
A motion to approve Nadine Roberts for the Housing Commission.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I've looked at your resume. I've looked at the appointment information. Tell me you're a resident of the 1st Ward in the city of Flint. I'm going to support it. In the interim, I've talked to in between meetings or walking back and forth, I've talked to Ms. Redmond about her reappointment. And she informs me, if it's factual, that HUD is saying keep information or communications from her until she's reappointed. I don't agree with that. If and when we approve you tonight, I hope that they not keeping information from you, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Redmond. Can she approach? Ms. Redmond, what am I hearing about HUD saying keep communications or information from you until you're reappointed? I've never heard of that before. Is that a fair statement?
Madam Chair, what has happened in the past years is that when the the board is not reappointed in the timely manner, because all of our appointments in August 31st of a certain year, when it's not done timely, HUD has sent a letter before saying that stop all packets, stop all board communication until the board is intact.
Let me ask you a direct question. That's not happening with you now, is it?
No, it's not, but
Okay,
that's what
then.
I told you in the past, that's
Okay,
what they
well, I'm
did.
not gonna worry about the past. If you're
Okay.
still getting communications and we postponed it into committee, then I'm not fixing to try to bring it back right now on a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
That's what I needed to know. I
Okay.
don't want any miscommunication. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's a problem with communications, Ms. Redmond, once you get on this board, let me know. Do you know, Ms. Roberts or Ms. Redmond, DeJuan Robinson is still on that board? She says yes, because what's gonna happen, Ms. Roberts, I don't want to just say Nadine, but I'm saying Ms. Roberts, that's correct, right?
That's
Ms.
correct.
Roberts, I get calls concerning the Housing Commission, and I'm gonna want to lock your number in. And then I'm gonna do a three-way with that call, Ms. Redmond. And that's what I do. I kind of stay out of it and refer it to you guys.
Okay.
And believe me, probably once or twice or every 2 or 3 times a month, I'm getting a call about something to do with the Housing Commission.
Okay.
So I want to lock both of y'all numbers in to my phone when we get a chance. Ms. Redmond, I believe that you'll be approved. I'm believing that you'll be approved, Ms. Roberts. I hope y'all do a good job. I used to come and sit in every now and then on a Housing Commission meeting. But if it's anything I can do to assist and help you, let me know.
Thank you.
God bless you, and God bless the Flint Housing Commission.
Thank you. Any more questions?
If you want to hang around for a minute, because we do have another, well, we've got to finish out this round. So maybe just stay close.
Okay.
Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the first round? Okay, in the second round?
Real quick, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Redmond, based upon our communications, based upon you continuing to serve, based upon yours should be coming up pretty quick on our process through committee, you should be all right, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, I have one more.
Yep.
Through you to Ms. Redmond. The Audrey's Place, the approval of the upgrades, have they started on that yet? Do you know,
Ms. Redmond would know more than I would.
while you here, since we on this subject
They've
matter?
started on upgrades on all the sites. Aldrich Place, Centerview, Mentz, and Howard Estates.
So if I. So if I go out there, I see them working around that.
Yes. If
facility.
you, Ms. Fallon is the property manager there. I can send you her phone number because she's not there every day.
Okay, can you do that? I would like to see how they coming and progressing with that particular area. I was very excited once I realized that they was getting funded to do the upgrades.
For the RAD program?
Yes, and then the last piece, the one on Edwin and Martin Luther King, where the gentleman set the apartment on fire.
Mhm. Forest Park.
Forest Park.
Mhm.
I did go over there when the adjuster was over there looking at the damage, so I was happened to run into him and the property manager and talk to them. Where are we at with that?
The residents have been relocated until we see what's going on. There is a court hearing tomorrow for the person accused of setting the fire. I've talked with all the residents, and some of them seems to want to stay where they are. They will have that choice according to our executive director. But we are going to redo the apartment. We're not going to tear it down.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Mhm.
What was the?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I want.
All right. Is there anyone else in the second round? All right. Well, I will just very quickly say, Ms. Roberts, I know that we were speaking in the break, but I want to say thank you very much for stepping up and for your willingness to serve. You have a great leader with Mr. Eldine Redmond and Mr. Ince. The Housing Commission has a very, very special place in my heart. You know, having the privilege of being able to work with all of the residents in my time there. Similarly to you, Mr. Murphy, regarding Aldridge Place, in the summer of 2020, I was there every single day with the Meet Up Anita program. Me and Miss Connie were holding it down. So I understand that, and it was definitely something that they needed, that update significantly. So I'm looking forward to working with more commissioners like yourself to be able to help keep progressing the Flint Housing Commission so that more residents have beautiful places to stay, and we thank you for your service. With that being said, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve appointment 220541, the appointment of Nadine Roberts to the Flint Housing Commission Board. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
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 Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. Thank you. All right, so that brings us down to resolutions. The chair will entertain a motion for a master resolution.
Yes. You ready?
Yep.
I would like to move the master resolution, approving resolution 22049 for the sale of the city-owned land, Blades Avenue, 2130 Mayberry Avenue, Glens Happy Home LLC. Resolution 220530.1, amendment of public hearing, amendment rules governing meeting of the Flint City Council. Resolution 220537, partial settlement, Matthew Baker versus the City of Flint. Resolution 220538, settlement, Megan Brewer and Travis Copeland versus the City of Flint, Eastern District of Michigan. Resolution 220539, amendment water service contract with the City of Flint and Great Lakes Water Authority, GLEWA. Resolution 230000, Todd Wenzel, Chevrolet Fire Department Vehicles. Resolution 230001, Haskins Air Energy Control Incorporation Fire Station Vehicles Exhaust Elimination System. Resolution 230002, EJUSA Fire Hydrant Grates Manhole Covers. Resolution 230003, Platinum Mechanical Incorporation, WPC, Digester Fabrication Project. Resolution 230004, McAllister Machinery Corporation, WPC, Telehandler. And I believe we have
Two more.
This other one,
Yeah.
resolution 230006, settlement agreement enforcement for the concerned pastors for social action versus the city of Flint. Resolution 230007, establishment of guidelines hardship exemption from property taxes.
That's it.
Did we have one add-on?
That's an ordinance.
Okay.
Yep.
With any separations?
All right, is there a second?
Support.
All right, it's moved and properly supported. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yeah, I want to separate 220537. That's the settlement, Matthew Baker et al. Versus City of Flint. I want to separate that. And then I might have another separation if I don't get my question answered during discussion, so I'll hold off on that till I see if I get my questions answered.
Okay. Are there any other separations?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to separate 220530.1
Okay.
and 230006.
I think I missed a 0 in there, but I know which one you're talking about. Okay.
What was the last one?
230006.
Point of information. What
Yes, sir.
was the second one?
230006. Okay. Are there any other separations? All righty. Seeing none, that brings us into our first round of discussion on the master resolution. Do you want me to hit you with those numbers again? for
Yeah,
the-
Madam Chair.
You want the numbers?
Beg your pardon?
You want the numbers or do you want the floor?
Yeah, when you're ready.
Okay, so the numbers for the master resolution are 220494, 220538, 220539, 230000, 230001, 230002, 230003, 230004, 230007. Is that right, Davina? All righty. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Did you say 230007 as well?
That isn't part of the master resolution, yes.
Right. When you get ready, I want the floor as it relates to that.
The first round for the master?
Yeah.
You go ahead, you have the floor.
Through you to Suzanne, I see the assessor left. I'm gonna try to see what you can tell me. Suzanne, as you approach, I know I would have rather talked to the assessor. If you can't help me with this, then I'll see what I do. Are you familiar with any changes in these hardship guidelines? Have you had any discussion with her?
I am not, and I'm sorry, you will have to speak to the assessor.
Yeah,
That's
and
outside of my
was
purview.
here. I'm gonna try Mr. Edwards without you walking up. Do you know of any of the changes or the details of this? Okay, I wish we had got to it while she was here. Man, do anybody on the council know of any changes or details to this?
I
Ms.
do.
Herkenrode?
There's not major changes. The big thing is just the fact that the income level now matches the DHHS income or not
Say that
income.
again.
I said income level, but I meant asset level. It matches the DHHS established asset level of $15,000, which was changed last year. And then I think the only other change was the fact that residents cannot own multiple properties.
Say that again about multiple properties.
The only other change that I'm aware of is the fact that residents under this change cannot own multiple properties and get the tax
Yeah, it's gonna
assessment.
be their primary residence.
Correct. It can only be for
And
one.
it's been like that, but 10,000 compared to last year, did
Yeah.
it get more liberal or more conservative, do
Li-
you know?
Liberal. Last year it was $10,000, and I was actually the one who made the motion to raise it to 15,000.
And you interpret that to mean what? That it's more liberal?
Yes, sir, because now more families are able to have more money in their assets and have it not be counted against them to be able to get this benefit.
Yeah, I know them guidelines is kind of tricky. I would rather talk to her. You had conversation with the city assessor about this
No, sir, this is just what I'm aware of from
from
various,
just your own knowledge?
yeah, own knowledge and work in, especially work within social services, especially at the Housing Commission.
Okay, I might let y'all do it without separation. I might not do it because I haven't talked to her to see what the changes might be. I would suspect that she got the best interest of the residents. Income must have an annual adjustment income. No calendar year more than 150%. The property line may not exceed 15,000, regardless of income level, excluding the homestead that the house will be granted for 1 year. Okay. Do I have any other discussion? This 220-35539, that's that amendment to that Great Lakes Water Authority. I want to separate that and vote on that separately, if I may. 220-539, I want to separate.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I think that's the only questions I have. Suzanne, without coming up, if you want to wave your hand, everything we talked about in committee about that city-owned property is still valid? Okay, thank you. No changes as it relates to that. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The manhole covers. Mike Brown, can you speak on the manhole covers? Resolution 230002, the hydrant, the fire hydrants and the grates and manhole covers. Yeah, so is this for just replacing missing manhole covers?
This is for, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Or placing new ones?
This is for buying those pieces of equipment that become damaged from plowing and such. This is for our streets departments, or if they find something broken, or if they're missing something, they'll be able to purchase. It's purchased off a purchase order that is through the Water Service Center, but this is a separate PO piggybacking off that because it's already been bid out.
Okay. And my other question is, do you have a maintenance plan that goes around the neighborhood? I remember many moons ago, they used to come through the streets and clean out the sewers.
Yes, our sewer department has a cleaning plan that it should get through all of our catch basins within 5 years and get through the city in less than 2. If there are places that we see that need it more often, then we put that on a list, and that's why we have our lists that are weeklies, monthly, quarterly.
So if I wanted some sewers, do I just put in a request? Because I have never seen them anywhere. I probably once or twice.
Yeah, well, they'll be 500 feet or more from one sewer grate or sewer manhole, pop that up, and then go and jet and clean all the way up to the next one. And if they can, they'll go to the second one if they have enough length on their hose, then they pull it back, then they close everything back up and move up to the one that they finished at and start there and work their way. So you might not see them right in front of your house, or they might have been there at a time that you were asleep or you were away at work. It does happen.
You know, I work third shift.
Okay. Well, then you might have been asleep.
I'm
Okay.
yeah, I was probably asleep.
Well, we have
Okay.
two shifts. We have two shifts that do that. In the summer, our afternoon shift is doing that when they don't have other calls. In the winter, we just stick to calls because there's extra wear and tear to do, trying to pull out catch basins, open catch basins up, and with all the snow and ice, doesn't work.
I got you.
So
All
that's
right,
a spring, summer job.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the first round? All righty, seeing none in the first round. In the second round, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion in the second round? Okay, hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the master resolution, which, for a reminder and for record keeping, is now resolutions 220494, 220538, 230000, 23001, 230002, 230003, 230004, and 230007. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, that is approved. All right, that brings us down to our first resolution that was separated, which was 220530.1. That was separated by you, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I separated this resolution. This is the amendment, public hearing, amendments, rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council. I separated it to state my position that I will be voting no for this resolution because I feel like we should have had a meeting first. And like I said the last time, I don't care if there's a date filled in or not. I think the process should be.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, there is not a motion on
Oh,
the floor right
I'm
now.
sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, someone will have to make the
Madam
motion.
Chair.
I'm not going to make the motion.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve 220530.1.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so moved.
All right, is there a second? It has been moved and properly supported. Ms. Winfrey
Okay,
Carter, I'll go
and
back
I'll
to
go
you.
back
Yeah.
to finishing. I feel like we should have had a meeting first before this passed to council. And I'm just stating that I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the
Yeah,
first round?
Madam Chair. Go
ahead, Mr. Mays.
Who is going to be authorized to put the time and date in here?
I'm going to defer to the clerk, but I do believe it would be
This
Ms.
resolution
Donahue.
authorize somebody to do that?
Through you to Mr. Mays.
If we pass a blank resolution, my concern is who authorized and who to put the time and date in. That have to be discussed because I know I'm like Ms. Winfrey Carter. We might as well have a meeting to see if we're going to change or amend, particularly substantially or whatever, before we set a public hearing. I know Mr. Murphy said the other day that if a meeting is set, he would like for somebody to position is the same. Some people might say, well, the amount of money is minuscule. or we can change and amend the rules 2, 3, 4 times a year. And we can change or amend them 2, 3, 4 times a year. But each time we change or amend them based upon 1-801, we must have a public hearing. Even if we amended them in order to punish a member, because right now the punishment in the rules is removal from that meeting. If we amended them to punish a member, even in the rules that I look at now, if we amend them to conform with the Open Meetings Act, I think we have to amend them to do that now. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Attorney Kim, I'm hearing that you told members of this council that if you have a governmental operation meeting on one day, a finance committee meeting on one day, a legislative committee meeting, you only need one public comment. Is that true?
So long as the city council's, all of its committees are comprised of every single member of the city council.
Where do you read that at?
Because these are meetings of the city council. So long as every committee has every single member there, there's an opportunity for comment.
So it's your belief that if we have public comment and finance committee meeting, and we got 9 members there, and then we have a governmental operations meeting, and we only had 7, you would have to have public speaking in the governmental operations.
No, what I'm talking of is the structural way in which the city council is currently organized its committees, where every member of the city council is a member of every single committee.
Every member of city council is a member of every committee, but they are structured in 4 different meetings. Now, I know when I was president, I was pushing to put governmental operations and I think legislative together and grants and finance together. But I think I respectfully disagree that if we adjourn a meeting and call another meeting to order, we can bypass public comment under the premise that you proper. I just don't see that.
Well, if you're asking for a response, one, I would disagree with the characterization that you're bypassing public comment, because public comment is being provided for all the committees. It's just being scheduled at the first one of the evening. My second point would simply be that this body can, of course, choose not to adopt that rule in the final version that it's adopted. And that's entirely up to this body.
Yeah, I probably would choose not to adopt that rule because somebody looking on will probably say a meeting was called to order and they didn't allow for public comment. So I can't speak for my colleagues. And, you know, we get sued all the time, whether it's under the Open Meetings Act or otherwise. But I just don't agree the way we're structured. Unless we combined all those committee meetings, I believe that that's kind of a little misguided, saying that you could call a meeting order, adjourn it, call another meeting order, and not allow for public comment in a different meeting. It would be just like special affairs. It's on the same day. You got public comment and special affairs. You don't have to have it in a regular council meeting because it's on the same day. My colleagues might buy into that logic. I won't. While I got the floor, I'm gonna give a shout out to the chief. What's happening, Chief? Chief Wiggins, the fire chief. I don't want to get in trouble. They say don't be germane, but I'm gonna give you a shout out regardless. I did it already. Let me say this. That's just one example of what I mean when we need to have the meetings to hash this out as a majority before we set a public hearing. Davina, it seems like you would have authority to put a date and time, even though the resolution don't cover that. They moved the resolution to take out the day and time, and I was like, well, will it come back to council to put back in the day and time, Ms. Winfrey Carter? Who has authority to put it in there? Me? You? Davina? We hadn't discussed that. I'll wait to see, but in its present form, not knowing the details of who got authority, it's like writing a blank check. I would be very curious to know. Today is Monday. We don't have committee meeting Wednesday. And then the following Monday, we don't have council meeting. I'm ready to meet and get these rules straight. Some people,
Mr. Mays, I don't know if you heard the clock, but it did go off.
oh, okay, I'll wait.
Okay, is there anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair. What? For you to Attorney Kim, maybe you can recall, when you've been with the city, wasn't the city, when we talk about, we didn't have the rules, and I've just confirmed with Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, and we had the same recollection, that the city had to, we did not have it, and the city had to add in public speaking, because each meeting is called to order, and then the meeting is adjourned. And when you have that, you're governed by the by our council rules and also by the Roberts rules. And so they had to add back in public speaking. That was about 4 years ago.
This is off my memory, and so I could be wrong, but I think the situation was is that there was no public comment at all. Excuse me. There was no public comment at all during any of the committee meetings.
Correct.
There was also the situation where at some point between when I first came to the city and now the committees expanded from where they were originally, I believe, 3 or 4 members, and to the current size where they're consisting of all.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Would you be surprised if the committees was always of all council members for the past 20?
Go ahead.
But I believe that the change was that none of the committees had an opportunity for public comment, and it was decided to add that opportunity in each individual committee meeting. Kind of the thought behind the rule here is that if the meetings are being held on one night, all the meetings can schedule their public comment at the same first meeting. If the committees were, for example, to be on different nights, that wouldn't apply because they would have to have a public comment on a different night. Like if the finance committee were to have a meeting on a Wednesday and then the governmental ops committee were to have a meeting on a Thursday, separate public comment would be required because they're different. They're clearly different meetings. They've been posted at different times. But we post, the meetings for all of the committees. And so they're all scheduled for all the committee meetings to occur in one night.
Okay, but we do have public speaking for special affairs along with council. And your opinion that you're given is not the same as the Michigan Municipal League, because I did get one. And they were stating when we call a meeting to order and then we adjourn one, and we're required to keep minutes of those meetings, or our clerk is, I'm sorry. And we're bound by the bylaws. So when you take out public speaking, that would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So I think we need some clarity on that, for myself, because I know they added it back in. And to remove it and condense it down because of all of one, it sounds like we're trying to, not we, or that to take off some time and to take public speaking off to shorten the time that was being spent in council. But I don't think when we talk about taking off time, we have to be conscious that we're not in violation of the Open Meetings Act. And that one, with your opinion, and when I did ask the Michigan Municipal League, that's not the same. So we may need some clarity on it. I know we had added that back in before.
Well, ma'am, like I said earlier, I think, it's, I'm confident in the interpretation of the statute that would apply as long as those conditions that I met are satisfied. But if this body does not want to go with that rule, there's no reason that it couldn't, simply strike that portion of the rule from the final rules at some point.
Yeah, and so, and thank you for that, because that to me, I want to make sure if the public comes, they have a right to speak. There are people who come, and during committees, it's only 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes that they get to speak, and we get a total of 2 minutes to respond to every public speaker. So I think it's a small amount of time. And like I said, and I agree with Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, we get sued for everything, literally everything, even down to FOIAs. The city was sued by not complying with FOIAs and getting them in a timely way. And we may be getting sued again because we're not in compliance and people are complaining. But one thing with the city of Flint, they love to settle. And it makes it, an easy target when they find that we're not doing something correctly. So when it gets down to the ad hoc committee, I agree with Councilman Mays. I think it's a good way for us to have a meeting, check with schedules. That was one of Councilman Murphy's requests the last meeting, so we can talk about it, do the work ahead of time, so that we can just rubber stamp this on into the future. Do the work ahead of time, get it done, so we don't have to do it year after year after year, as long as we serve on this council and get it done. So I would ask that our ad hoc committee, who has done the work, that Councilwoman Priestley and Councilwoman Lewis share that. If you would call a meeting so that we could all have a meeting together to get the work done. We do know if you feel that it turns into a non-productive meeting, many of our council members know how to break quorum and leave. But I would like to get this done, because there are a lot of these on here that going through them that I think it was a 5, I don't have my other copy with me, that just don't, the 10 o'clock one. I get some people are parents, but we signed up, you want to leave, business doesn't stop at 10 o'clock. We had our longest meeting of the year, which is a special affairs meeting. We had it's committee meeting, special affairs, and then council meeting. Everyone would like to be gone at 10 o'clock, but we didn't sign up for that. We signed to do the work of the city. We have that one long meeting every year. And that quorum was broke. And that GLEWA contract, I stayed. It was, Attorney Kim stated it was important to get that GLEWA contract signed. And you had a yes vote once I talked to Mr. Brown. And there were some questions that, I needed to have answered. So when we say the debate and the time, we all get the same, 2 rounds of 5 minutes to ask the questions. We're entitled to that. And if we choose to use it, then we are entitled. We shouldn't be bashed over the head because we're saying, hey, I've got questions. It's my time. Whatever you choose to do with your time is fine. But we need to respect the fact that each of us have the same allotted amount of time. That 10 o'clock rule, to me, is ridiculous. Some of the work of the city is going to go past 10 o'clock, and then we may not have a 2/3 vote. One reason why, because a lot of people aren't here sometimes. It's a commitment. Each of us is making a sacrifice. Each of us. Some may have to go to work. Some people have children. Some people have other commitments. But we didn't run and tell our constituents, I can't work past 10 o'clock. I didn't do that. And my phone rings 7 days a week. My busiest night was New Year's Eve, where it sounded like Ukraine. So when we talk about, what we're working, we ran on, we're available. Should we stop at 10 o'clock? We're not gonna always have a 2/3 vote, or it's just not gonna happen. I mean, if you wanted to, I think if you wanted to leave at 10 o'clock, this may not have been the job for myself or any of the rest of us, because that one council meeting is our longest one. We need to make sure we stay for that one. That was finished up. We didn't finish the GLEWA contract. We didn't get that done, which was Attorney Kim stated needed to be done, because we would not meet before January 3rd, I believe was the date. But it looks like now that wasn't true, because it's back on, I believe, is it tonight? is back on our agenda, and you stressed the importance of that we needed to pass that, and if we didn't pass it, it was gonna be a problem. And obviously it wasn't, because it's back on this, it's back on here. And I mean, that to me, let's stay and do the work. And that wasn't, I didn't, I mean, we gotta stop doing, I get people tired, but we gotta start saying, and, and being fair. Thank you, I hear the timer.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On that note, I'll be supporting the rules. First of all, I serve on other boards, the Land Bank Board, the MTA Board, and we watch the county commissioner boards. Their meetings don't last this long. They have a lot of stuff. When you come into the MTA board meeting, our meetings start at 8. We out by 9:30, and we deal with hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars on the MTA board. Our budget is big on the MTA board, and it's probably about 8 or 9 of us on that board. It does not take all of what some of us emphasize in working on agendas. Quite frankly, the agendas, the business of the resolutions usually are given to us prior to us coming to city council meetings. So therefore, if we got any questions, we can call up the city administration, the staff, or deal with any organizations that have anything that they want to talk about. For instance, the YMCA, they reached out to us if we had any kind of questions. We could have asked them then. The rules ad hoc committee, I've been working on them, and we've been working on them rules for a long time. They also asked us to send amendments or any changes that we want in the rules to the rules. I told my colleagues that if y'all had anything in the rules that y'all wanted to see change, I was not interested in. I didn't mind having a special city council meeting or whatever to deal with the rules, but not to go line by line. That ain't gonna work. That's just, we'll never get done. We'll be working on rules forever. I think you guys have exhausted the rules. My question to the ad hoc committee, the chair, and to Davina, if we approve these rules tonight as written, what's next? If
Well,
anyone could answer that question, thank you.
yeah, I can answer that. So this resolution does not approve the rules tonight. It sets the public hearing date. From the public hearing date, that's when we'll be able to gather input and be able to amend the rules as needed. This does not approve the rules.
So we still could
Correct.
amend the rules.
Correct.
We still could have an additional special meeting.
Correct.
But this is just setting the public hearing to review what rules?
Yes.
These rules as amended,
The rules as you have them in your packet, which
the ones
are,
that
yes,
has been amended already.
yes. Yes.
If I could just clarify one thing there, at this point, they are only proposed rules. They
Okay.
would not be approved until sometime after a public hearing is held and the body votes to do so.
So if I support approving the rules tonight, we could still come back.
Point of information,
What's your point?
through you to Mr. Murphy, do you understand that the motion to approve the rules is not before us tonight?
Go ahead.
Yes, I am aware of that. I'm hearing my colleagues saying that they want to have a special meeting to deal with the rules. So if we approve this tonight, we still can have the special meeting to go over the rules, even though we set in a public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm clear. I'm done.
Is there anyone else in the first round? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the rules, I was the one that came up with the 10 o'clock rule, because when we look at council meetings across the nation, no one stays in council meeting for 5, 6, 7 hours. And no, I did not sign up to be here 5, 6, 7 hours. I did not, because we don't have to. If we stick to the business, stop trying to go outside of the business, we can be out here at a decent time. So I'm not going to set myself up to stay here longer. That's ridiculous. Most people, if your shift is from 9 to 5, I just started. Right. Right. So the point is, your shift is from 9 to 5. You're looking to be out of here at 5. We're not different than any other board, any other council, any other commission in terms of the business that we handle. So we should be able to handle this business in a decent hour, at a decent time. So if we're maintaining club hours here on council, it looks like it's a problem within council. So yes, I came up with that rule, and it is definitely fair. It's definitely fair for those that have other jobs, those that have children to tend to, or you just want to go home and get some rest, because again, this is a part-time job. And a lot of people on council have full-time positions elsewhere. So just out of fairness to the colleagues, I came up with that rule. And so there's nothing out of the ordinary about it, because it's just asking that we no longer be held hostage in these meetings when we don't have to. But the great part is there's an out. If we choose to go past 10, we can vote on it. And this council also, we're very familiar with suspending the rules if we have to. So let's not act like what we're proposing is definitely unreasonable. These are things that can be enacted so we can be in tandem with other boards, with other councils across the nation. Now, we wonder why a lot of great candidates refuse to get on council or even apply. No one signs up to be here all night. If this is the case, let me bring my sleeping bag and my house shoes if we're going to hang out like this. So again, it gives us an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round? In the first round. In the second round, is there anyone?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm just listening to my colleagues. I'm gonna go backwards, starting with Ms. Lewis's comments. Ms. Lewis, you signed up and ran for a legislative body. This is a legislative body. This ain't no regular board meeting, Mr. Murphy. This ain't the MTA or the Land Bank. This is a legislative body of the city of Flint, Michigan. When you look at legislative bodies and you make statements like no legislative bodies meet that long, y'all must wasn't looking at Kevin McCarthy and them down there in Washington the other day. Kevin McCarthy and them battled it out for 4 days in the legislative body. In the legislative body, what they do, they don't say the meeting is over at 10. They might recess and come back the next day. So when y'all compare this legislative body to a board meeting, you misguided. And when you crack jokes, Ms. Lewis, about the work of the legislative body, we dealing with millages for the MTA, Mr. Murphy. We dealing with 16 million to the land bank. This is a legislative body of the city of Flint. This ain't no board. I've sat on many of boards, but you ran for a legislative body. Don't get it twisted. And the business of the legislative body should be thorough. You ought to vet stuff. You ought to be serious about it. You shouldn't be setting time frames on the work of the legislative body. If you feel you're tired at 10, recess and come back. You don't create a rule that you adjourn and then you have to repost. You've got opportunity and rules of calling a recess. If you don't want to participate in the business and the true work of a legislative body and you want to be on a board, we can appoint you to the Housing Commission, to the Zoning Board of Appeals, to the Planning Commission. This is a legislative body. And I'm not going to sit and let folks mischaracterize. I talk to people in Burton on their legislative body. Ms. Lewis, you just don't know. You haven't talked to people and they told you they out in 3-4 hours. I talked to people in Burton, they done been in meetings to 2 in the morning and past. So quit saying that on the public record. It's not true. Y'all can gee, laugh, ha, tee, characterize it as a board meeting. This is a legislative body. You better look at the work folks do in Lansing, Washington, D.C. This ain't a board meeting. This is the business of a City of Flint legislative body. So, however y'all make the rules, that's fine. But my job is to try to keep stuff on track and tell it like it is. Not let y'all mischaracterize the job that I'm elected to do. It is part-time, but for me it's full-time. I'm answering the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Then have to leave out my house to go on a police call, break in somebody's house at 3, 4 in the morning. I don't look at it as I signed up for a part-time job. I'm in and out of here in 2 hours. This is a board meeting, ta-ha-he-he. We dealing with people's lives, millions of dollars. The organizations and boards that you're talking about, we give them millions of dollars. We set millages for them and raise millions of dollars. This is the work of a legislative body. Of course, if you got other things to do, then recess. Come back when you feel better and you have more time to do stuff. And if you're serious about other things, then lobby that board that sets your salary. If you figure Mr. Edwards worth $150,000 and you think that this board we sit on, the legislative body, I hear it, is worth 50 or 60, then make it happen. Take this job serious, not only for you, but for the people behind you, for your kids and grandkids. Madam Chair, I heard the bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
But I want to make it clear. This ain't no board meeting. This is a legislative body of the great city of Flint. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think, to my colleague in the first ward, I don't think any of us ran with intentions to not take our job serious. And although we help support other boards, those boards are still governing bodies that deal with municipal government activities, especially the land bank, especially the MTA. They don't just only get their money from
Point
the
of
city
information.
Flint.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, do they pay you?
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so very kindly. And also, let me clear the air for the difference between us and Congress. Congress get paid good money. We don't get paid what they get paid. So if they got to come back and be there all day, every day, that's on them. And 9 times out of 10, just because they just got elected and they was trying to approve a House Speaker, don't mean they go always be in their meetings all day long. Like I said, like my colleague in the second ward, Dr. Lewis said, and so many of us think that we don't have to be in these meetings all day long. Do your research, do your homework, call up the department heads, talk to them prior to these meetings. So when you come in here, you ready to vote this stuff. So I am ready to vote for these rules tonight to have a public hearing so we can move the business of the city of Flint forward so we can get this ordinance passed or voted up or down for the YMCA that's been patiently waiting in the audience to see what we're going to do tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I agree with Councilman Mays, and we have to look at, this is not a board. When you sit on boards, agendas are not set, you know, they're a board, we're legislative. And I agree with my colleagues when they say, Council Murphy said, Congress they get paid a lot more money. They do. They do get paid a lot more money, but we didn't take this job. We knew what the pay was. We knew. We didn't say, hey, we're going to get a raise and we're going to give what Congress or what the state get. We didn't do that. We took this job knowing what the pay was, that it's supposed to be part-time, but I'm doing a full-time job. I know I'm doing full-time plus overtime in my ward. And that to me is something that was my commitment to my residents, my constituents, and that's my commitment to the city of Flint. When we talk about the difference with, you know, boards, they're not dealing with all the issues that we encompass. They're just not. Flint had a water crisis. We had an exodus with General Motors. You know, we have to rebuild, you know, they're rebuilding downtown. We have a housing shortage. You know, we have ARPA funds and our residents haven't gotten one dime of ARPA funds. They have not. We don't even have an ARPA application to give to them. So when we talk about stuff that what we're to do, maybe if we worked over, they would have an ARPA application. Saginaw's gotten their residents, they're getting roofs, they're getting windows, they're getting repairs on their homes. Flint residents haven't gotten anything, nothing. And I get that the work is, you know, it's long because I'm tired too. Generally the next day after these meetings with the stress and how we are not a council that's working together, you have PTSD. I mean, it is stressful. It's a long day and a long night, but no other city has what we have. Ann Arbor didn't have a water crisis. Grand Rapids didn't have a water crisis. They didn't have service line replacement. They weren't poisoned. A lot of the stuff that is on our agenda is us rebuilding our infrastructure. Our roads are terrible. A lot of our issues are issues that we have because Flint was not taken care of, and they didn't have emergency management. We didn't have so many emergency management. Was it 3, 4, 5 of them that have come through here, stripped the city? And now it's our job to rebuild it, and we need to have it done by 10 o'clock. I'm not putting no 10 o'clock deadline, and I didn't do it for part-time. I didn't. I gave residents my personal cell phone number. They have my city cell phone, and they contact. That's my job. That's my commitment. Do I wish that my colleagues, we were paid a fair wage? Because it is a full-time job. Some people don't stop calling. Water main breaks. I didn't have an address for a water main break. It was in a park. And there was no address in my park. I had to go over there and figure it out to make sure, because the residents were concerned. You know, there was low water pressure. They had questions. So it's a job that we don't stop. It's 24/7. When they call your phone, they expect you to answer. And I'm quite sure most of us campaigned on that. And that didn't make a difference. It was 2 o'clock in the morning on Clio Road or 4 o'clock in the morning on Clio Road. They were partying. We were showing up, making sure the residents need. Now, I'm not going to cut them short now. I'm not going to do that. Before I cut them short, then I think I personally would resign from my position. I know what I ran on. The pay is what it is. I wish it was better, but it's not. It's not. And we knew coming in. No other city has had and went through what Flint went through. And we're getting some opportunities to help rebuild our city. Let's do something with the ARPA. Let's get an application for them. Every day I hear residents saying, well, Saginaw, they're getting them, you know, roofs and, you know, they're getting windows, they're getting some repair. We haven't got our residents not one single thing from ARPA funds, not even an application. And to apply is free. We haven't done that. So I mean, and I'm not going to say I get it. It's now some lines that are just drawn in the sand. And I take phone calls. I don't care from who ward it is. And half the time, I don't even tell people because it's easier for me to pick up the phone or to shoot an email. And I done sent one for each and every person in this ward, and I can tell you, but I don't tell you. It's easy for me just to, hey, let me take care of this. Because that's what we do. We're supposed to have each other's back as council. When Councilman Pfeiffer was out, I called him up and told him, hey, he was ill. I got you. and I called the office and said, have Councilman Pfeiffer's residents call me, because I don't want them to miss a beat. And I took his load on. I didn't get no pay. I didn't expect that. I did that for my colleague because when my colleague was out, I wanted to make sure the residents of the 8th Ward didn't miss out. We're supposed to be a team and stop fighting against each other.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Burns, can you say it again? Can you preach it again?
I want us to start working together. And that to me is important. If my colleague is out and I can tell each and every person in this ward what I've done for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your constituents, and I may not call and tell you because it's easy for me to take care of. I want us to start working together. I don't have a 10 o'clock deadline for taking care of Flint. I have all the time till my term is up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, once again, I don't like the fact that we're being bullied into staying late. That's what it is. It's a guilt trip bullying move.
Point of
To
information.
make,
What's your point?
Who's bullying you now?
Okay, proceed. Proceed.
thank you. Because the point is, we can talk about local council meetings. We can talk about what happened in Washington DC, but the point is, we need to look at that was abnormal. We make this dysfunction normal. It's normal for us to stay here this late. It's abnormal elsewhere because it wouldn't have made the news if it was normal. It's abnormal, that behavior. It's abnormal when you have colleagues acting without decorum, prolonging meetings. It's abnormal to be here 5, 6, 7 hours, for 5, 6, 7 hours. It's abnormal. So I don't want to try to act like any of this is normal at all.
Point of
other places.
information.
What's your point?
I've been on the council 10 years. You've been here a year, and you know what's normal and not already?
That's not a proper point of information.
Oh, yes.
Proceed.
And see,
She don't have to answer. Point
and
of
see,
order.
and that's part of
Point
it,
of
and that's
order.
part of
Hang
what
on, Doc-
holds.
hang on, Dr. Lewis. What's your point?
Oh, it was a proper, quick inquiry.
All right, proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry.
But the point is, stuff like that, that's what holds us up. We don't need to nitpick, go back and forth, try to box it out. That's these frivolous points of order, frivolous points of information, just to get someone told. That adds up on the clock. And so with that being said, in closing, 10 o'clock is ample enough time to get things done. Now, I'm not going to talk about the things that we do all over the city, because I trust many of us do things for many different residents. But one thing I do have the common courtesy of, I let people know who their council person is, and I give their council person the privilege to respond to their constituents. And I tell them, if it doesn't get fixed, just go ahead and give me a call. Yeah.
Oh, don't start checking me because your resident
And-
is calling me.
Decorum,
about you and
decorum,
food stamp
decorum. Dr.
And-
Lewis, decorum.
Thank you. And that's the same person talking about, can we all get along?
No, you over
And
here
so
now.
here we go.
Ms.
No,
Burns.
Annie,
Ms. Burns.
thank you.
Maybe it's that seat.
Ms. Burns, that was out of order. Dr. Lewis, you still have the floor.
So when we start practicing what we preach, when we start sticking to the business and doing the real work, then we can get things done. So I'm going to continue to stand on what I said. I ran to make a difference in the city of Flint, and that's exactly what I'm doing
Point of
in the second
information.
ward.
Okay, what's your point?
Do you know I did take a call from your ward about your next door neighbor, and you over here checking me, and I did not, and I have been just cool with you.
Ms.
with what she
Burns.
said about a bridge car.
Ms. Burns, that is an improper point of information. Is there anyone else? Dr. Lewis, are you finished?
Thank you. So as we continue to move forward and listen to our colleagues that continue to talk about getting along in decorum, I just want to point that out. You know, we need
Point of
to,
information.
What's your point?
We talk about, did you know when I talk about decorum, you need to talk, Liddell, you're not right. Your
Okay.
neighbor that set up and called me, telling me you owe her money on the bridge car.
What?
Your neighbor.
All right, so none of this conversation is appropriate. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. And again, as the same council person talks about false marriages, not living in the city of Flint and everything else.
Decorum, council members will remember. Excuse me, Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, I'm not sure if you could hear me, but I was saying decorum and all council, yes, all council members shall maintain their decorum. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So the truth definitely hurts, but what does not hurt is the fact that we can get out of here a lot earlier if we stick to the business and handle just that. No one has time for personal attacks. So let's practice what we preach and get it done. Thank you, Madam
Point
Chair.
of information.
What's your point of information?
Through you to the speaker, we was with the business. You brought up somebody was bullying you.
All right, that's an
Didn't you?
improper point of information. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Point of order. If you gonna chair these meetings and you hear somebody bring up bullying and we talking about a 10 o'clock time frame,
What's your point of order?
that you ain't chairing fairly.
Okay, thank you.
You
Point
checking
well-
Ms. Burns and myself and others, but when your allies, people who voted for you for president, when they go off track, you don't say a mumbling word. I'm
Mr.
like
Mays,
you,
I have
Jesus
to
hanging
rule.
on the cross. You don't say a
Mr.
mumbling
Mays,
word.
I have to rule on that
So,
point of order.
No,
Excuse
when
me.
I finish my point of order, then your job is to rule on it.
Mr. Mays, I'm trying to rule on
Point
your
of
point of
order.
order. What's your point?
When I say point of order, all talking shall cease. If the chair did not cease talking, the chair shall be removed. I'm gonna complete my point of order and then you rule on it. I've sat here long enough listening to you checking me, Ms. Burns, and others, ruling that points of information is out of order and they ain't. But when your ally, for example, Ms. Liddell Lewis, who voted for you for president, I didn't.
Mr.
Calls
Mays.
people bullies. You don't say, Mr. Lewis, stay germane to
All
the
right.
topic. And
Mr.
so
Mays.
you out of order. 'cause
Mr.
you
Mays, you are out of
discriminatory.
order. Mr. Mays, you are out of order. A point of order, as we all know on this body, is a quick
Point
checking.
of order.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
I am ruling on your point of order.
Point of order.
What is your point?
A point of information is a quick inquiry. A point of order is a breach of the rules. And the
Mr.
rules say you can't discriminate. Now,
Mr.
you
Mays.
rule whether or not you discriminate. And that's
Mr.
my
Mays.
point. And then you don't get it. I want to make it plain.
All right,
My
Mr.
point of
Mays.
order is that you're discriminating on political allies and foes.
Thank you very much for that point, Mr. Mays. As I was stating, to rule on your point of order, I said decorum to both of my colleagues sitting on this side of the room. I said specifically that Ms. Burns was out of order one time. I am not going to accept that point of order. We are on the second round of
Nation.
what's your point of information?
Did you hear her say we was bullying her?
Okay, Mr. Mays.
And did
we're
you
not gonna do
tell her
this.
to stay germane or
Mr. Mays.
say anything or you not say a mumbling word?
All right, is there any other discussion in the second round? All righty, roll call please on the motion to approve Resolution 220530.1. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because the Fab Five gonna do what they want to. They support each other, they rule wrongfully, and they discriminate. So why should I vote if the vote don't matter? Watch what I say. 5 of them will vote yes, and so I abstain because my vote ain't necessary here.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That passes. That
Point
brings
of
us-
order. Madam Chair, I'm very serious about the charter as it relates to discrimination on you as the presiding officer. I despise discrimination. And so I'm gonna say this and we can move on. When you hear us talking about the legislative body and procedure, and then one of your allies, in this case, Ms. Lewis, talks about us bullying her, which we were not, check her, because you checked me, you checked Ms. Burns, and I'm hip to your style.
Okay.
So I don't like discrimination, and my point of order is discrimination and different treatment ain't gonna be tolerated by me, as long as I'm elected in this seat.
Okay, that is an improper point of order. That
Or
brings us
not,
down.
it's a point of order about breach of the charter.
All righty, Mr. Mays, we are down to your next separation, which is for 220537. The chair will entertain a motion to approve.
This is switch separation 537.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a separation of the Matthew Baker et al., City of Flint et al., Genesee County Circuit Court case number 191139438-CD. Make a motion that this go back to Governmental Operation of Finance Committee.
All right. Do you care which one?
Either or.
Okay, let's send it to Government Ops because I do believe that's the one that it came out of. Is that correct? It did come out of Finance? Okay, out of Finance. Is there a second?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'll support that motion.
All righty. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah,
to
Madam
postpone?
Chair.
Go ahead.
This is a proposed settlement of a case dealing with police in the city of Flint. It's a proposed settlement that, in my opinion, if it's not settled, it could be an embarrassment to the police department if it went to trial and made the news. And so based upon what I'm thinking, and I need more time to think about it, I'm not ready to vote in favor of this proposed settlement. And when I think about it and I listen to certain facts, I don't think I'm getting them all. And I'm very concerned about that. This settlement, in my opinion, would be a total embarrassment to the police department, this administration, and others. And so I want to think about it a little more. Now, what the Fab Five, the Sensational Six do, that'll be their business. But for me, it could be a cover-up. And so when I look at this proposed settlement, and I know the details and stuff that's been talked about in closed session, it concerns me. It concerns me, and it should concern every citizen in the city of Flint. And so I need more time. Y'all might want to vote in favor of the proposed settlement. You might want to cover it up. You might not want it to get to trial. You might not want to discuss the facts as who's involved and what didn't happen here, and I understand that. Is that really in the best interest of the city? Sometimes the best interest of the city is to clean up mess, more so than to hide the mess. And so right now I'll be voting to send this back. I said Governmental Ops of Finance. Attorney Kim whispered to you finance, because it is a proposed financial settlement. The details, you know, Madam Chair, this council know, and without me talking about some of the details because of closed session, Matthew Baker et al. Versus the city of Flint et al., based on this public document and based upon the $175,000 to Mary Busick, which is now public, in these ramifications of who's who and around it, which ain't public. I'm ready to send it back to Finance Committee meeting for a minute.
Point of information. Is it public if it is on social media and the news? Because there is a news reel that's out there.
Let me say this. This is a point of information to the speaker. These figures is now public. They're here on the agenda. some of the details and the allegations on social media, whether they're fact or fiction, they're out there. Some of the stuff we talked about behind the scenes in closed session, I've never violated closed session in close to 10 years. So some stuff is public and I'm talking about it. I'm ready to send it back to finance, whether it go or not. My position is it's some things that I'm looking at and stuff that I'm hearing, and some folks is being protected. But in a sense, this would be, in my opinion, if it went to trial, not only could figures change up or down, but the facts of the case would be most embarrassing and humiliating from where I sat.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, I did not realize that you were finished. Mr. Murphy, I saw your microphone
Yes,
go on.
thank you. Through you to the attorney, this case, this lawsuit was, do you know the date that it was filed? Was Mayor Neely the mayor, or is this something prior to Mayor Neely? Because I heard my colleague said it could have, embarrassed this administration. So was this something up under his leadership that was filed, or is this something that was filed prior to him becoming mayor?
I think it's a fact of public record that this case was filed in October of 2019, so it would have been filed during the previous administration, and it would have dealt with matters that had occurred prior to its filing, obviously. So more than that, I really, I can neither agree with nor really disagree with Councilmember Mays' characterization of the suit of the complaint.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's bad all the way around.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify so the public won't believe that this is something that just happened while he was the mayor.
Point of information.
What's your point?
There's two parts. Is there two parts to this? That when one is the workman's comp, which was done underneath this administration, and then the second one was underneath the prior administration.
Are you asking Mr. Murphy or are you asking Mr.
I
Kim?
think Attorney Kim.
Can we save your question for your time?
We can do that.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. This is a case that we have been going back and forth with. We prolonged it months ago because some of my colleagues thought they didn't want to settle it because of the election. Now here we are. Y'all sent it back to executive session because y'all found out some more allegations. Now we here, it's on the floor, it need to be settled. I'm ready to move forward to settle this case today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Burns?
I'll yield to Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, please.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not ready to settle it, and I'm not. There's a lot of missing pieces, and in my opinion, things are not adding up. And so I'm going to be voting
Point of
to,
information. Through you to the speaker, when we went back in executive session, you and your colleague did not come back in there.
Guys, decorum.
excuse me?
Decorum.
Yeah, you better call decorum.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, perhaps you did not hear me, but I did say that.
Okay.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
All right. Now, like I said, there's a lot of missing pieces and things are not adding up. And I'm going to be voting to send this back to committee. And I don't have to vote for this, period. And I probably won't. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Burns, I had you next.
Thank you. Attorney, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, there's two parts to this for the Mary Buzak.
Yes, there is also a resolution of her workers' compensation claim that's associated with it.
And her workman compensation claim was underneath this administration.
My understanding is our workers' compensation claim covers a broader period of time. She's essentially, that claim covers basically the entire term of her, it stretches over multiple years, we'll just say.
Okay, but when she went out on leave, it was underneath this administration, which was part of her claim when it was filed.
I believe she did go on leave while this administration was in office, but the claim itself makes allegations that go back years.
But there's two separate ones.
No, the workers' compensation claim.
The
makes
workman, okay, the
allegations that go
workman,
back years.
correct. And so she had asked, and we, and here's my question too. People, it is out here on the news, NBC 25, and it's out there. So how do we discuss, I don't know if we have another executive session, and then I don't know how, but it is not a good light for all of them. So when we talk about it, there's two different parts. One, there's a workman compensation claim for her, which is filed underneath this administration. Then there was a sexual harassment underneath the other one. So, and you're combining them as one is this payout for her, correct?
We more or less have to do that in order to resolve. It gets technical, but it's how workers' compensation claims work, that if they're in any way, even if they're associated with another pending lawsuit, that the one lawsuit can't resolve the workers' compensation claims.
When was her date that she left the city?
I don't know the exact date.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay, is there anyone else? First round? First round? Second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Murphy, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Murphy, I want you to know what you're saying and trying to do is pissing me off.
We're doing decorum. We're not doing that.
Beg your pardon?
We're not doing
We
that.
ain't doing what?
We're not picking on each other. I've already called decorum on 4 of my colleagues.
I'm not picking on him. I'm
not
saying
doing
how I feel. We are doing that. I can say how I feel. I ain't picked on him. I say what he's saying and doing about the previous administration versus this administration in this case is pissing me off. I am doing that if that's how I feel. Now, that ain't picking on him. That's another one of your allies.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, when you say pissing you off, do you know that makes me feel a little threatening that you saying I'm pissing you off, because I don't know what your pissing off look like.
Well, I can explain it to you. My pissing off has to do with my political sensitivity to the previous administration, which you didn't support, and the current administration, including the chief of police and the mayor that you do support. And so this case, as Ms. Burns was making clear, it didn't just happen under the previous administration. And so for you to characterize it on the public record, when in fact, the chief of police of this administration, I'm gonna repeat it again while you try to talk to Ms. Priestley, the chief of police in this administration, and everybody who know about the case know. We know when claims was filed for folks to leave. The allegations in these complaints are public record, Mr. Murphy. Just like you and Ms. Priestley and Attorney Kim them can sit in that corner and you can politic, but you're not gonna politic me to the extent where I'm gonna make clear that you know you're pissing me off politically, trying to cover up for this chief and this administration. You and Ms. Herkenrode both, if she want to rule that I can't say I'm pissed off politically with the way you trying to characterize a previous administration. Yeah, I supported Weaver. I supported Chief Johnson. And I done dealt with this city attorney and this police chief in the Murdoch case. That the state police called my house because they wouldn't move after I got beat up and sent to Hurley. So you can protect this administration and this chief over me. When I look at the public record and I see, what's her first name, Mary Buzzack, and you look at the record and see who she lived with and how many times the administration had to go to that house, and that didn't have nothing to do with the previous administration. It had to do with somebody she was living with not then, who is in power now. It's embarrassing. It's an embarrassing case for the hierarchy, the middlearchy, and the lowarchy of the police department. And you're not going to shift the embarrassment to the previous administration. And I'm not willing to sell it to cover up a public trial for your benefit. And it is pissing me off that you would try to do that. You want to be a cover-up artist. I want to be an artist for truth. Sometimes you put your foot in your mouth when you talk to me. So you won't take a clue from me, but you'll take a clue from Attorney Kim. Keep taking your clue from Attorney Kim and trying to dog me and the previous administration out. As long as I'm elected, I'm going to sit and tell what you trying to do, in my opinion. Now, here we discussing a case, and you want to discuss the previous administration in certain detail, and we went over that in closed session. You got some overlapping administration activity here. So don't try that with me, because I don't struggle with words. And Ms. Herkenroder, I'm this type of guy. I done fought civil rights and justice since I was 19 years old. I don't play it with you or Mr. Murphy. You got some issues in this current police department with current folks. And the allegations is there on public record. So I'm gonna let y'all be the cover-up artists. I'm gonna let y'all try to politic me as to what to say and what to do. But you don't wanna piss me off. And so, Mr. Murphy, I despise you trying to taint my reputation of like it's some violence when I say you piss me off politically discussing a proposed settlement. It ain't working. It didn't work with Murdoch, and it ain't gonna work with you. It didn't work with Maurice Davis, and it ain't gonna work with you. It didn't work with Kate Fields, and it ain't gonna work with you and Herkenroder. I speak very well for myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round? In the second round. All right. Roll call, please, on the motion to postpone Resolution 220537 to Finance Committee. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry. Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
Okay, 3 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. The chair will entertain a motion to approve 220537.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
so moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right, it's been moved and properly
Madam
supported.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I had not a fantasy about the motion to postpone passing. I didn't have that fantasy. If I had it, it lasted about 23 seconds. Because I know every council I done sit on and every administration I done worked under. and I nickname councils. And I nickname the players on the council and call them the Fab Five, the Sensational Six, and I watch how they vote. For me, this is the great cover-up. And I want everybody in the city of Flint to be curious as what I mean by that. You got 8 members present tonight. Murphy, Worthing, Priestley, Herkenroder, and Liddell Lewis. In this particular case, dealing with these police officers, male, female, allegations and complaints, I'm gonna call it the great cover-up. It would be an embarrassment to the city for this to get to trial. And Mr. Murphy wanna play politics with it like the folks ain't still there. It's in the pleadings. It's public record, Mr. Murphy. Folks are still there. This administration, this police department. So don't play politics. That's old. You the first one. The election over. We need to get over it. You damn right it's over. But you better believe one thing. You still got some of the personnel. And you sitting here trying to settle a lawsuit, the great cover-up, in my opinion. And you are one of the 5 cover-up artists. You, Worthing, Priestley, Herkenroder, and Liddell Lewis. Because folks in the legal department and the administration don't want the facts and details to get out. It's embarrassing. It's appalling. If it was me, y'all try to have my elected seat in my head. So it is what it is. And we tried to handle it a certain way until certain council person had to spout out the mouth as normal in the 3rd Ward and piss me off politically. And then get into details about this administration and that administration as it relates to the facts. Sergeants, chiefs. And so cover it up. I want everybody in Flint to ask me, what am I alleging is being covered up in the police department? Why do I call them the Fab Five? Why do they treat certain police activity different from their own council colleagues? They cut my throat, give speeches, talk to the news. Decorum, etiquette, right and wrong, hypocritism. This is the most hypocritical 5 I ever experienced in my life. I've seen them do a mutiny to remove me as a presiding officer led by Attorney Kim. They can deliberate outside of council. They listen to him. I ain't listening to him. I mean, like a mutiny when I look at the tape. The same 5. The same 5. The same 5. They want titles and positions. The same 5. They'll cut your throat for titles and positions. The same 5. I know you want the clock to go off, Ms. Herkenroder, because I'm talking about you. One of the same 5, discriminatory, hypocritical. They'll do a council, a legislative body one day and do the police department another. The same 5. Covering up. Don't want to discuss. That's round 1. I knew it would be 2 rounds after this, after he put his foot in his political mouth.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Murphy, I see
Thank
your
you so much. And to the public and to the listening audience, those who are listening, I am voting the way I'm voting because I went into executive session and I listened to the case. And as I listened to the case, me and some of my colleagues listened to the case, we realized that we coming up with a conclusion that it's best, based on the recommendations of the law department, that we settle this suit. Usually the law department place an order or put a resolution on the agenda for us to go into executive session to talk about legal matters. Once we went into executive session and listened to legal matters, we listened to all sides, and we came up with a conclusion that we felt like this is the best thing for the city of Flint to settle this lawsuit. It's
Point
not-
of information.
What's your point?
Who is we? Are you speaking of yourself? Yeah,
Mr.
don't
Murphy.
say we.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so very much. So, in saying that, some of our colleagues decided to stay outside of the meeting once we went back into the executive meeting to discuss some of these items. But some of us,
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. Murphy, ain't you misguiding the public because this matter wasn't discussed when we went back into closed session? Why are you trying to misguide folks?
Okay, proceed.
thank you so
And
much.
point of information,
What's your point?
do you realize that when we left out, we had already discussed this? We discussed this maybe 3-4 weeks ago as well.
All right, thank you. Proceed, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you so very much. Because my colleague just in the first ward just said we didn't discuss this. Now my colleague in the fifth ward is saying we is. Either here or there. Councilman Murphy in the third ward is standing on my beliefs, regardless of what my colleagues say. I am voting to, and if 5 of us can vote tonight to get this done, then we'll get this done. We can move on to the next agenda item so we can get this stuff done. Because I do have to go to work tonight, and I want to get this done, not because I got to go to work, but because I think it's the right thing to do for the city of Flint. Once again, I want to get to the YMCA, the ordinance that need to be approved so we can move the city of Flint forward. And my colleagues may not agree with me whenever y'all don't want to agree or don't agree on what I say, but that's what democracy look like. Say what y'all want to say, do what y'all want to do. Hopefully, 5 of our colleagues tonight can vote yes to get this moving forward for the best interest of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in first round?
Yes, Madam Chair. I am gonna, again, I will not be voting on this. There's too much to this. There's more to this, and every day things are coming out about a portion of this this case, and I just don't feel comfortable. In fact, it is a cover-up because I really feel like this should go to trial. This is a cover-up, and I feel like maybe 1 or 2 individuals on here, they're not. This is not advantageous to them. It's not beneficial to them. And I just don't like this. This is bad. And it's embarrassing. I agree with Councilman Mays. This is embarrassing. And I don't like cover-ups and the fact that we're settling something that really need to be dug in deeply. And it's not right. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in first round?
Madam Chair, have I spoken in the first round?
No.
Thank you. And I want to speak. I'm not going to be anybody's lapdog, talk too crazy, and ain't nobody going to throw me treats to keep me quiet and calm. That's not going to happen. And when we look at this entire case, it's a hot mess. It's a mess. And it wasn't a mess that we created. And of course, it's beneficial, to be, and someone called me who went through a case that happened in the 80s in the police department with dealing with sexual harassment with women who, in order for them to get a promotion, they had said they had to sleep with a trainer and they were paid.
Point
This
of, point of
case-
order.
What's your
Through
point?
you to the attorney, is she's kind of going into detail of this legal matter?
No, I'm talking about a prior case in the 80s.
Oh, okay, all right.
So again, no one's gonna throw me like a lap dog treats to keep me quiet. So when we talk about this case in the 80s that happened in the group of women that the sexual harassment, it was very serious to clean up that department. And this was when women first started really working in the police department. And there's some things maybe we have some more questions about, maybe to have another executive session to talk privately. But that case that happened in the 80s, where some women did have to sleep to get their job. If you sleep with me, you'll get this job. And a gentleman by, I think the last name Butler, went to jail. So when we talk about women in the workplace, very serious and protecting them. And that case, there's a class action. The women were not protected. They weren't protected. Then not only that, they end up having, I believe in the lawsuit, the city didn't pay for, because there were so many people disciplined, the city charged the people who were in the case so that the burden was not put on the residents. We have to set a precedence that in the workplace, people are protected. But then again, we can't get protection here in the council. And we got people running around here committing assault and battery, members of the audience. We do have a different set of rules where people are getting away with calling people curse words and nothing said. We had a person who came and said she was hit. Subsection code 31-10 was broken. She came to that podium and said she was hit and struck by someone, and nothing was done in our council meeting. So when we talk about this case and protection, rushing to do something is always not the best thing. And it is, there's so much to this. It's so much to this. And when you can talk about the people, and I look at those cases in the 80s, and one of them, she's a good friend of mine. And when it happened to her, you never forget it. You don't forget it. And I don't know what the compensation would be. I don't know. And when we don't talk about other cases with the cities and other things, and I believe she got like $300,000. I don't know any of these people on here. I'm not friends with them. I'm not, that are listed in these cases. I'm not. What I do know is when we come to work, you have a right to be protected underneath the law. That to me is very important, and I take that very serious. And so when we rush to get everything done, we can't just keep doing that. If we're saying, hey, maybe we need to talk about this because some other things need to be talked about in executive session pertaining to some details, everything just wants to be swept underneath the rug. And we talk about bullying. Yes, it is some people are being bullied. It's going to be our way. We're going to talk about you and we're going to say this, and then we're going to be passive aggressive. We're going to gaslight. It needs to stop. We all have a right to say what we want to say in here and have our opinions, because that's what it's for. This is debate session and time to do it. So, this case, yes, it's a terrible case. And discipline was some issues for me, how it was issued or not issued. And I would actually like to, and maybe I'll send for a summary, I would like through Attorney Kim, because this seems to be a recurring problem because the city isn't handling it. So we're going each decade with having this problem. We need to put something in place to where it shouldn't be happening, or they understand that there's some severe penalties when you do it. Severe ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is a second round.
No,
correct?
sir. I said in the first round. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Yeah, you still on the first round?
Yes, and you've already spoken. All right, I don't see anyone. Go ahead, Mr. Mays, in the second round.
This would be the second round. Let me say this. This settlement includes some folks not working here in the city of Flint, but it don't include all folks. It includes some folks not having to worry about working here again. That's this proposed settlement that folk putting the vote on. But it don't include all folk or folks. And Mr. Murphy, I'll say it again. Quit trying to politicize this administration and that administration when some of the same folks can carry it over in both administrations. I don't want to play that game with you. Ain't gonna play it. 1,400 people voted for me in the first ward in my last election, or the one before. It was more than any council person got in any ward. Usually that don't happen in the first ward, the 7th ward, the 8th ward, they get the most votes. So, Mr. Murphy, I think I got that type of reputation because people know I'm gonna tell the truth. You can play patty cake with me all you want, but the truth gonna always win out. Folk in this lawsuit is in both administrations. Quit trying to do that. Ms. Herkenroder, the truth gonna play out. Quit trying to protect your allies because they voted for you to sit up there. I call it the big seat, the crow's nest, and quit discriminating against me, Ms. Burns, and others. That ain't how you do in politics. Politics is to be fair, to be straight up. All of these meetings is recorded. You've been discriminatory in your rulings, relying on the Fab Five to uphold you. When the Fab Five ain't here, you demonstrated, you got up and walked out. And Ms. Priestley did the same thing, and business was left on the table. A matter of fact, the business that was left on the table is the next separation, dealing with the amendment to the Great Lakes Water Authority. Water is one of the most important businesses. Now here we are discussing this, and you gonna let one of your allies, I don't believe it's one of your wisest or most intelligent speaking allies, gonna try to make the public believe, oh, this was under the old administration and it has nothing to do with folk in this administration. It does. Same folks. Same folks, and a new one. So don't play that with me. I believe people gonna listen to me over you and Mr. Murphy when the truth come out each and every time, because it's true. It ain't the old administration, it's folks who are there now. It's embarrassing, it's wrong, and it's a problem. And now the vote is gonna come to putting money on it. Putting money on it at this stage, some of the residents will never know what happened. Same folks. Same folks. Had it been me, you for one, Mr. Murphy for two, Priestley, Liddell, Lewis, and Eva for three, would have tried to eat me alive. I ain't sat here for 10 years not following the rules and the law. I followed rules that you tried to make up. Yeah, you can squint if you want, but let's see what happened Thursday when you under oath. Yeah, I'll say it again. I've tried to follow the rules and law You've been here a year and has been discriminatory in your application of the rules towards me, trying to move up to where you sat down. Do you know I've sat in this seat under Kate Fields, Griggs, Maurice Davis, Jackie Poplar, and the like. But you gonna outfox me, and there you sit.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mays. Is there
Thank
anyone
you
else
for
in the
being
second round?
not admitting that you are a discriminatory person
Okay, is there anyone else in the second round?
and condones wrongdoing.
Is there anyone else in the second round? All right, that was the third call in the second round. That brings us to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 220537. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Correct.
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain for the opportunity to put the reason on the record that this thing ain't quite ripe. It ain't quite right. And those who vote for it at this point, in my opinion, is mandated to cover up something that need to be talked about. For those reasons, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Voted 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That passes. All right, that brings us down to our next separation, 220539. That was separated by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, what's your motion?
Yeah, I've separated this, and you know, I'll make a motion to move this back to Finance Committee meeting, and I so move.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll support that.
All right, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I have no fantasy that this will go back to Finance Committee meeting, but I do have a fantasy of communicating. And when you're treated differently, you must figure out how to communicate to the public and to your constituency, or you'll be a sitting political duck, in my opinion. This is an amendment to the 30-year deal as it relates to water. And this is the important business that was left on the table when you and your leadership position got frustrated and walked out. Ms. Hurkenroder, let me say this to you. That's very hypocritical, because when I sat in the president's seat, you was criticizing me, talking about decorum and professionalism. And here you, in your first month or so of sitting in president, walked out and left the business on the table because you was frustrated because you couldn't penalize me with a bogus ruling on a point of order, a point of information. Your allies were gone. Your wrongdoing allies were gone. And you got up and left. Ms. Priestley, the second ranking person present, took your seat. The video would show. She tried the same trick you tried, wrongfully and discriminatorily. Didn't have the votes, and she got up and left. I say the Lord moved in mysterious ways, because all the hypocritism and discrimination and the high-held standards that y'all had proffered when I sat in the president's chair went out the window. We call that hypocritism. We call it just a bunch of talk. Step it on folks trying to get to somewhere, and really you ain't going nowhere. You're exposing yourself, and you'll continue to do it. It shows all over your face when you're uncomfortable. The Lord made it that way for all of us to see. I've seen it in the discussion on the last motion. See it a little bit now. The attorney told y'all if this wasn't passed that night, like it was a bad thing. It didn't get passed that night. You left your seat. It didn't get passed that night. Priestley left her seat. I said it wasn't going to matter, and I was right, because here it is today. I've been around long enough to sort out what people say and do. I listen to the details. I said earlier, this is a legislative body. Everybody who's elected got the same 5-minute, 2-minute round based upon those rules. Let me say this to you, Ms. Herkenrode. You should cut the crap. I don't know if it's inherent in you to discriminate or try to attempt to discriminate. I don't know why you want to try to punish or zero in on me. It's not going to heighten your career. The whole town is watching. The whole town is talking. I don't know who you talking to on your side of town. Maybe it's the Mott Park group, but I'm talking to people all across town. And it's a plenty of them. You ain't seen them speak up yet. You see me speaking up. I'm going to say my prayers on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then all come Thursday. We'll see what happens. You trying to put me in jail. Attorney Kim trying to put me in jail. This is serious business y'all playing with, and I don't play with my business. But you do it repeatedly. You discriminate, you treat me differently than you treat Liddell Lewis. You treat Miss Burns differently than you treat Liddell Lewis. You let Mr. Murphy get away with murder, and then you walk out and get frustrated.
Point of information. Mr. Murphy, have you killed anybody?
It's a figure of speech. The point of information is to the speaker. You're out of order.
A point of
You want to
information.
warn yourself?
Mr.
A point
Mays.
of information is to the speaker. He wasn't the speaker.
Mr. Mays.
You want to warn yourself?
Mr. Mays, this is a lovely speech that you're
Point of
giving.
order.
What's your point?
You were out of order.
Okay. Mr. Mays, this is a lovely speech that you've given. However, this has nothing to do with the motion.
Point of order.
To
Rule on my point of order. Were you out of order? A point of information is to the speaker. You asked Mr. Murphy a question. Was he the speaker? That's my point of order. Rule on it.
Mr. Mays, your speech has been lovely. However, it has nothing to do
Point
with the
of
motion.
order.
What is your point?
My point of order has to do with your point of information to Mr. Murphy versus me. Are you going to rule on it?
Mr. Mays, perhaps if you would not interrupt me, you would have heard me get to that. As I was stating for the second time, your speech has been lovely. However, it has been incredibly false. It has been defamatory, not just to myself, but also to other colleagues, and had nothing to do with the motion to send resolution 220539 to finance. That may be your personal thoughts, and that's fine. However, that has nothing to do with this. Thank you
I
very
think
much.
I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair just to talk about it. I did a point of order that your point of information should have been to me.
All right,
And that you should give yourself the first warning for asking him a question thinking you were being funny. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays was, I'm sorry, I'm not even sure what you're appealing. The fact that I gave a point
I'll
of
do it
information.
again. I called a point of order. When I call a point of order, your job is to rule on it. And my point of order was you did a point of information to Mr. Murphy thinking it was going to get laughs.
All righty, thank
And
you
the
very much.
point
Is
of
there a
information
second?
should have went to me, the
All righty,
speaker.
thank you very much. Is there a second on that appeal?
I'll support that appeal.
All righty, it's been moved and properly supported. As a reminder, within the appeals process, the chair speaks first and last. Mr. Mays has continuously sat up here and said lie after lie after lie, made up things about some cover-up, has nothing to do with GLEWA, has said particularly insulting things to myself, to my colleague in the third ward, because he believes that he can get away with it. And then he turns around and tries to say that one of our colleagues has been, has committed a murder. I was simply asking if that colleague had committed a murder. And my understanding is that he has not. Mr. Mays, if you would like to focus on the fact that we are trying to get the amendment passed to save the city over $30,000 every year for taxpayer dollars, perhaps we would not be in this situation. However, because you continually try to make up some fabrication that I am out to get you, despite the fact that all records show that you are the one who is actually, in fact, out to get multiple members of this body, we are trying to simply do the work. We are over it, and we are ready to continue to do the business of the city. Despite your continued attacks at our character, we will show up day in and day out, and we will do the business of the city of Flint, because that is what is right. Despite what you say, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can speak for myself. I don't care what you think about me, and I don't care what you say about me. I am here to serve, and I will continue to serve no matter what you think. Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go. I heard Mr. Mays and then Ms. Worthing.
Say what?
Mr. Mays, then Ms. Worthing.
Let me say this, Madam Chair. I do care what you say about me because you're sitting in that chair. And you ruled me repeatedly out of order, talking about a frivolous point of information. It ain't proper. Now you did one. And you did it to Mr. Murphy, and you thought you was being smart, snippet, and condescending. Mr. Murphy, point of information. Have you murdered somebody? A figure of speech. I said getting away with murder. Everybody know what that is. Now here you in an appeal, and you supposed to rule whether or not your point of information directed toward Mr. Murphy was proper. It was not. And here you done accuse me of sitting telling lie after lie after lie. I have not. But that's the way how you operate. You'll try to sit in that seat in 1 year and try to destroy my reputation across the city for 10 years. My daddy was Pastor Mays. And Miss Worthing think that's funny. What was your daddy's name? And what did he do? My daddy raised me in church. You can laugh if you want to, and Miss Lewis, you can buck your eyes as you want, but I'm so glad he did. And I'm not sitting here telling lies after lies, and I'm not being discriminatory like you, Miss Herkenroder. Miss Worthing, the minute I won president, you was on the news talking. I seen you. Just devilishment. That was that leftover Kate Fields companionship. She gone. In a minute, you might have a recall on you and be gone. So get your laughs in, because we always say, he who laughs last, laugh best. I used to tell Kate Fields that, Maurice Davis that. Now, remember this day. I'm telling you that. Because I'm dead serious telling Miss Herkenroder, she's not gonna punish me for a point of information, and then she gonna ask, Mr. Point of Information, use a privilege motion. Mr. Murphy, have you murdered somebody? A point of information is to the speaker. That would have been me. Dead wrong. But when it happens to me, you ask Mr. Metcalf, come and remove it. I could say to Mr. Metcalf now, come and get her. But that's part of my case. I can show you videos where I was chairing and asked them to come and get you. Didn't nobody move, because maybe you were white and female. A black man, they asked him once, and police all over my butt. You. Applying rules differently, treating yourself differently than me, Ms. Burns and others, and sitting up there condescending, and now calling me a repeated liar, and shaking your head, yeah, and Ms. Worthing cracking up out loud, because I say I'm the son of Pastor Mays. I'm a Christian. You can believe that. And I hope y'all get on y'all knees and ask to be forgiven for your sins. Because some folk gonna need that. Ms. Herkenroder, you were dead wrong. Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'm glad that you second the appeal because she gonna discriminate when it come to her point of information that she know 100% was dead wrong. Ain't gonna warn herself, ain't gonna apologize, but then gonna check us on every point of information. I'm used to certain white folks acting a certain way towards certain black folks, and politically, they're allies. It's called discrimination, racism, prejudice, and bias. That would be you. You should apologize. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Worthing, I heard you next.
I was just going to say amen to your original statement. But you notice I don't say much because a lot of these agenda items are repeats and we all know how we're going to vote. So to add much of anything, to have others say they want to get along and then start yelling at you, it's just, I'm done with that. I'm just going to vote my conscience. So if my residents notice I've been more quiet, it's because I just want to get through the meeting before midnight, which we're not going to do, and do the best for my constituents without someone calling me a Karen, screaming at me, threatening me, bullying me. And it's really funny, those who cry that that's what's happening to them, they're the ones doing it every time. So I just wanted to say that I could hear Mays in the bathroom while I was going. And so I'll be supporting the chair because I could hear it. And it's just purposeful filibustering. Everyone knows it. Like anyone who pays attention to the meetings know, well, what's Mays going on about now? Like what's on the agenda that he wants to prevent to be voted on because Quincy's got to go to work and Eva's done with this crap and she's not going to stay till 4 a.m. like she has for 4 years. So it's like so predictable, down to exactly the things that Mays is going to say. I could repeat it verbatim. I can't even talk. I'm so tired. And it's all about whites and blacks and racism and discrimination. And no one's mentioning his color and no one's talking about him. And no one has to ruin your reputation, sir. You do that all by yourself.
Mr. Murphy, I see your light.
Thank you so much. I'll be supporting the chair. We have someone in the audience now, to the public that can't see, that's waiting, that's been following a project for $41 million, I believe, for the development of the YMCA downtown. That's not even in my ward. I am so eager to see this project get moved forward, and I'm so eager to vote this ordinance so that y'all can move on and go home and
Point
go to
of
sleep.
order.
What's your point?
If it was me, wouldn't you say stay germane to the appeal versus going about the why? That's what you usually do with me.
Let me go ahead and rule on that point of order. In this last round alone, I waited until almost you were done with your entire 5-minute speech to do that. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
My point is that I'm trying to make, our colleague in the first ward has caused havoc. So whoever don't vote his way.
Point of information.
What's your point?
I think the havoc was called when she directed a point of information toward you. What do you think?
Okay, that's an improper point. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
He are using point of orders, point of information to gain the floor, to either attack someone or it's ridiculous. And for those who support what he do, that's on them, but I won't. I'm gonna stand on my ground. I do realize that my colleague is trying to trigger me with name calling and accusations and political threats or however. It's just very unfortunate. And I'll be trying my best as I come to the meeting every day to not feed into it, because I know what he's doing. And then when I clap back or say something back, next thing you know, well, I don't want to file a complaint. I ain't got time for all of that. I want to get here and get the business done so I can leave here and go to work because I'm already late for work and I do have to work tonight. So I am want to do better. I said in 2023, I'm gonna try to do my best to stay here so we can get the business done because I realize when I leave sometime, some of the main issues that need to get voted on don't get voted on because we don't be having the votes. So I want to stay here so we can get the votes, so we can get the stuff done. But in the meantime, in between time, if I don't vote one his way, if I don't do something his way, I mean, I have never seen something this bad in my life. And guess who ain't worried about what somebody think about me, what somebody think about my vote? That is Councilman Quincy Murphy in the 3rd Ward, who some of them ain't never supported me when I even announced I was running for office. I don't care. You didn't even want me to win. So what I care about what you think now? It don't. I just want to come here and get the work done
Point
and
of
work with my
information.
colleagues.
What's
I'm
your point?
done. I don't
Point
know
of
what I'm talking about.
information.
What's your point?
You do care what we think about that illegal literature that was mailed out on you and Herkenroder's behalf, don't you?
Okay, is there anyone else in the appeal? Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I supported the appeal because, yes, a point of order, a point of information is to the speaker. And when Councilman Mays called a point of order, which is a breach of the rule, you did not acknowledge his point of order. And maybe you did, but anyway, his point of order was that your point of information was wrong and out of turn. So I'll be supporting the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Is
Madam
there any-
Chair.
Go ahead.
I try to be fair in our issues, even telling you that I needed to have a conversation with you one-on-one, because some things should be said private. But until we fix the issue, and you and Councilman Mays do not have a good working relationship, and a lot of times their issues you will warn myself outside of the 5 people, and I get more warnings. And we see that. When we issue or you issue when you're chairing, I would say discipline or for correction to get back on track. You don't do the same for your colleagues, some of the other ones. And it isn't fair. And either we can sit in silence or we can speak out about it. And I get that, the tension that you two may have. But there's also the part where I'm quick to get a warning. And that's happened. But you have other council members who have done and said so much while you were chairing. And there's a list. And I want to have that conversation in private with you. Because you are the council president. And for the next year, we're all going to have to learn, or it is, I feel it's your duty to bring the council together and to be impartial. That to me is something that's important. And I support you bringing the council together and being impartial. And the work is going to have to be done. Because we've had too much that's going on, and people are, when you said he has a personal vendetta that day, he pulled back into his corner, and it's drawing lines, and then even today. But as the council president, and you may be frustrated. The last council meeting you waved, and it was condescending. The cameraman Paul didn't put the camera on you, but it's on a TikTok now. It's on a TikTok, and you can hear the conversation that Councilman made. TikToks aren't going away. The TikTok makers are making them so quick, soon as something happened in the discrimination or what they consider not fair treatment. But I did tell you I wanted to have you and I so we can have that conversation, because we've got a long ways to go. and to help bring the council together. And we talk about, no, I think I know you have it in you, but we're gonna have to find a common interest. And people are, it's become very, I'm gonna get you and nasty. I had pictures taken of me while you were chairing of another council person, which were put on Facebook, on her Facebook. She shouldn't have been taking pictures. Then someone said, Councilperson Tanya Burns, are you coming to the necktie party? Wow. I remember you showing me, when you were sitting next to me, someone made a rude comment, and I sympathized with you. I think it was the email. And you said some of the emails and the calls I get, it's never something that should be happening. But when you have a council member who incites this and keeps this going, I have a problem with that every day of the week that ends in Y. Every day of the week that ends in Y. And she took pictures and posted it. And someone else posted, then they said, we're gonna teach this black gal a lesson, is what someone else put. Those were pictures she took from her camera. And she was stating and telling me at the time, it must just really be sad. Your life just must really be sad. You just don't like who you are. No, Eva Worthing, you don't like who you are. You don't like who you are.
All right, can we state your
And
mandate?
so when we talk about,
Point of order.
What's your point?
Ms. Herkenrode, why didn't you stop her from howling across the room? Did you not hear her?
Well, number one, I'm not telepathic, so I didn't know that she was going to yell across the room. Number two, I did say, can we please stay germane to the topic?
I'm
Ms.
talking
Burns
about to
has the
Ms.
floor.
Worthing just now.
Yeah, and again, I'm not telepathic. I don't know when somebody's going to say something. I said, can we please stay germane to the appeal? Ms. Burns
You
has
was
the
talking
floor.
to Ms. Burns,
Ms. Bur-
but
Ms.
I'm
Burns
doing
has
a
the
point of
floor.
order toward her.
And I've already ruled on
Sitting
your point
over
of
here.
order. And I've already ruled on your point of order. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Point of information. Through you to
What's-
Ms. Burns, did you hear her do a point of information to Mr. Murphy and ask he murdered somebody and I had the floor?
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
You know, that's what we talking
okay,
about, Ms.
thank,
Hurd.
and here it is, watch this. She's gonna say something about me looking at her. Stop looking at me. Something is wrong with her. And to me, I have never seen the children that she teaches, and she's
Something
over here
wrong
doing
with
this
her.
to me.
Something
Taking
wrong with her,
pictures. It's
Herkenrode,
silly.
Murphy, and the rest of them.
Mr. Mays, you're out of
Oh,
order.
I know it, but she
So
what?
when we talk about bringing the council together,
It's a joke.
a religious cult,
They loud, ain't they?
I
Priestley,
don't know. I guess you give
Murphy,
lap dogs cookies
and
to
Worthing. She
calm
need to
down.
go back to her assigned seat.
And so,
Wow.
excuse me.
All of
Point of
this-
information?
All of this is out
Was
of
I just
order.
called a dog?
No,
I
I
said,
do.
maybe we give, did I say you were? I said, maybe we give lap dogs cookies to calm them down.
Wow.
We say, you over here looking at me. When you explain to your children why somebody want to hang you because of what you did, because what you did, putting my picture on social media,
Point of
you
order.
did it.
What's your point?
You let it get out of hand with Priestley, Murphy, and Worthing over here just gabbing loud while she had the floor. You let that happen. But the minute I said something to prove it, you check me. And they over here having a loud ball. Do you get it?
Mr. Mays, to rule on that point of order, I believe that there was a point of information raised by Councilman or Councilwoman Worthing based off of a comment regarding a dog comment, which was made by Councilwoman Burns, which went back to, again, you trying to get me to telepathically tell Eva to not yell. But all of this, just stop. Just stop. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Why don't you stop it fairly and quit doing it discriminatorily? That's the issue.
Okay, Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
I'm going to leave it at this because when I have to explain to my children why another council member has put on Facebook and they want to hang her mother, which is a hate crime, by the way, and I had to turn it in. So I am pursuing it. And when people say other
Point of order.
phrases,
Can I hear and can you get them to be quiet, these three over
Point
here?
of order.
We on a point of order. Did you ask me about mine?
She interrupted the point of order, which we know, so we're gonna go do hers and then yours, Ms. Worthing.
Normally you'll say, let
This-
me
I mean,
address one
the
point of order at a
slander,
time.
anyone
but
would be
what is it, 'cause
angry
she-
at what is
she
being
is-
said.
All right,
all of us. Just,
Can hardly hear what these three over here jibber jabbing.
okay, well, so
Point
let
of
me,
point of information.
what's your point?
Point of
Then you
information.
handle your crew,
What's your
because they ignorant.
Through you
You're
to the
out of-
speaker, you also realize you be over here talking and we can't hear what you say.
I don't talk to myself like what
Okay.
y'all talking.
Okay. Ms.
So
Burns.
my
you still
point of
have-
order is I hope it's well taken and you can keep them quiet.
Okay.
Because
Ms.
they
Burns,
ignorant.
Ms.
I
Burns,
mean, plain ignorant.
Ms. Burns, you still have the floor.
The issues and how they continue to roll over. I had to go to Michigan State Police because of a hate crime. This is too much. We should not be threatened
It's way too much.
to be hung because another member takes a photo. It's
That's
inappropriate.
ignorant.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the appeal? Is there anyone else in the appeal before I close it out?
Madam Chair.
Go.
And this is childish and
Thank you.
ignorant.
Okay.
He's out of order,
Yeah, he
speaking out of
is.
order.
Yeah, he is.
Folks crazy.
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
I'm talking
So-
out loud
All
now.
right.
Because y'all been able to get away with it. I think it's ignorant. I think it's disrespectful and it's
Mr. Mays, you're
outrageous.
out of order. Mr.
And she-
Mays, you are out of order.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Yeah. That's what I want you to say to these three.
Mr. Mays, you are still out of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Do you know discrimination is illegal in the United States
That's not a
and in
proper
this
point of
council
order.
meeting?
All right, that's not a proper point of order. I'm going to give you your first warning.
I'll
right.
take it.
Okay. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Councilman Pfeiffer said it really plainly. Attack the issues and not one another. Again, attack the issues and not one another. It's enough. There's enough issues in Flint to go around. That's why for my MLK weekend, I'm going door to door installing smoke detectors because we had an issue with house fires. Plenty of issues in this city. Let's attack those and let's stop attacking one another. See, we're quick to get out of order. And when someone calls you up on your actions.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Do that council person realize the issue is she did a point of information and asked Mr. Murphy had he murdered somebody when I had the floor? That's the issue.
Okay.
Attack that. Can you do that?
I think she will if you let her talk. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
And see, and that's why we continue to stay here late. We have colleagues that talk in circles, that attack one another instead of attacking what's important. We wouldn't even be here if people would stop attacking one another. If people would just stay germane, relevant to the issues.
Point of information. That include you calling folks bullies and her being condescending as well. That's what you're talking about.
Again, he just used a privileged motion to take the floor for like the 20th time for this council meeting. And according to our council rules, you can't use privileged motions to take the floor. So I don't know how many times we can allow him to do that without him getting another warning. This is what's holding up the business. You know, so when we attack one another, this is when things go amok, go array. When we begin to start talking about, again, I guess I got accused of some more stuff tonight. I've been called, I can't even remember, but get real, food stamp issues. You know what? When we stop talking about people and start really doing the work, I don't come here talking about people's marriage. I don't even talking about your
Point of
address
information.
because I don't care.
Is this germane to the topic?
No, it's not.
I mean,
It's very germane because you can't be a beacon of
Point of
truth,
information.
order, and decorum.
Is it germane because you saying it and she ain't saying nothing?
I don't know if you heard me, but I did say stay germane. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Beg your pardon, I know it. Dr. Lewis has the floor. May I be excused?
Yes, you may.
Good.
Dr.
So
Lewis.
y'all out cold.
Dr. Lewis.
We can't with the same mouth talk about getting along and telling someone to respect someone and then taking the floor to make accusations that are unfounded. That's not what we do. And that's not what we do. And so I don't know if that seizure-like behavior is directed towards me, but I'm just gonna let her go ahead and do that because I guess that's what makes her her. But in any event, again, see how we have conversation going on here, how she's talking to me. Now, Mays will have a comment, well, Warner. You know, let's practice what you preach. You don't need to talk to Councilwoman Herkenroder about getting along until you learn how to do it yourself. No one talks about you. No one instigates anything until Councilwoman Burns, until you started. So let's focus on Ward number 6. And when you do
Point of
that,
information, and I'm also taking care of Ward number 2 because you don't answer your phone.
well, if that
Point of order. Point of order.
no one needs to get me.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That means stop, cease talking. Now let's stay germane to what's going on here. We're talking about this appeal. Nothing else. I'm getting ready to leave.
Thank you.
I've had enough.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
We're trying to stay germane, but when your colleague can't stay professional and adult, this is what happens.
Please stay germane.
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I will be supporting the chair because we shouldn't even be in this place. We shouldn't even have the first ward seat abandoned just so we can spectate from the crowd. We shouldn't have any of this going on, but we do. And so I'm going to continue to represent the second ward with professionalism and class and vote with the chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there anyone, I think that's actually everyone in the appeal. So I will end with this. We throw around the word hypocrisy, although I do believe sometimes it's pronounced hypocritism. However, we don't actually take the time to look at ourselves. My colleague in the 6th ward referred to my colleague in the 3rd ward specifically as a dog. I personally have been referred to as a dog by our colleague in the 1st ward. I've also been referred to as a snake by our colleague in the 1st ward. I sat here while Mr. Mays, instead
Point
of
of
talking
information.
about, what's your point?
I did not state her name. I said, is it okay if you are thrown treats or biscuits like a lap dog? I didn't say she was a lap dog.
I'm not sure if you heard me, but I was not referencing Ms.
You
Worthing.
said my colleague in the 6th ward.
My colleague in the 6th ward was referencing at least my colleague in the 3rd ward, which is what I do believe I said. She
Well,
did say it earlier. This is the second time she said that this meeting. I will also just say this. If we are going to say, and if we are going to preach this idea of excellence, and if we're going to talk about everybody else who doesn't, handle anything, then we got to hold ourselves to the high standard too. The
Point of
behavior-
order.
What's your point?
The only point is that you do a proper point of information to Mr. Murphy when I had the floor, and you did.
All right,
That's
Mr.
the
Mays.
only point.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. I'm still speaking. You've been issued your first warning.
Yeah, be
Point
excused
of order.
again.
You may
Point
be
of-
excused.
That is his second warning.
He's been issued his first warning, but yeah, he's been excused. We are trying to talk about the motion to move the amendment regarding the GLEWA contract to finance. Mr. Mays is the one who decided that he wanted to start things following the lead of other colleagues in this meeting because accountability has not been something that this council has seen in quite some time. So when the chair continuously tries to hold the members accountable, she is called racist and she is called discriminatory. It has nothing to do with race. I don't think about you when I am not here. I think about the policies that can potentially change the city of Flint. For example, an automatic pilot, which would get many people off the streets, because I don't know if we remember this or not, but hundreds of people sleep on the streets every single day in this town. But I'm glad that instead we are talking about what somebody got their feelings hurt. We are here to do the business of the city of Flint. And that means that we do not start picking at our different colleagues because we know that a vote's not going our way. Accountability is something that we'll maintain as long as I am president, because we need to make sure that we do hold ourselves accountable. And for the record, I have warned Mr. Murphy several times. I have warned Ms. Worthing several times. I do also believe that I have warned Dr. Lewis several times. So this false notion that I don't warn the people who are my supposed allies is inherently false. We are here to do the business of the city of Flint. And I quite frankly am tired of being the person who doesn't engage in childish behavior at all. Tonight, yeah, I probably have, because guess what? I've been up since 5 a.m. I've worked in Lansing all day because I run a state office. And I come here and I serve the community in Flint. We all have jobs. We all have lives. And we're sick and tired of being sat here to have some people talk about us because they got their feelings hurt. Let's do better. With that being said, we are now on the vote on the appeal. A yes sustains the ruling of the chair. A no overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
5 yes, 2 no. The ruling of the chair stands. We are in the motion on the, we are in the motion to move the resolution regarding the GLEWA amendment to finance. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in the memo that Attorney Kim sent us on January 3rd, it states that GLEWA, I'm going to paraphrase here, GLEWA agreed to extend the timeline for us to approve it till January 10th. That's tomorrow. We cannot send this back to committee. We must approve it so that we can save the residents money. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the first
Yes.
round? Go ahead.
Being said that, I am also still supporting, I won't be supporting moving this back to finance, but I'll be supporting voting for this tonight. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? First round. Second round, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, that brings us on the vote to move resolution 220539 to Finance Committee. Roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Madam Clerk, I have to change my vote to no.
Alrighty, the vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
Okay. 2 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. The chair will entertain a
Madam
motion.
Chair.
Yep.
Make a motion to send resolution, whatever that number is, to council, 220539 to council.
We are in council. I believe you
I
moved
mean,
for approval.
To approve resolution 220539.
Okay. Is there a second?
I
Support.
second.
Hearing multiple supports, I'm going to go with Mr. Murphy. Is there
Madam
any
Chair.
discussion? Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I said I didn't have a belief that that would pass. And Ms. Lewis, really, you should say, Madam Chair, I want to change my vote. Address the chair, not the clerk. But the point is this. We were told another deadline. But I've been around long enough to know something as important as this. And based upon how the Great Lakes Authority work, I remember during the water crisis, I had the Great Lakes Authority Executive Director lady come and stand before this council. and the emergency managers tried to stop her. So I listen at y'all, and I look at the business that this went south because you got mad, you and Miss Priestley, because I talked about y'all walking out. I could see it in your face, and it needed to be talked about.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. Mays, did you know that I am not mad?
No, I don't know if you're mad or not. All I know is you voted wrong on Ms. Herkenroder's point of information asking Mr. Murphy, had he murdered somebody? I do know that. That's factual. She warned me twice in that hoopla with y'all, and y'all were way out of order. But guess who got the 2 warnings? Me. It's happening repeatedly. It's a discriminatory treatment, and I think race and politics got something to do with it. Now, that's what I believe. Race, sex, political orientation. So I didn't know if you were mad or not. But I just know that you condone wrongdoing. Everybody sitting on this council should have known, or if they did know, that a point of information is directed to the speaker, like what you just did, Ms. Priestley. But to vote and condone wrongdoing, it's a problem.
Mr. Mays, please stay germane to the motion.
That's what we was trying to get you to do with Ms. Lewis. We used to it, Ms. Herkenroder. It's obvious. She interrupted me with a point of information. I got the right to deviate and answer it, and I chose to do that.
Okay, Mr. Mays, this is the second time I will ask you to
Point of
stay
order.
germane to the motion. What's your point?
You out of order disrupted me and interrupted me when I got the floor.
Okay, that is not well taken. Mr. Mays, you have already been issued your first warning. You've already been issued your second being out of order. This is the second time I have asked you to stay germane to this particular motion. Please leave the meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm asking you to stay in order. And I'm asking you not to discriminate toward me. I answered her point of information and I had the right to do it. And you didn't ask her whether she was germane. I do believe that when y'all left out of here on this issue in the
Mr.
last
Mays, I have asked you
meeting,
to leave this meeting.
beg your pardon?
I said I have asked you to leave this meeting.
What do you think I'm doing?
I'm asking you to leave this meeting. You don't get to give a
You
speech.
asking me to do what?
To leave this.
Okay, you know why I'm gonna leave the meeting as I was talking about y'all leaving out on this issue? Because we will be in court in 2 days.
Alrighty, thank you very
Okay,
much.
So look, I'm not voluntarily leaving. I feel strong-armed and done wrong.
Okay,
And
thank
if
you
my
very much, Mr.
colleague
Mays.
sat and let you ask me when I was being germane, she did a point of information, and then I went to talking about
Mr.
y'all
Mays,
leaving.
this is the third time I
Beg
have
your
asked.
pardon?
This is the third time I have asked you to leave this
Why?
meeting.
Because I'm talking about y'all leaving on this issue.
I do believe that the record will indicate that I've asked you multiple
You
times
might
to
be
stay
getting ready to
germane.
get an appeal.
Okay, I've asked you to leave this meeting.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
All righty, is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll support his motion,
Okay.
his appeal.
There's an appeal on the floor for the count for me to ask Mr.
Like
Mays
that's
to leave.
stupid.
He had already been issued his first warning. He had been asked twice to stay germane to the motion. He had been asked to leave. Instead, he decided to stay in his council seat and to give another filibuster speech as opposed to leaving, therefore violating the section 31-10, the disorderly persons in conduct rule that we read every single meeting. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
I'm gonna leave Ms. Winfrey Carter because this is a little much. Now, it's germane that this is what they left out on. Her and Priestley both. They were frustrated, mad, or whatever, and they got up and left this business on the table. Now, how more relevant can that be in the discussion when now they know of a new deadline? The new deadline, they say, is the 10th. Today is the 9th. when they got up and left wrongfully and broke the quorum and left the business on the table, the deadline was the 3rd or 4th. Now I'm talking about that, and she's saying, Mr. Mays, can you stay germane? Mr. Mays, I'm going to ask you to leave this meeting. Now, how stupid is that? I'm talking about the motion in which they walked out on. She tripping because they did walk out on it, and I'm talking about it. And Mr. Mays, I'm going to ask you to leave this meeting, thinking she can get an argument and then call Metcalf up here. Now, how much is an abuse of power is that? Germane mean relevant discussion of the motion. She think it's funny. But it's a lot of people know me, and a lot of people know this city don't think it's funny. It's recorded. You left out of here on this piece of business, and you were frustrated, mad, or whatever. Miss Priestley said, point of information. I wasn't mad. I'm trying to correct it, respond to a point. Mr. May, stay germane on the motion. I'm like, okay, y'all walked out on it. I'm asking you to leave the meeting. You ain't got to ask me, because until that trial happened Thursday, you won't call the man on me. You've been wrong all night.
All right.
You did an illegal point of information. It ain't all right. It's really illegal, wrong, and appalling. And you're sitting up there turning half red, and that might mean that you know you're doing wrong. Well, I grew up, the devil turned red.
All right. Anyone else in the appeal?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I actually thought he had left the meeting.
Same.
He put his coat on, he picked up his papers, then he walked to the back of the room. So I thought he was gone. But he came back, and you allowed him to sit down. I didn't complain. So I am voting with you on this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the appeal?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm going to vote
What?
in support
What?
of,
I'm sorry.
of the appeal.
I'm sorry, Miss Winfrey Carter.
What is going on?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mays. What did you just say?
I'm talking.
Correct. And to maintain
He's on
order.
his way out. I'm talking.
Okay, I do just want to let the record reflect that I do believe he called me stupid as hell.
But
Thank
you know what? He's
Go ahead,
walking
Mr.
out.
Winfrey Carter.
What he's saying on his way out has nothing to do with what's going on right here.
Miss Winfrey Carter, go ahead.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know what? This is all crazy tonight. It's past midnight. It's crazy. But anyway, really, he was relevant to the resolution at hand, because the fact is you guys did walk out and this was left. This should have been voted on. However, I'm not going to be voting on it, but I'm going to be voting no on this appeal. And I just wanted to get that on the record. And what Councilman Mays was saying, he was correct. You guys did walk out on this resolution, and you left it hanging. So, thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the appeal? All righty. Well, I've not been called stupid as hell before, so that's a new one. Oh, that was you? Oh, well, I apologize for the inappropriate behavior from our colleague in the first ward. I will end the appeal by saying that I think that was all we needed to know. Roll call, please, on the vote for the appeal. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns it.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain.
Ms. Sartor?
Excuse me, yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. That ruling remains. We are on the first round of discussion regarding the motion to approve 220539. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? In the second round, is there any discussion? Seeing none, that takes us to the vote on the motion to approve 220539. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hirschenberger?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no, that motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 220519.
We have another separation.
Hold on, we got,
Oh,
We got another
did I
resolution.
miss
Yeah.
it? I'm sorry.
230006 that was separated by Ms. Winfrey Carter.
How come I don't have
And
it
this
marked?
is quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Oh,
have it marked.
We need a
Can you
motion.
have someone to make the motion?
Um,
I'll make the motion to approve 230006.
All right. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
I second that.
Okay. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
And I separated, I'm gonna have to abstain on this because I did not attend the executive session, so I'll be abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round? In the first round? In the first round?
yes.
Yep.
Yes, this settlement is just, once we complete this settlement, it'll give us an opportunity to finish the service lines through you to the attorney. We had passed our deadline and y'all went back into mediation or went to court or whatever to try to resolve the issue of the service lines replacements. Am I correct?
Yes, essentially, this is an amendment to the settlement agreement that covers the replacement of service lines to extend the date out as we discussed and the other matters we discussed in closed session. So I don't want to go more than that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm done.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did not go into executive session, so therefore I can talk about it. So my question is, Attorney, I know you were working with the service line replacement. I know for the past couple, and working with the NRDC. So this puts this extension out because we missed our, was it September 30th deadline?
Yes, the previous deadline was September 30th, and this is a new deadline that would, well, I'll just say it was agreed to by the party, or tentatively agreed to by the parties this year pending council's approval. The specifics were provided in council, but it would ensure, I can say that it would ensure that it would set the deadline for this year to have all the service line replacements completed.
Okay, and how many do we have left to be completed?
The exact number,
you're
I'm
round
sorry,
about.
I'm very tired, but
I think it was like around 800 something.
yeah, it's around between, I think, 800 addresses that were left on the list, but Mike, you could.
Are those people who have not responded to requests to have their service lines changed?
I believe those are the people who have either confirmed that they want their service line replaced and are essentially in our system as work orders to be completed.
Okay, so about 800 to be completed.
Yes.
So this is why, for me, it's important that we still have the water fides and water to be given, because we got 800 lines in neighborhoods. And one neighborhood on that water main, when they bang those lines, just like I had over in the 6th Ward, they changed one, and it was in Mott Park, and they had brown water. This was on Fremont, and it was on Fremont. And when they have that, they change those and move all around, that sediment digs up, and residents were concerned. So for me, with this, we are doing things backwards. We don't have water, and yes, the help centers did get the money, but we aren't entitled to tell the help centers what to do with that money for the water, to buy bottled water. So we're still repairing service lines, and residents don't have access to water because every service line has not been replaced. So we have 800 people who still need their service line, which means those are lead lines, which means they have lead, I'm quite sure lead, higher lead levels above the 15 parts per billion. And we don't have water for these residents to get, bottled water. So the deadline, I'm sorry, is extended to when, Mr. Kim? Attorney Kim?
That I would, that, I don't know if I want to discuss that in an open session, given that
Okay,
that was something that was negotiated, and it still needs to be approved by the court, so it's.
Okay.
I don't.
And so this is why when we have our meetings, when we talk about, yeah, we didn't go to executive session, but if you want to be respect has to be given. And some of our meetings are getting out of control. They are getting out of control. So 800 people still need their, and you can't get into that. When do you go back to court?
There's a hearing scheduled on the middle of February. I can't remember the exact date right now.
So the middle of February. Okay. And then you will, in February, you'll get the new deadline to have the service lines completed by, hopefully. You're anticipating that?
We actually anticipate that would be resolved by this amendment, by this resolution. If this resolution is approved, that's one of the issues that would be essentially agreed upon by the parties, and that we would no longer need to have the court resolve that for us. The court would just tell us if that's acceptable or not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else first round? Second round? Okay. Roll call, please, on the motion to approve resolution 230006.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hookenrother?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Ms. Parisi, that
Madam
passes.
Chair,
I do believe that you
I want to
had.
change my, I make a motion for first reading of 220546.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
All right, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any,
Madam Chair,
Yep.
what,
it's the add-on one, the ordinance from Special Affairs that didn't make it on the agenda, the city
Oh.
administrator.
oh, okay.
Any discussion? And final call for discussion. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to approve ordinance 220546 for first reading.
Ms. Burns?
A point of information.
What's your point?
What was the resolution? You said 220.
546.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hookenrother?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
4 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. Is there an alternative motion on that one?
Huh?
Is there an alternative motion on that one? 'Cause that one failed. Okay.
Ugh.
All righty.
Yeah.
Hearing
Madam
none.
Chair.
Yeah.
Like make a motion for adoption of resolution 220519.
Okay, is there a second?
Support.
All right. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yep.
This is the YMCA. Right. Through you to the representative for the YMCA, could you come to the podium right quick? Could you explain to the public the amendment ordinance? What is this that you guys are asking us to approve tonight? And why? Your name first. Microphone.
Can you press the red button?
On?
There you go.
There it goes. My first time. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I would actually turn this over to my associate because it is, he would be able to better speak about that.
What is your job title?
My name is Pam Bailey. I am the Director of Fundraising and Public Relations for the YMCA of Greater Flint. I would be happy to speak about the impact of this project on our members, on what my understanding of the general Flint community in terms of the financials or some of those more legislative information. I would turn it over to Moses Timlin,
All
who's
right, well,
also here.
let's hear from Moses then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. I appreciate your interest. The pilot request is for HWD Harrison, Inc., which is a nonprofit entity that will be jointly co-owned and co-managed between Uptown Reinvestment Corporation and the Greater Flint YMCA. So we are both nonprofits going to own a new nonprofit entity, and we're applying for a 30-year pilot at 10%. So that means that the tax rate of the development that we create will only be assessed for us at 10% of what that taxable value will be, so we can support the creation of affordable apartments, which will be 19 of 50 new units.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions for my colleagues while he up here?
Well, I don't know if you
I'm
still
done.
want to, okay. Is there
Yeah.
anyone else in the first round?
Yeah, one more question. So once we approve this, what is the next phase? When is your projection of moving forward? Where you guys are at in the project right now?
That's a great question. Thank you. So this is a very critical component of our funding sources. Again, the purpose of this is that it supports the creation of affordable housing. So that way we can charge at affordable rates all the way from a studio to a 2-bedroom. So once we are able to receive approval on this, we're waiting for one last funding source, and we hope to then, if that is approved, to start construction later this spring and hopefully open by 2025.
All right, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. So, I've received an email and it was speaking about the selling of the property. And I was told that if the property was to be sold, then they will lose the pilot status and the new owner will have to come and obtain pilot status from the city. So I'm satisfied with that answer. So thank you so much for reaching out, and I will be supporting this.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I forget your name, yes, and I apologize. It's okay.
Pam Bailey with the YMCA of Greater Flint.
Thank you for staying late and sorry for what, and Moses. But I support your project. I love the YMCA, even we had the YWCA, what Young Men's Christian Association. I mean, it is so vital to our community and to other communities that in most major cities, you always had a Y to go to. And I think this is a great project. I mean, the drawings look great. I can't wait to see it open and then to have the housing included, and it's very well thought out. And it's thought out to where it's specific and tailored to the needs of Flint. And that I love. I love that. I truly do. So great job. I look forward to seeing it erected, going up, and having a place, you know, for housing for people to get the help. And I don't think a lot of people don't know how much the Y does for women, for families, for children, for exercise, for health. You know, I mean, it's a great program. And I remember I used to get for $26, it was a long time ago, I could have my entire family join the Y because my husband was a firefighter. So they gave that to families. Our entire family was able to participate and have full access that the Y to programs for $26 because he was a firefighter. So I think it's great. I support the Y and what you're doing and your passion. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for your kind remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone
Miss-
else? And
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I just want to say that I support this project 100%. I was gonna leave. I stated that I was gonna leave, but I wanted to stay and vote on this project. So I just want you guys to know I support this project and I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
anyone else in the first round? Second round? Second round? Second round? Roll call, please, on the vote to approve ordinance 220519.
Ms. Hockenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
This vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes. 7 yes, 0 no. The chair will entertain a
Motion
motion
to
to
adjourn.
adjourn. Is there a second?
I second.
Support.
It's been moved and hearing multiple supports. We're going to go with Dr. Lewis. Roll call, please.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hockenroder?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. It's 12:25. We are adjourned.